Holy shit, gamer cat. Good to see you, bud. So how am I? Great. Long time no see, Zybus. I don't know who you are, brother. Changed your user? I don't know who you are. So how am I? I'm great, gamer cat. What's new with you, brother? What's new with you? How's life? Last time I watched was my birthday. Oh fuck, dude, that was a long time ago. It was like half a year ago. It was literally half a year ago. Working school in the free time? Hey, bro, that's what's up. Good man. Good man, good man. That's what's up. The grind always stays alive, you know? The grind stays alive. Kind of thinking about what do I want to do here? What do I want to do? What do I want to do? Let me think. Do I do quests? Do I do Ascent of Arceus? Do I just chat? What do I do? Do I do diaries or bang out quests? Diaries, bang out quests, or skill? I need my opinion on something tomorrow. I'll do my best. Do it. Do I try and learn? I know I have 99 fishing, but do I do temporos? I don't know. Try and get the pet. Temporos pet's pretty cool. I mean, look at that fucker. Pretty cool. Maybe actually, maybe I'll throw on. Maybe I'll throw something on to watch. Thing. How much is it? 16, 17 mil essentially? 17 mil? I'm a 1 mil short. Let's see if I can get it for 16 mil. Excuse me. Let's see if I can get the Fang for 16 mil. Um, I don't know what to do, chat. I don't know what to do. Do we skill? Fuck! I think what I'm gonna do, since what I'll do is I'm gonna go take a piss real quick, and then we'll come back and we'll do some Slayer tasks. We'll do Slayer tasks because I got Steel Dragons. Let's get those over with, and then we'll do some quests. Back. Dylan, your beard's growing back. Yeah, man. I mean, fuck. That shit coming back every day. Every day, brother. The testosterone is flowing. You like RuneScape? Do you know? Atta boy. Bro, I should really get Barrows, actually. Now that I'm thinking about it, I should get Barrows gloves. That's what I should do tonight. I should be working on quests to do Barrows. That's what I should do. But I want to do my fucking Slayer task first. Oh, what? Yeah, to Dragon Shield. That's hilarious. Didn't even realize. Actually, we'll pick. We'll pick that back up and toss that bitch back in the bank real quick. What we're gonna need here is both of those. 10, 1, 1. Where am I thinking for steelies, brother? Where am I thinking for steelies? Probably Stronghold. Aren't they in here? Or am I tripping? Clearly not in here. What fucking... Where am I thinking? Where were they before? Oh, they're in... Yeah, they're in Brimhaven Dungeon. What am I doing? Brimhaven Dungeon. Iron and Steel. Yeah. CK Arm. Um... Hmm. Okay. Actually... Let's just do a fucking Ardoin Tele. We'll use it. Why not? Oops. Oh, I'm retarded. I didn't bring any GP. Anyways, back to ruling a joint. Let's roll up a fucking doinky. Big old doinker. Almost forgot the anti-fires as well. That would have been disastrous. Bro, why do I have 95 of these fucking things? What? This. Hold up. There's 1 mil of these cocksuckers just chilling? Like, what? There's no one here either. Fuck. I need an axe. Whatever, I'll just take the dragon axe. Fuck it, YOLO, right? You roaching it up tonight, eh? Been there, brother. Been there, Sean. Sean O'Malley, the alley cat. Been there, my guy. It's never a fucking fun night when you're roaching it up. Honestly, those are the worst. But they keep you humble. Yo, Squirt, you know what, bro? I was thinking about you earlier. I was sitting there taking a piss, and I was just like, damn, you know who hasn't stopped by my chat in a long time? Fucking the Squirt Savage, bro. You sick as a dog? Damn. Feel better? For real, sucks ass. My sister's been sick as fuck, too. I never believed her. Maybe something is going around. Nah, I'm just being a shit. Just being a fucking asshole. Greater demons? What? Baby green dragons, eh? Run, bitch! I'm supposed to be killing Steelers. Bronze, iron, steel. Where the fuck's the steel? Up here. Awkward. But I just took this kid's kill. Well, let's pop something up on YouTube to watch. Right? How about some Stavi, baby?
Outdoorsman. Nice. What do you do? Carpentry? Oh, so outdoorsman is just you're on your side, like for fun. I got you. Nice. Would you used to? How you do for? You, listen. I don't want to. Did about your newborn daughter. There was a fucking gleam in his eye when he's.
Feel better, Squirt, man.
You've never shown anyone your. My doctor. Your doctor? Oh no. We got your. What's going on with you, man? You all right? How old are you? You know, do you want? 28. 28. Okay. Oh, we gotta get you some. Yeah. Or I don't want to judge. Which one? Either one? Are you open?
The former.
Push. Yeah, yeah. See, yeah, yeah. She's just like, nice. She's not. What's the closest you've gotten to fucking?
No worries, Sav.
It's all right. Huh? A kiss?
Making out.
Huh? Making out? Oh, relax. What the? This women like you are making this guy too shy to. All right, let him. Tell us. Tell us a deeply personal thing in front of 300 people, and do it fast. How are we gonna get you some? All right. Do you live alone?
I live with a roommate. I just moved out recently.
You just moved out. Okay. You got a job and everything.
Yep.
You're not a bad looking. You're a good looking guy. What the hell? What's going on? What's at the center of this?
I work. I think I'm like career focused.
Career. Okay. Well, listen, pal. There's not. I think. How career? Okay. Are you the CEO of a company? Where do you work?
I work at a pharmaceutical company.
Pharmaceutical company. All right. What kind of stuff are you making?
Like drugs and stuff.
Drugs? Yeah, yeah. No, I know that, but what kind of? Are you like a pharmacist, or you are like a?
No, like a researcher. So like
Research. Oh, so you have like a PhD in like pharmaceutical shit?
Just a master's.
Just a master's. All right. All right. I think you either need a PhD or to get, you know what I mean, to say you're career focused, you know?
I mean, my supervisor, she didn't say, do you want to get a PhD or not? So I don't know what that's trying to.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. What do you think that means? She wants to. You? No.
She reminds me of my mom.
She reminds you, and that doesn't work for you. Couple guys in here heard that, they're like, perfect, nice. I'm with you. I'm not into that mom shit, but some of these fucking freaks are. Okay, damn, interesting. When's the last time you went on a date? Can we get you swiping? What's going on, man? Do you have any friends?
No, I do have friends.
Okay,
But
they don't want to get you. Do they? They don't you.
no, someone.
Okay. All right.
But they never done like, oh, let's take you out to a bar or anything.
Wow, these aren't real friends, dude. These aren't real friends.
They're high school friends though. I don't know if that's different.
What'd you say? Huh? On. Oh, shut the f*** up. Everyone shut the f*** up. For 1 second. Uncut? Oh, go to Mexico. Huh?
DJ, Hong Kong.
Oh, Hong Kong. Is this a well-known place to buy? All right. I'm sorry I don't know about the local flavor just yet. I just got in a couple hours ago. How far away?
Boys, looks like our next trip's to Hong Kong.
20 minutes. How much does it cost? $30. 30. If I gave you $200, would you go buy? All right, man. I'm literally going to Venmo you. I don't have the time to get into your psychology. I got 3.5 minutes left, but talk to me after the show. I will Venmo you money to buy. That is a promise. You're Polly? Are you raising your hand? Oh, nice. You both suck him off, or how's it going? Whoa, sick. Yeah, that's awesome. What a cool relationship. Yeah. We share everything in this household. Do you guys fuck other people, or you're in a throuple? Oh, that's cute. Hell yeah, that's nice. I like that. You don't see too many 2-guy, 1-girl throuples. I like that. That's out there. They're usually all same sex, or maybe it's like the two girls, 1 guy. So good for you, sister. You know what I mean? Where are you from? 2 hours away. Okay, nice. In Virginia or where? Nice. What part? Western Virginia? Not West Virginia. Western.
Woo!
Virginia. Right on the line. You clinging.
Fucking.
No. Harrisonburg. Is that where
I'm
you?
having a fucking hard time. See you in there,
Oh, you got some
bucko.
fans of. Nice. So you guys all came from Harrisonburg? You grew up together, and you're just a guy.
I just never left.
Just
He's
a
a
guy at their table. All right. Yeah. Okay. Nice.
Should have brought a
Why
spec
did you
weapon.
leave?
Oh, I
You
didn't.
don't know? Damn, all right. You look like you should be here. You got a little you got a, you know what I mean? It looks like you try and fuck girls with septum piercings, you know?
I call those
See,
bulls.
that's your vibe. Do they have those at Harrisonburg?
Girls with septum piercings, I call those
Okay,
bulls.
All right.
I look like a fucking bull. No
Once
joke.
I get rid of them, I see. Okay, what do you do? What do you do over there in Harrisonburg? Hang out, work. What do you do? What's your job?
I work for an online tabletop company.
Online tabletop company. So what do we do? Like a play? Like?
It's a marketplace.
Huh?
It's a marketplace, like sell.
Marketplace to sell table.
D&D.
Online, like a board game place, tabletop. You had to do like you were doing board games resume. You were like,
Tokes right here, bud.
Online tabletop place. All right, nice. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I guess if you
There you go.
kind of guy, I didn't know they had that style of guy in Harrisonburg, Virginia. I thought you'd have to come here, but you fucking carved out a little niche over there. I got you. Good for you, man. I feel like you're probably not gonna go anywhere at any point. Probably just settled in. Nothing wrong with that. Maybe? All right, how old are you? 30. 34. Oh, wow. You gave us a real pause between 30 and 4. All right, 34. Yeah, you're definitely not going. What do you think? What do you think is gonna happen at some point? You didn't go to college or no? No, no chance. Yeah. That's all right. That's all good. You don't have debt though, right? Yeah, that's good. Good for you. Debt free, fucking selling fucking Dungeons and Dragons to people. Nice. Get your dick sucked by girls before they move to a bigger, better city. That's good, man. Good for you. Do you like your family? Is that why you're still in Harrisonburg? Yeah. Okay, that's nice. You're the rare guy that looks like you. Do you like your father? Yeah. Oh, see, that usually doesn't happen. All the fucking you don't usually sell like board games and get fucking tattoos and shit and like know and love your father, you know? Like I would have just assumed your father was like disappointing you for not being good at sports, you know? But your dad wasn't good at sports either, I'm guessing. Yeah, those are the two options. You have a dad just like you, or your dad hates you. If you look like that, those are the two. That's the kind of. I get that. Nice, good for you, man. I'm jealous. What does your dad's penis look like?
Strangely enough, I just saw a picture.
A picture? That's so much worse than just having a mental image from childhood.
Oh.
Family photos, there's a picture of your father's penis in there. Here's Disneyland, and you always loved the teacups, and oh, there's your father's penis. He's got little Mickey ears on his balls. Who did you cheat with?
I met her over Minecraft in middle school.
Wait.
Fuck off. G4 is ready to download.
You know
Damn.
that doesn't count, right? You know? Are you guys together? That's the kind of thing a guy who's never had sex would say. You know what I mean? Yeah, I had a pretty serious girlfriend. We used to fucking craft together. But that was the last time?
She flew out.
She was in middle school? Oh. You stayed friends through that?
Yeah.
And she flew out to see you when?
Like 3 months
3 months
ago.
ago? How old are you?
25.
25? So you've known this woman for 14 years? Yeah. And she came out just to straight up fuck you or what?
I don't think she
Yeah. Is it you? I don't. Yeah. Wow, dude. Had you ever had any kind of romantic interaction with her?
She's just like, yep.
Flirting. You seem like a real take charge guy. This woman for 14 years like, just try to fuck me, please. And then she's like, I'm about to get married. All right, I'm flying. I'm gonna suck him off real fast. Wow. So and you didn't know she was in a relationship. When did you find out?
About a week after.
A week after. Okay. You said it's bullshit. You don't believe his story. She was married. Huh?
She got divorced.
Okay. All right.
She was in a relationship with a different guy than she was married.
I see. All right. Interesting. You know what? That's good for her. She gets a year to fuck whoever she wants after a divorce. How was the pussy? Was it worth waiting for? Yeah, it was top notch. Yeah. He gave me the fucking okay sign. It was... Where would you rank that in your sexual experiences of your life? The pinnacle. Good for you, man. I'm really happy for you.
He's like, it was also my only time.
Recently? Yeah? What'd you do, buddy?
I lost like 100 pounds.
You lost 100 pounds? What'd you do? What was your secret? Calorie counting. Just eat.
A walking bastard, let me tell you.
He walks. There we go.
Lost like a motherfucker.
Strolling. Isn't that? You know, I love that. I love that you have such supportive friends, by the way. This motherfucker walks, baby. That's a good hype man. You know what? It's good to have that guy around because you probably aren't confident enough in your body yet. But this guy's gonna make sure you're there. You know what I mean? He's gonna be like, go talk to her. You're not fat as shit anymore. Anybody here plumping up these days? Yeah, a lot more people. You are, my friend?
Everyone.
Everyone? That's not. You could just say it's you. Huh?
It's mostly me.
It's mostly you. How are you? Are you guys related at all? Do you know each other?
I'm a loner.
You're a loner. You're by yourself. Okay, now you're a lone wolf. Just by yourself. You're having body image issues clearly because you're like, everybody's getting fat, right, guys? Is everything all right in your life, man? Huh? You like to drink. Okay. So no is your answer then. So when I ask, is everything all right in your life, you're like, I like
to drink.
The answer is a resounding no to that question. I don't need a psychiatrist. You don't need a psychiatrist. You have me and booze. Is that what you think? You were one of the most in need of a psychiatrist person I've ever met in my life. If that's what you think, huh?
It only cost me $35 a year.
You're right. Okay, so you want us to solve your problems right now? Let's do it. What's going on, man? Are you? Let me guess. Divorced? Huh?
No. I mean, I just met a nice lady. She's in her 40s.
Okay, nice lady in her 40s, and you think it's gonna go good?
But, you know, it's all
A little bit older? How old are you? No disrespect. Huh?
35.
35. Well, you're in the same ballpark. Alright? That's good, man. Alright, so you think it's gonna work with this 40-year-old lady?
I mean, maybe.
Damn.
I mean, we're having fun.
You're having fun? Alright, nice.
I'm gonna fuck her till it's over.
You're gonna fuck her till it's over. That's good. Do you think maybe you might want to form a emotional bond with her at some point? Or maybe share some experiences? Alright. You know what, buddy? I see why you need a psychiatrist in 35. I'm not gonna be able to get to the bottom of you in 5. I'm sorry. How about, okay, we'll do some general psychiatry. Do you love your family?
No, I hate them.
You hate them. There we go. Both bad? Dad and mom bad?
Well, there's only one of them. But
One of them. So just mom?
Yeah.
Okay, so dad you don't even know.
Yeah, she's just a little emotional.
A little emotional. Your mom's emotional. You think being a single mother was kind of hard? Or? Yeah. Maybe we could have a little empathy for mom. You know what I mean? Okay, I'm starting to see the root of your problem with women. Your father abandoned you, but you're like, yeah, my fucking mom's a bitch.
Oh, this act here is a classic,
You know,
bro.
that just a little more than the person that stuck around. I mean, maybe she was a piece of shit too, don't get me wrong, but... Huh?
Just come live with me.
Come live with you? That's definitely not happening.
That guy's so
I
drunk.
adopt you, you become my older than me by 2 years son. That would be kind of funny, actually. I'll think about that one. Put you in Little League games. Maybe that's what we need to do. We need to, like, speed you through a childhood. All right. I don't hear a movie. What I hear is a man that should Google affordable therapy near me. Okay? Yeah. If literally, I'm not even joking. If you go to therapy, I will give you free tickets for life. If you go to therapy, truly, I will do that. That's a promise. That is a promise. Truly, I'm not even joking. All right, we're gonna get this guy fixed.
It stops just like, I'm never gonna have to give this guy tickets because he ain't going to therapy.
A nurse. A nurse? Oh, nice. So actually something good for the world. There we go. Yeah. What about you?
ICU nurse.
Oh, damn, 2 ICU nurses? Wow, this is hard to make fun of you piece of shit. Yeah, I've just had a
Rocky's sleeping, bud.
2.5 years. Trying as hard as I can to keep our horrible medical
Rocky's
system
in my
functioning.
parents' room.
Yeah, anyway, wanted to do some fun little riffs about that. Damn, you motherfuckers do look like weather, too. Like, I guess this also is a depressing season, right? Like the holidays, everyone is like, it's supposed to be happy, but I think it really, really makes you know that your life, like the parts of your life you're missing, you know? If you guys are depressed, it's not, you're right, you know what I mean? It's not, it's a tough time. I don't know, anybody have a tough Thanksgiving? What was Thanksgiving? Anybody had a good Thanksgiving? Nah. No. Somebody said very good? Very good. What happened? You went to your family's house, that's it? Is that very good? I mean, I don't know. That's pretty standard Thanksgiving, I would say. Was there like a big announcement, or you just love your family that much? There was like, they're the best. Okay, you're really fucking bragging right now. I'm starting to show off. Yeah, it's kind of lonely, this life right now. And it's okay, guys. If you're depressed, it's all right. I know this is a tough season. Anybody having a tough time? I had a great time, actually. I was actually having a really good time. No, nothing special. Just the company of my loved ones did it. Yeah, we even fucked the turkey up, but it didn't matter. Because it's not the food that's important. It's the love in our hearts for each other. You fucking piece of shit. There's no one in your... You get along with everyone in... All right, now we're going to fucking key in here. You get along with everyone? There's not one piece of shit in the family? Huh? They're all pretty great, all right. So where was Thanksgiving? You went to whose house? Who hosted?
My parents.
Your parents. Okay, how old are you? 27. 27, okay. Okay, so you went to your parents. Do you have any other siblings?
3 sisters.
3 sisters. All 3 sisters, not a dud in there.
And significant others, too.
And significant, there's not one piece of shit you guys don't like? Why do you wish that? Because you're annoying because nobody likes you when you tell the story? Like, I wish. I'm not relatable. I get that. God damn. Your parents still together, I'm guessing, of course?
Yeah,
30
30 years.
years. God. And are you married? No. No, you're single. So is it possible you're the piece of shit, actually? I'm doing a little math here. Sit at your family's Thanksgiving table. Look to the left. Look to the right. Is there a piece of shit? If not, it might be you. All right, are you doing bad? You're like, I love it. I went there. I did my laundry. I'm 27. I stocked up. No, you're probably doing fine because you have, 2 parents that love each other in the household. Are you succeeding? Would you say?
Yeah, I'd say so.
What do you have? What kind of job do you have?
Working as a
Dispatcher.
dispatcher.
For what?
Police, fire, EMS.
Oh, okay, police, fire, EMS. Okay, all 3?
Yeah.
Interesting. Should you be doing all 3? Are those different jobs? Somebody's like, my husband's beating me. Just a hose. Gets it. Sorry. We got one guy doing them all. He pressed fire. So we're sorry about that, lady. Help! He's got a knife! What's the next step after dispatcher?
I have no idea.
No idea. Okay, nice. All right. So maybe things will fall apart at 35. Is there like do you just become a cop or a fireman from that or what? Is that how it works?
You could, or supervisor.
Or a supervisor. Okay, nice, interesting. Or which way you leaning? Cop, but you don't want to say it in this industry. Although maybe, I don't know, do you have an anger problem? All things considered, I guess if somebody has to be a cop, I guess you're fine. You know what I mean? Like, we don't want someone with a bad dad trying to prove something with it. You know what I mean? Like, it is. At the end of the day, if we have to have cops, I'll take a guy who loves his mom and his dad. It's all right. Maybe you're the rare guy that should be a cop, actually. What do you boys do? What do you fellas do? Either one. Huh?
Compliance sort of thing.
Huh?
Compliance, working compliance.
Compliance? For what? What is that exactly? Oh, Wells Fargo. Okay, so something bad. What about you? Finance. Wow, that's hilarious. You guys look like you sell chili dogs, and you have. It looks like you have two competing hot dog businesses across the street from each other. But you're both white collar fucking finance guys. Interesting. Wow. Who would have thought? Damn. Anybody here been with a strong girl before, like a bodybuilder, like CrossFit?
Horse girl.
Horse girl? Just like a girl that was into horses? That's not. Was she strong?
She's like built the same as me.
Built the same as you. Nice. Hell yeah. Okay. That I'll get. We'll allow it. We'll allow it. How? What do you mean your body? Like exactly your body type? Just you with long hair? Is that what you're saying? Did you beat off to you in a wig? Is that? Did you put on lipstick, look in the mirror, and jack off? He's on those little horses outside of a grocery store. He's out here again. Can you please get it? Yeah. He's wearing a wig. He's got his lipstick. He's rubbing his penis on the little horse. I mean, it's the third time this week. He's got to go. How'd you meet her?
Well,
17 of these fuckers left.
being in my science class.
I'm on 144th Street. Man.
You met her by her being a lesbian in your science class. You couldn't have said she was in my science class. She's like, yeah, dude, she's talking to her friends. There's this sexy bitch in my class, built exactly like me. She was pissed when she saw your dick. She's like, what the hell is this? I thought by his hips for sure there was a pussy under here. By his beautiful pear-shaped hips. Okay, interesting. She was a lesbian before. She hadn't fucked any guys?
No.
Wow, first one. How was that? How did that come about? You guys hit it off? You guys were sharing bowling shirts? She complimented you on your Hawaiian. You're like, yours is pretty sick too. How did you hit it off? This is very interesting, actually.
Yeah, well, the only reason I mentioned she was lesbian is my gay buddy introduced us.
Your gay buddy in the science class?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. This is a very LGBTQ friendly story. Okay, nice. So your gay friend introduced you to a lesbian woman that you turned bisexual. If you go trans, we got all of them figured out. You know what I mean? Is there a trans person involved? Because then you're banned for the cycle. Ah, shucks. Okay, nice. So your gay friend introduced you to a lesbian woman.
Yeah, and she basically wanted to give it a trial. And
Wow. So there was no romance involved here. It was just like, hey, here's my guy. This is my buddy. He will not get attached. I promise you. He will just appreciate the pussy. Doesn't care that you look exactly like him. I'm looking for a guy to fuck a woman that looks like a man. I got the guy. Follow me to the science lab. Get your beaker and Bunsen burner. I know the guy. Step 1, we enroll in Bio 101. So this was a pure setup. Like, interesting. Holy shit. Wow. And then and you were just like, so you were like, hello, I'd like to fuck your pussy. Zip. I mean, what had happened? Did you guys go out? Give me the...
yeah, like started slow, like we should try dating, blah, blah.
We should try dating.
I don't know if I'm in like straight sex, like whole
Sure.
months ordeal.
Oh, there was a nice courtship with this lesbian, is what you're saying. All right. You warmed her up to the... And how big is your penis, if you won't mind me asking? Yeah, is it the kind of penis that would scare someone who hasn't been fucked by one? Or is it like a nice starter penis? Because listen, I would be a great starter penis. If there's any lesbians out here tonight, they want to fuck somebody who's got a dick that won't do too much damage, I'm your guy, all right? That's what I'm saying. Are we the same kind of guy? Would you say?
Like 7.
So, nice 7. Is it thin, though? It's not thick, so yes, all right. So you got a slim 7. All right, nice. We can work with that. She can work with that. All right. So you're like, I got a Slim 7, you're gonna be A-okay. All right, nice. And then, so you guys kind of like dated, you know, we just kind of got to know each other, and then, okay.
On and off for a year.
On and off for a year, wow. And how did she obviously liked to have sex with you, or what?
I guess not enough.
Not enough, yeah. Did you like her?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, okay, all right. So you actually like got feelings for her. Oh, this is.
Yeah.
Oh, damn, dude. Nice. Well, I'm sorry that this lesbian broke your heart.
We're buddies now.
Huh? Oh, you're friends now? That's all. This is a very progressive story. This is a man who slowly fell in love
Yo,
with
what's up,
lesbian
lady?
woman. They fucked a couple times. She dumped him, and they still.
Oh
go bowling
shit!
together.
Appreciate the $2, my man. You're the goat.
That's nice, man.
Yeah, and then I fucked her ex-girlfriend.
There you go. Nice. Was she also shaped like you?
No.
All right. That'd be sick.
The goat. God bless, brother. God bless.
Hell yeah, dude. Nice. Well, how about now? You doing okay now? You fuck-wise?
I'm free as a bird now.
Free as a bird. Nice. Just checking out, seeing any curious.
Making that
women.
bank, bank, bank,
Checking
baby.
out rugby teams all across America. That's nice. But how about a nice hand for a friend over here, huh? What were you doing? A crematory. So is that now? Do you burn? It's either fucked up or delicious. I don't know which one.
It's either fucked up or
The
delicious.
smart part of me and the fat part of me were having a wrestling match. And I was like, it's for dead bodies. It's like, no, it's ice cream. That moment that you guys saw me just like kind of fucking glitch, that's what was happening. I was like, oh, which one is it?
How'd you bust your lip open?
Right? Yeah. Okay. All right. Nice. Damn. It sounds too tasty. They gotta change that name. Crematorium. I want to go there with a big spoon.
This pop up at the crematorium of the spoon. Buddy, what the fuck are you doing here? What do we put on now, chat? True crime? Sure.
Horrifying. That was horrifying.
Kevin, do you know anything about it?
No.
Lodger Police.
Yes, this is Howard Leisure. My aunt lives on Portage Street, and a friend of ours stopped over there yesterday to check on her, and she was nowhere to be found.
A 98-year-old woman died after she was reported missing yesterday. Police said she was found in a hidden location in her house.
And I believe that he planned to kill numerous people and used my aunt as a warm-up, so to speak, for those other killings.
Why did I lie about anything? That was stupid.
This is 17-year-old Gavin Ramsey brought in for interrogation after he
one of those diesel trucks I was working on had a tight ass bolt and it broke that shit loose.
Aware of at the time was that they are sitting in front of a
fuck.
morbid fantasies about killing and
dude, that hurt. Sounds like it hurt like a motherfucker. Damn.
Margaret Mary Frick Douglas.
At least you still got your
was born on
teeth.
September 15th, 1919 in Akron, Ohio. She was the second oldest of 4 children in her family and was described by many as a generous yet independent person. After World War II ended, Margaret married her soulmate Donald Douglas and relocated to
Donald
Wadsworth,
Douglas.
Ohio. The couple had opted to not have children of their own, so Wadsworth, being a small and safe suburban town with a close-knit community, was the perfect setting for them. The couple was
Bro, this shit's honestly an hour long. I'm not investing myself in. I'm not invested into that. I'm not investing myself into this. Yeah, any more knocked out? Facts. I feel that. Let's listen to this shit.
Hey, Stav, and hi, Eldest.
I just saw you in Salt Lake for the Fully Loaded tour,
nice.
and you crushed it. You were so good. Thanks
you.
for coming to Salt Lake.
Of course. Thank you
Anyways,
for coming.
my question is, I don't know, hopefully it's not too much of a downer question, but
Never.
recently I have, after I have sex, I just get this wave of depression, just
It's
the
probably
weight of the
because
world
you're
is on my
whoring yourself
shoulders.
out.
I start crying. It seriously is the strangest thing. I've asked my sister, I've asked a couple of my girlfriends if this has ever happened to them. They look at me like I'm crazy, and, you know, they're like, no, this has never happened to me. I don't know, like...
She's just
it's
having
not
meaningless
from,
sex and
you
expects
know,
fulfillment.
any sexual abuse. It's just really... I don't know if it's just, like, the huge release of, like, emotion. I don't know. I don't know what I would even say to, like, a doctor if I went, like, I'm not being sexually abused. Sex is great. Just every time I come, I just start to cry.
That's fucking wild.
I don't know. It's just really freaking me out.
Yeah, imagine
maybe
you
if
just
this has
fucking
ever
make this
happened with
chick
someone
fucking
you're
legs
with,
just
I
start
don't know.
squirming and then
Let
she
me
starts
know,
to
Saudi
cry, bro.
lady. I love you.
Oh my
Thanks.
god.
Bye.
Love you too.
They just start squirming and she just starts tearing up and starts crying. You think you did an amazing job and she's just bawling her eyes out.
Alright, that's not good, man. And she also busts. That's the thing. She cries when she busts. Yeah. Which is like kind of, it feels like it's like, you know. Maybe it was like, like a wire got crossed somewhere. Yeah. Where it's like,
a wire got crossed
if you
somewhere.
jack off and you bust,
Interesting
do you
question.
cry?
That's a good
That
question.
is a good clarifying
Damn it, I wish we had
question.
the answer to that
I
question
know,
before
I
giving any more
know.
advice.
I know. We should call her back.
Yeah.
We should call her right now.
But it seems-
Those fucking midnight.
Stop me blacked out for a second.
No, I was
It
seeing
seems
what
to be
time
tied
it
to
is.
the
What
physical
time
act
we
of
call her?
busting.
Yeah. Is it a physical? Is it physical? Yeah.
Which makes me think it's hormonal. Like, you get this flood of oxytocin or whatever after you have sex,
Okay.
and then, like,
Yeah.
there's a
We'll put it on
crash.
the
It's
lab
not a
coat.
happy cry. She said the wave of depression. Weight of the world.
Yeah.
Like, it's not
After
like,
all that
yeah.
washes out, then there's just the depression.
Uh-huh.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because what
I
is
think
depression? It's like the absence
every
of
time
the
is
chemicals in
crazy.
your brain that are supposed to be firing.
It just sounds like
serotonin and stuff.
post-nut clarity, right? It sounds like she maybe is experiencing.
Are you depressed?
Yeah, are you just
Yeah.
and like cum builds up and masks
Right.
the depression because now you're excited to have sex. Then you have that sex.
And she's having a good time too.
You having a good time having sex. You like sex. There's no question there. But then you come and you got the post-nut clarity and you're sad again. It's not related
Same
to
guy
any...
or different guys?
Good question.
Yeah, there's a
After
couple
She said
different
the sex is great, which made it sound like one guy.
yeah.
If it's one guy and not multiple guys, then the question is, has it happened with other guys?
Mhm.
Yeah.
And if not, like, okay, so you haven't been abused, which would have been obviously, everyone goes right to there.
Yeah,
It's
she
like-
knew that, which is why she said it. Yeah.
But is the sex great, but this relationship is not good? Because that can happen. Like,
Right,
when
yeah.
you're in a weird, fucked up relationship and you
Yeah.
both like hook up, and then after you both nut, you're so sad. You're like,
Yeah,
what have we
sometimes
done
the sex
here?
is so great that it like deceives you. Like you think that the relationship is great because you think that good sex means love.
Yeah.
And it doesn't.
Right.
At all.
And it's like now we're back to the part where we don't have anything in common, and I'm just staying at her place for the next couple hours.
And I'm
presumably.
remembering that we had a horrific breakup 6 months ago.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And like you know,
my
that's,
mom hates you.
Yeah.
And like
all her friends, if they found out.
I'm from Baltimore.
Nice.
And I feel like we are brethren. So I know that you can help me with my situation, or at least give me some advice for my situation. So
Look at
I've been
this
with my
fat
girlfriend for
fucker, bro.
about
Oh my
6
god.
months. You know, we come from crazy different worlds.
Fucking
I'm from
stop.
Camden, Baltimore. She's from Highlandtown.
Pause this.
Collide. Anyway,
Hold on.
This is fucking crazy.
This is
I'm from
Montagues
Hamden.
and Capulets.
She's from Highlandtown. You're from you're from the white trash neighborhood that got gentrified by accident, and she's from the white trash neighborhood that Latino families are moving into.
Yeah.
That's the only difference. There is no huge culture shock. You're 15 minutes away from each other.
Yeah, it's insane. Quick lime scooter ride to each other.
I don't know anything
Or
about
just
Baltimore.
Get your steps in distance. Like neither one of you are going to the Montessori school.
That's
like
awesome.
each one of you smoked your first cigarette with a blood relative.
Absolutely.
So yeah. Let's ease up this whole
That's
wrong
awesome.
side of the tracks.
I hope he's kidding, and I hope we jump down his throat for no reason. But my fear is he's not.
Crazy different worlds. I'm from Hamden, Baltimore. She's from Highlandtown. Worlds collide. Anyway, we hit it off. We're, in love, I would say. But she comes from a big family, a lot of guys. Grandfather, uncles, all that.
A lot of guys.
We were at a cookout.
Bro, my
at her house
girlfriend's
last weekend.
family's a fucking sausage fest.
Dude, every time I go over there for fucking dinner, it's just bowls
There's
and bowls.
no good pussy over there.
There ain't no fucking squish nowhere. Dude, I drove all the way from Hamden to Highlandtown in fucking rush hour traffic up Eastern Ave. And it's just a bunch of fucking hairy Greek asses.
It's just Uncle City over there, yo.
Fuck is this about? They got a PlayStation 3 still hooked up. And they consider that shit cutting edge over there. Bullshit, yo. Fucking bullshit, yo.
This guy's awesome.
This guy rules.
Grandfather, uncles, all that. We were at a cookout at her house last weekend, or a couple weeks ago, and we were having some drinks, maybe we were smoking a little, Tom Danks. And it got a little out of control. People were, jumping in the pool, acting crazy. So I was walking in the kitchen where everyone was, taking shots and stuff, and I had on sweatpants and no underwear, and her grandfather, he's a big prankster, pulled my pants down. My genitals. And her uncle, who's also a funny guy, said that my penis looked like a pigeon's nose.
Dude, pause this again. This is awesome. This family is incredible. They sound so sick. He's like, it got out of hand. He's describing like a college rager.
Yeah.
People are taking shots in the kitchen, jumping in the pool.
Next thing I know,
they're
my
pulling
pants are
pranks
getting
on
yanked
them.
off.
He's getting, her grandfather is a big prankster. That's an incredible sentence
That's
right there.
amazing. He's a big prankster. If your dick looks like a pigeon's beak, which, by the way, that's the best way that story could have bridged into. Because
I actually want to look at a pigeon's nose
my
right
grandfather
now.
pulls the pants off. Uncle dives on me, starts sucking me. One of the other cousins got my arms pinned to the linoleum. My arms is pinned in place, and I'm just getting worked on. And I can feel the hot stubble near my area. And I'm just like, oh, this ain't cool. Dude, you didn't even try my taco dip that I brought. You ain't even try it.
A pigeon's nose is so little and fucked up.
That's such a
and
small
sharp.
That's
He
sharp.
got you.
Dude,
and that's a
killed
great
you.
roast because it doesn't make that much sense, but it sounds so funny.
You can kind of fill in the blanks.
Yeah.
You're like, okay, if you
It's
said
little. It's
it
a
looked like a
bird's
toucan. I'm like,
It's
okay.
a bird's nose. That's
Bird's
fine.
Tiny dick in there.
All
Okay,
right, let's finish
please.
this guy up.
Everyone laughed. Everyone hooting and hollering, laughing, joking. Didn't think anything of it. Now my nickname is Pigeon in the family. Every single time I come over, what's up, Pigeon? They even started calling me Pigeon Coop. And my girlfriend kind of has been a little standoffish, not really acting.
Fly your little dick over here
This
for
is
dinner.
awesome.
Anyway, maybe give me some advice. What would you do? How would you deal with this? Would you just keep going along with everyone calling you Pigeon because your penis looks like a pigeon nose? The pigeon, I guess they're saying that my penis is the size of a pigeon's penis, but
You're owned, brother.
Dude, this is
You are owned.
This is written
for
in
life.
This is in ink.
Like, here's the thing is, you have left an indelible mark on this family one way or another. Because let's say you can't take it, you break up with her, they will be talking about pigeon dick
Forever.
Forever.
And you are a bright point on that family's timeline.
Yeah.
Okay, when someone finally came over from the old country, someone finally got that promotion.
They're always talking about Pigeon.
Hey, remember, whatever happened to Pigeon?
What happened to Pigeon?
Tell him to fly his tiny little dick over here for another barbecue.
This is awesome because you can hear how annoyed he is in his voice. You can hear the helplessness of someone who wants
that's so
it's
funny.
like the Dave Chappelle joke where it's like somebody lying about someone you fucked or whatever. It's like, I didn't do it.
I didn't do that. You know this is permanent.
It's, dude, you
gotta lean
I will say
into it.
too, I don't know if you guys caught it, but he did mention like his girlfriend he said she's acting standoffish and it sounds like she's feeling weird about it now. He said
that all of her male relatives saw his tiny little dick.
He said she's standoffish and isn't acting the same way towards him since that happened. So I think that might be it a little more.
That's it more.
He's probably like a little annoyed, but I don't think he gives a fuck that much based on what the
So
call
it's
was.
not so much the nickname that's got him rattled, it's the fact that his girlfriend, who I hope already knew what kind of dick he was working with. Well, dude, what if that's the first time she saw it? What if they were waiting, very first time, near that big glass bowl of Totito scoops with the queso in the middle? Like, dude, what if her uncle and grandfather saw his dick before she did? And they have to report back and be like, hey,
that'd be tough.
Baby girl,
to report back.
interest in mine. You know that before we continue.
Quick dick check before you're allowed to the barbecue.
Heads up.
We need to know what you're working with.
Listen, we just want you to be happy, and that ain't gonna get it done.
It's not gonna be Pigeon
because we
nose.
just saw that candy corn that popped out of his sweatpants. We did the old. Well, this is this family's tradition.
That's this family's insane.
They're
by the way,
incredibly insane.
Looked at Grandpa pantses him, and they call him and they roast him about his dick. They're not all like, They, like to them, that's the best case scenario is that they saw his penis. That's crazy.
They've done this before.
That's it. They are. I see what he's.
Oh,
and by the way,
that's
this is not a
funny.
Hamden Highlandtown thing.
No.
This is your family's not completely off the chain, insane and fun. This family sounds fun.
They sound like a great time to be a part of.
Yeah.
But to be the victim of.
Yeah. And here's the very reality. The reality about this kind of thing is that you cannot fight this.
No.
You are Pigeon.
You're outnumbered, Pigeon.
You're Pigeon, and the only thing you can do. This
Yeah,
is kind of like
Pigeon.
you're in a frat and you're getting hazed. You're pledging right now. Soon enough, you'll see somebody else's boyfriend's penis.
There you go.
And then they get hazed or whatever.
Then
It's
that's
like,
your chance.
And now that's your chance. You better come up with something fun.
You better hit him with
what is that? A
something great.
gerbil's toe?
Oh wow! Look at that. Someone's trying to sneak a chickpea out of here. Someone doing, hey, old garbanzo bean dick over here.
Garbanzo.
Hey, what's going on there, Snap Pete? Yeah, you just unfortunately, this is you now, Pigeon. So
now the
girl on the other hand's odd.
So that's the thing. That's what I was gonna say. Is like you got to be Pigeon. You got to roll with the punches. You got to not be whatever. You got to just be cool and like laugh it off. And then look, they were mocking you about your penis. That really lets you. You can let her uncles have it. This is not a family that you have to mince words around.
Oh,
you can
no.
call him a fucking
Clearance
retard.
to fucking land.
Like that's the thing. This is kind of fun, right? The problem is the girlfriend. Like there is a possibility here. Now here's the flip side of a family like this is like this seems a little. This is pretty old fashioned in a way where if your girl sees you emasculated, this is the type of family where the woman might not. You might not even be. She might not let
She
you
doesn't
come
respect
back
you
from
anymore.
that.
She was
Yeah.
in that moment. Maybe she was in the background somewhere, pants off, pigeon dick, and then time slowed down. And she's waiting for like, okay, my baby's gonna fire back.
Like,
my baby's gonna fire back. It's like, oh, I need you to know your baby girl loves choking on this bird or something, or you know, I've been throwing bird seed down your girl's esophagus, or some sort of return fire. And if you had nothing and you locked it up. She's probably in the background like, fuck.
He didn't stand up to her long dick grandpa.
Yeah.
Someone dropped a steak, you just hear it. That John Hamm dick. Oh, that's a shame. Yeah, but sorry, man.
Yeah, so basically, honestly, I think you just gotta like keep rolling with the
Oh,
punches.
dude, that's so funny. You didn't stand up to her long dick grandpa.
Boil down to have a conversation.
Yeah,
that was
if
so
your
funny.
girl keeps acting weird, you gotta be
Oh,
like, "What's
God.
up?" You got to talk about it. And the thing is, either way, that'll either fix it, or she's the kind of toxic woman that thinks you getting pwned like that makes you a homo that she doesn't want to date. And you'll find out either way, because if you try and bring up her feelings, she will find that gay as well. And it's like that conversation will either fix your relationship or will make it clear the kind of woman your girlfriend is.
This is not it. Yeah. And
But
find out if they've done this before. I'm dying to find out if this is a
Yo, Eric, I'm doing great, brother. How are
This was
you?
a coordinated effort between an uncle that was put in a position and a grandfather.
This was his way out. This is the uncle's way out.
This is the uncle. This is the uncle and the grandfather being like, okay, let's hit him with the old razzle dazzle.
Hit him with the old razzle dazzle.
Sweatpants on, just like we requested. Bam, dick roast. Say something, nothing. You're not good enough for my baby.
And listen, if she's the kind of person who's annoyed that her, because here's the other thing. Some women will think it's funny the way some dudes can roll with the punches. But other guys will be like, "Fuck you, my dick's big. You're a fucking old piece of shit, right?"
It's big around the base.
She might be
Around
the
the
girl
base.
version of that who she doesn't want to have the one who's pigeon. She doesn't want her boyfriend to be. To her, it could be humiliating. Yeah, and I think that
in a family full of men too, which he kicked it off with, be like the most of her family is all men, and if it's a bunch of fucking Eastern Ave Highlandtown dudes, there's a good chance there's some squashes in that family.
And she doesn't want to be alphaed. No, she doesn't want. She could be the kind of person that doesn't want you alphaed. Now, let me be clear. What I'm saying about that is, she's a fucking dumb bitch. Women that think that way are, they're the flip side. They're the type of bitches that like want to get hit. You know what I mean? Like they're like the Andrew Tate. They're women who are like sharing Andrew Tate posts, and it's like he actually is saying some true stuff.
He makes a good point. Some of those women want to be shipped overseas in the container. Kinda. If you think about it, look at a flight from Hong Kong to Malibu. He just saved her $2,000 by absconding with her after firing a net gun at her in her village.
I think it's also like not even wanting to be hit or whatever, but like who want their boyfriend to get in a fight at the smallest like slight
hit
from
was
the
a little.
street.
Hit was extreme.
I know.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow, now Eldest all of a sudden is a Mr. Red Pill.
Someone's standing
You're
up
about
for
to
the
get
good people.
you're about to get the red pill. You're about to get your red pill credentials taken. You're about to get all your all women are whores credentials
I
taken.
just say that because I like dated someone in the past who literally was like, "Oh, I think it's so hot when the guy fights for me," and I'm like, "I'm not fucking fighting
for you, bitch."
You kidding me? Look at me, his Make-A-Wish ass body. No chance.
I'm fighting the day the Ravens lose if someone's being a dick about it.
Yeah.
I'm not fighting over your dumpy ass.
No, I'm fighting someone that
That was so Greek right there. What he just said. Don't be
That's the only
Holy
guaranteed
fuck.
W. And that's after like someone I was hoping wins the Intercontinental title at Mania doesn't.
Yeah.
That's about it. I'm not fighting anybody at fucking Bowhager's for your honor. Okay, you got a misspelled Crazy Town tattoo on the side of your neck and 2 different K-Swiss on your feet. I'm not throwing hands for this woman who considers Paul Mall's a food group. Fuck that.
That's female toxicity right there. So anyway, either you're in a fun family now and you have a fun little nickname and you are gonna have to start defending yourself and roasting back. You can only be the fun pledge for so long before it's pathetic. But that could be. That sounds honestly like a pretty. I would much rather be in a family like that than like some uptight,
some stuffy,
waspy, like
you're not using the
Connecticut,
right fork for the salad.
New Hampshire, exactly.
Some
that kind
blue
of shit.
blood type shit. They've got like naval art on the walls.
Give me fun trash over that.
Give me
every
a
day.
dude with an Insignia TV that he definitely stole from a fucking Target. Yeah, no, give me a dude.
That's funny because my
it.
parents have an Insignia
The
TV.
bubble screen.
Oh, 100%. He still plays the Xbox 360. Fucking loves.
Yep.
He's on Madden 02.
Yep. No HDMI cables. They have red, yellow, and white connecting cables.
Component gets it done. Component gets it done. Honestly, from what I was told by my pediatrician, the human eye can't see beyond 720p. The human eye can't actually see beyond 720p. So you're sort of throwing your money away. All I'm saying, Pigeon Dick.
So good luck, Pigeon. We're rooting for you.
Yeah, cheers, Pigeon.
Chad, do you guys think Pigeon Dick stands a chance?
Who were these people? How'd it go?
I don't think he stands a chance.
Hey. Hey, Stavy BB. 29. I've been dating my girlfriend for fucking 4.5 years. She's dope. I'm turning 30 soon, and I was going to plan to propose to her at my surprise birthday party that I am planning for myself.
That's not a surprise, you fucking dunce.
Should I do that proposal in the midst of the party and like grab a mic? Or should I like pull to the side and be like, hey, I found something out back that you should see, and then pull her out there and pop the old question?
Stop.
She's like 99% going to say yes, but if she were to say no,
This
I don't
guy
want to be
fucking
mortified
sucks.
and,
This
you
is
know, have to kill
insane.
myself. if it
I can't
happens in
believe.
the middle of the,
How is
the
every
bash.
sentence crazier than the last?
Please advise.
Hold on, play it back,
yeah,
play it back.
but if she
Let's
were
let
to say
the
no,
let's let the audience truly hear
she's
what
like
we're seeing here.
99% going to say yes, but if she were to say no, I don't want to be mortified and, you know, have to kill myself if it happens in the middle of the bash. So please advise.
Okay.
Thank you. Love you.
This is
Bye.
a recent call, right, Elders?
Yes.
Thank God.
Yeah, this is like a 911 message.
Do not do this. This is one of the worst ideas I've ever heard in my life.
Well, it starts with an idea that doesn't. I mean,
first of all, we're not on board with you as a human being when you say surprise birthday party, planning for myself.
Like, what are you?
You're 30. You're a fucking loser. Well, I guess it's 30, so you're planning a big party. Okay, fine. But surprise? What are you calling it a surprise birthday for?
It's not. I guess maybe he doesn't know what a surprise birthday party is.
Yeah, it does literally not. You're gonna walk in. What are you, a fucking baby?
So either you're just having a regular birthday party and don't know what a surprise party is, or you're gonna fake it.
Yeah,
which is totally
that's
unacceptable.
Crazy.
Yeah,
that's like truly a baby makes people say happy birthday to them.
Yeah,
and be like, oh,
yeah,
like you can. What happened here, man? Did you really want a surprise birthday when you were a little kid and you didn't get it, so now you're making a point of it?
I wonder if it's like some crazy elaborate plot where he knows he's getting the surprise party, but he's trying to get ahead of it, of his girlfriend planning it or something.
You think it's like The Game, the movie The Game?
Oh man, he's gonna get shot at the end and be like fall on a big trampoline, like oh my god.
No, okay, so. Let's take that aside. Okay. Let's take the surprise birthday party aside, whatever. He also sounds a little nervous. Now, I don't doubt that you really love your girlfriend. That's true. Everything you've said about this proposal, which, look, traditionally in our society is more for the woman, right? Like, they've probably been thinking about getting proposed to. It's been 4.5 years, all this stuff. You're doing it at your birthday party, fully about you, that you've been planning about yourself. You're like, should I do it in the middle of it? Should I get even more attention? Like, or should I pull it to the side to make sure I don't get embarrassed? You haven't thought about what your girlfriend wants for 1 second. Everything you're saying here is like, I'd really love it at my surprise birthday if she said yes, and our anniversary of our engagement is my birthday.
Surprise birthday. I mean, you are potentially planning the worst event possible for yourself. Like, the worst case scenario of this is 9/11.
High risk, high reward. Yes, yes. Actually, high risk, low reward.
Yeah, you could do it.
Because this isn't a good engagement.
It's not. The idea that you are going to, first of all, some people might be whispering to each other, like, it's not a surprise. Why did he make us yell?
Yeah, everyone's
so
going to be like,
off.
Yes, that's so true.
Energy's not great.
Half the people, even if they don't say it to your face, are like,
they're worried.
It's kind of fucking weird.
They're worried.
Do this. Is he okay?
And then, so off of that, escalating that to a public proposal that even if there's a 1% chance, that like people would this would be very catastrophic if it goes the worst way possible.
Bad. That's true. That is a great point. I didn't even think about the absolute worst case. But that's the floor, and what's the ceiling?
Yeah, right.
Your girlfriend's like, cool. Like you think she as a little girl was like, I hope some guy after forcing his friends to go through an elaborate ruse to for his self-esteem. I hope he then needs more attention and uses my engagement as a way for him to feel even better on his birthday.
Yeah.
Like, truly think, is this what my girlfriend would want? Nowhere in this have you even considered it. It seems to me. Now, maybe I'm reading this wrong. I don't think I am, because you're having a surprise birthday party for yourself. So I think I know you as a person. So really rethink this, pal. And we're going to... Fuck. He did this... We don't know when this episode is going to come out. We might have to fucking expedite this. So
Just
that you
this
don't,
part. You might just have to like get this part out fast.
So that you
it's
don't...
like the bat signal.
Because we've banked a couple episodes. So we're going to just cross our fingers this hasn't happened yet. But you know what? If it did and it went well, and we did it after the fact, and we got you all wrong, please call back. If it did and went wrong, call back even faster. Yeah. Because I really need to hear that story.
Because you do drop some nobody's super comfortable with being like...
That's funny as fuck. If he did call back even fast. Oh, God.
A husband is returning home from an early morning workout and calls police as he's just a few minutes away, asking them to check on his family, since his wife hasn't answered his calls or texts all morning. He's concerned, given that he's recently been receiving death threats towards his wife and young sons. So why would he risk leaving them alone? And why the urgency now that he's just minutes away from being home? Come find out as we explore this high-profile case as you've never seen it. Welcome back to Crime A to Z, where we detail cases and criminals from their very beginning until well after other reporting ends. Today we'll be talking about the Coleman family murders and how 3 innocent people's lives were selfishly stolen from them. You'll learn how the killer laid what is now an obvious trail of breadcrumbs on his lengthy journey to the killings. Christopher Coleman, known as Chris to family and friends, was born in 1977 to parents Ron and Connie Coleman, both Christian evangelical pastors. Chris had 2 brothers, but was the quietest and most reserved of the bunch. In junior high, he was described as very kind, a team player, and someone who never lost his temper. In high school, Chris was inspired when a U.S. Marine Corps recruiter visited his school, which led him to join the Marines right out of high school. It was there where 22-year-old Chris, attending a K-9 training seminar at an Air Force base in San Antonio, met 21-year-old Sherry Weiss, who was at the time an Air Force military police officer attending a training. Sherry was born to parents Angela DeSicco and Donald Weiss in 1977 as well, and was raised in Cook County, Illinois. In August 2007, just 3 months after the couple had met, Chris brought Sherry to Chester, Illinois to meet his parents. From the start, Sherry didn't impress Chris's Christian parents. Chris's father, Ron Coleman, recalled that she was a worldly little girl, little short shorts, tattoo on her leg, not the person we thought he'd be with. Just one day after that meeting, the couple would elope in Chicago. Chris's parents would later claim that Chris immediately regretted it, stating that he was repentant.
Look out.
After the elopement, Chris's parents learned that Sherry was pregnant. Chris and Sherry welcomed their first son, Garrett, in 1988, and his second son, Gavin, in 2000. The family settled into a comfortable 2-story home in Columbia, Illinois, not far from Chris's parents in Chester. Chris landed a job as a personal bodyguard for Joyce Myers of Joyce Myers Ministries. Joyce knew the Colemans and was a popular televangelist and head of an international Christian ministry.
And the devil fills our minds with junk.
And the
Joyce
devil
originally hired Chris
fills
to work
our
on her security
minds
team,
with junk.
but he was soon promoted to be her personal bodyguard, earning a salary of $100,000 per year as he traveled with her worldwide for speaking engagements. The extensive travel had its pros and cons, the main con being that he was traveling more often than he was home, which caused friction between him and Sherry. Adding to the friction was Sherry's complaint that Chris was not affectionate. She even confided in one friend that after she and Chris were intimate on a certain occasion, which hardly ever occurred, He told her afterward not to take it to mean, that he loved her. And there were also arguments about money, with Chris being the only person bringing in an income and Sherry enjoying shopping and donating to charities. Tensions regarding money mounted.
Donating to charity, it's like the dumbest shit in the world, bro. Biggest fucking scam out there. Donating to a fucking charity.
Then in 2008, their marriage took a turn for the worse.
Biggest
Chris
scam in
shared
the
with
world.
friends that he was
All I think
planning
it's
to
good for
divorce
is getting
Sherry
money
after
off your
the holidays.
taxes.
Around the same time,
On
Sherry
God.
told friends that she suspected that Chris was having an affair with an old high school friend of hers that she had introduced him to. She even told one friend bitterly, "You want to see the woman my husband's having an affair with?" as she pulled up a photo of a woman named Tara Lintz on Facebook. But still, Sherry wanted to make their marriage work. It was toward the end of that same year, on November 14th, 2008, that Chris also started receiving threatening emails and letters expressing extreme animosity and hatred toward Joyce Myers.
So I need a
But
pickaxe.
strangely, instead of threatening Joyce, the letters threatened harm against Chris and his family. The message read in part, "Tell Joyce to stop preaching the bullshit, or Chris's family will die. If I can't get to Joyce, and I will get to someone close to her. If I can't get to him, then I will kill his wife and kids." Chris shared the threats with police. And since a detective sergeant happened to live across the street from Chris, he set up a surveillance camera to watch Chris's house and mailbox. Patrol cars also began patrolling his home frequently. The threatening messages came regularly until April 27 with the final letter that read in part, "I'm giving you the last warning. Stop today or else."
Yo, almighty, bro. God bless, bro.
You can't hide
You're a
from me
G.
forever. I'm always watching. Your worst nightmare is about to happen.
You're an absolute G. Revolution. Congrats,
It's
brother.
the morning of May 5th, 2009. Chris left his home on Robert Drive at 5:43 a.m. to go work out at a gym across the river in St. Louis. Rather than wake her before he left, he called his wife, Sherry, at 5:43 as he was pulling out of the driveway to make sure she was awake. She didn't answer. He then texted her several times afterward with no response. His last text read, "Are you awake? I know you was tired last night. I have about 5 minutes left on cardio, then I'll be home. Hello, you up? Time to get the kids up."
God
Chris
bless.
would later tell police that he was worried that Sherry wasn't answering, even though he went on to complete the cardio workout he referred to, then work out an additional 15 minutes after that. At 6:43, on his way home from working out, Chris called his detective neighbor, Detective Sergeant Justin Barlow, and asked him to check on Sherry and the boys, concerned that he wasn't getting a response. He told Barlow that he was on his way home and was just about 5 minutes away. Cell tower records show that after that call, he actually drove past his highway exit, then made an additional call to the Columbia Police Department asking them to check on his family as well. Barlow meets an officer from the Summit Police Department at the Coleman home. They quickly find that a basement window at the back of the house is open, and its screen is out. They immediately call for backup and enter the home through the open window, where they instantly smell the fumes of spray paint. Then, sprawled on the walls, are numerous red spray-painted messages, including, "I am always watching. You have paid," and "punished," among profanities and other messages. Chris arrives home at 6:56 a.m., having taken 13 minutes to complete what should have been just a 5-minute drive. Police advise him to wait outside as they proceed through the home, confident that whatever else they find can't be good. Soon after, they discover the bodies of 31-year-old Sherry, 11-year-old Garrett, and 9-year-old Gavin, all strangled. As they head back downstairs, one of the officers warns the other officers that this might be our guy, limit what we tell him. The officers inform Chris that his family didn't make it, but nothing further. Chris doesn't ask what happened, who did it, how they died, or forced to be allowed in. He sits on the ground and begins to sob. He then calls his father. At the scene,
Yo,
observers
Toke.
notice scratches
All
on
right.
Chris's arms and bring it to the attention of the officers. And shortly afterward, as Chris is being consoled in an ambulance, he looks down at red marks on his right arm and asks, "How did that get there?" He then proceeds to start banging his fists on the gurney, so he can later claim that that's how he acquired the scratches. Chris was brought to the Columbia Police Department for questioning, where he gave his account on what happened that morning.
Well, I set my alarm clock for 5:30 and I used my phone for my alarm clock. And
got up at 5:30, went in the bathroom, put these clothes here I got on, and went to the bathroom, basically got in the truck and left. And drove off. I got to, I don't know where I was at, but I called Sherry to wake her up, get her going, and she didn't answer, of course. And so I went on to the gym, to Gold's Gym, and over by Ronnie's Plaza in South County. And
You're here with me? Alright, tokes up, boys. Tokes
started
up.
working out. I text her at some point. I might even called her again. I don't remember. I could probably look at my phone if you want me to.
Do you guys have a home phone number too, or just cell phones?
We just use cell phones. So I text her, and then she still didn't respond. And
Tokes, boys. Anyone tokes? Chat, tokes, chokes, tokes. Anybody at all.
after 6 o'clock sometime when I texted her.
Anyone at all.
Phone time it was. Okay. And she didn't respond. That's not like her because the kids should have been up and stuff, or getting up and going by then, I believe. And so
Tokes.
I called her
Alright,
again.
cheers.
Called her again on the way back, or when I was getting ready to leave, and she didn't respond again, and I started getting a little concerned because it's not like her not to answer the phone. Sometimes she won't answer if she's in the shower, but she always calls me back right away.
Go, baby!
She didn't do that at all. So that's when I called you.
During the interrogation, Chris mentioned he was cold and requested a blanket from the officers. The officers brought him a blanket, but once he received it, the only part of his body he covered up was his scratched arm. Chris also never asked during the interrogation or otherwise whether his own security system or the neighbor's security system had been checked to see if the killer had been recorded. But police had already checked the neighbor's footage and were aware that no one either came to or from the Coltman home, other than Chris. They asked Chris if he had any marital problems, and he said he didn't. He admitted to having a close friend, Tara Lintz, that Sherry introduced him to in November of the prior year, 2008, but that they were just friends. Tara Lintz was already being interrogated in Florida. She acknowledged that they were indeed having an affair and that they planned to marry the following year.
How long have you been in a relationship with Chris?
Since late November, early December.
Where all of you guys been together?
Phoenix and Hawaii, Maui.
What would you tell his wife when he was gone?
He would have just told that he was working.
She also shared that Chris planned to serve Sherry divorce papers on that very day, the day that she ended up being murdered. During Chris's interrogation, findings from the search and early analysis of physical evidence were constantly being delivered to the officers conducting the interrogation. So they knew early on that the victim's time of death was well before Chris stated that he left the home. Police used their expert interrogation strategies to try to get Chris to acknowledge what was becoming more and more clear.
We've got this information. You're saying
No.
and we're giving you opportunity to give us something contrary to what you told us before, so that okay, yeah, all right, that would make sense. That hasn't happened.
Attack exchange of base from the south side.
She was alive. She was laying right beside me.
We can go back and forth with this all day long, but the physical evidence doesn't lie.
Quest
She
done.
was not alive when you left this morning.
Damn near
Your children
anyone.
weren't alive when we left this morning.
Yes, they were.
No, come on, Chris. We gotta get over this. Now, there's reasons. There's reasons.
Timothy.
That's the point we're at. I wanna
Hey.
hear the reasons. Now is when we need to find out what happened, man. It's so important. You're at a great point to be able to help us to try to figure this out. We already know what happened. We need to know why it happened. All right.
What did I tell you?
Listen, no, you do know what to tell us.
No, I don't.
Come on, Chris. She was not
How the
alive
fuck
when
do I
you
get
left.
out of
Your
here?
children were not alive when you left. You know that's true, and I know that's true.
No, it is.
We need to clear this
How do I
up
get out of
now.
here?
We need to clear it up now. Did something happen? What happened?
Nothing happened.
What was going on in your life, Chris? Because I can't buy what you're saying. The physical evidence does not lie, Chris. It does not. She was not alive when you left, period. The physical evidence does not lie, man.
What do you want me to tell you?
The
I
truth.
don't.
The
No,
truth.
I'm telling you
How
the
did,
truth.
How did we get to this point? That's what I need to know.
Teleport, maybe?
I need to know how and why we got to the point we're at right now. We both know you're not telling me the truth. We both know that. I've done this a long time. I'm looking into your eyes, and I can tell you, you're not being truthful, Chris. We need
Alright,
answers.
Wiz,
Our
look
answers.
out.
As bad as this sounds, as bad as this looks, or you may think it looks, we understand, and I've talked to many people who have given me reasons, and it's like, you know what? Okay, all right, I can understand how somebody might have been feeling that at that time. And maybe they acted on it and they shouldn't have, and they regret it. There's no way to turn clocks back. You can't turn clocks back. You understand that, don't you?
There we go.
You can't turn the clock back. The only thing we can do is go forward from this point, and we need to know what and why it happened. Come on, Chris, help me out with this.
I'm telling you, I've already told you. I told everybody. I told the guy in the ambulance. I told you. I told him.
The more we go back like this, the more it makes me think that there maybe even isn't a good explanation for it. I mean, we need to know what happened. We can't keep going on this. It didn't, she was alive when I left. We know that's not true, and there's nothing we can do about changing that. If we know she wasn't alive when you left this morning, there's got to be an explanation. Now is the time to tell us. Now is the time to get this out of the world.
I don't know what else to tell you.
Yes, you do. Yes,
No.
you do. You have to tell me the truth, Chris.
I'm telling you the truth.
Were you involved in her death?
No.
Okay.
Chris would not confess. So while the information pouring in was squarely pointing at Chris as the murderer, there wasn't enough evidence yet to
69,420.
charge and hold him.
Yeesh.
So after 6 long hours of
Let's go.
interrogation, Chris was free to leave. A funeral was held for Sherry, Gavin, and Garrett on May 9th at Evergreen Cemetery in Chester. A few days after the funeral, Sherry's family had the bodies brought to a suburb of Chicago for visitation. Chris did not attend that service. And by mid-May, just a couple weeks after the murders, family and friends were disgusted when they found that Chris had dismantled and thrown away the memorial and tribute that mourners had accumulated outside their front yard, along with having moved out numerous boxes of their belongings. Meanwhile, detectives with the Major Case Squad were building their case. Once the evidence was gathered and all the forensic results were in, a clear picture emerged, riddled with damning evidence against Chris. Chris began having an affair with his wife's friend Tara starting in November of 2008, evidenced by 2 rendezvous that they had in Arizona and Hawaii, as well as X-rated texts, pictures, and hundreds of videos.
Damn, she's sending him the ass
They had plans
pic.
to marry in January 2010. The Colemans
Dude,
had
I can't
a
lie though, that
Disney
chick's
World plan
sexy
for
as
July
fuck. I'd let her suck
2009.
my dick in Hawaii too.
Tara wasn't happy about that, and as she would later testify, she told Chris that she didn't want him to go. She stated, "Chris told me he canceled it, but that Sherry had rescheduled it for the fall. I posed as Sherry in a call to Disney World to check. Chris planned a cruise with Tara to the Virgin Islands in place of the Disney trip. In the summer of 2008,
Heartless.
Sherry texted a friend that Chris had beat her, and later that he wanted to leave her. Sherry stated that she went over Chris's head to his boss, Joyce Myers, who required them to go into couples counseling in order for Chris
Hang
to
on,
keep his job.
pause.
Chris was furious, and Sherry messaged the same friend that Chris said that, "I ruined his life and he can't believe that he can't get away from me." A friend of Chris's recalled him complaining about his shotgun marriage and that he worked 80 to 90 hours a week, quote, "protecting some millionaire lady I don't even like, while my old lady gets to sit at home in this nice big house.
Oh, dude, what the
I'm
fuck?
making
I
$100,000 a
lost.
year, and I've got to drive around in
That's
a clunker."
ignorant.
The friend said Chris often talked about not wanting to be with Sherry, but not knowing what to do, and that if he got divorced, he'd lose his job. After Christmas that year, Sherry confides in friends that Chris wants a divorce, and that she and the kids were in the way. Friends noticed the pain and worry that Sherry was going through around that time. But one friend noted that by early April,
That's so
Sherry was
bullshit. How do
entirely
I lose
different,
on my own
bubbly,
channel?
and happy. She'd pick up the phone excited and giddy whenever Chris called. At church 3 days before the murders, she and Chris even answered the altar call invitation for a marriage blessing and went up to the altar to receive it. And then, May 4th, 2009, the night before the murders, a neighbor reported that Garrett was supposed to stay the night at their home for her son's birthday, stating, "It was a tradition for Garrett Coleman to come over for my son's birthday. Garrett was supposed to come over one night, but later said he couldn't. I recall them saying, 'Dad said tonight is not a good night.'" On May 5th, 2009, Chris Coleman awakes about 5:30 a.m., gets dressed, and leaves home, headed for the gym. To establish his alibi, he starts phoning and texting Sherry the moment he leaves and throughout his workout to wake her, a practice he had no record of doing in the past. On the way home, Chris makes the calls to Detective Barlow and to the police station, all while uncharacteristically taking a bizarrely long road home. Police
Level 46 Lizardman. Should be able to kill him with range, right? Okay, fuck it. We're doing it.
Chris, his father, and Joyce Myers assemble at the home while the bodies are discovered inside. When Chris's father asks Chris if there's anyone he should call for him, he replies, "Yes, Tara Lentz." Chris texts Tara himself just a few hours after the murder. No one calls Sherry Coleman's family to tell them of her or the boys' deaths for days. The time of death of the Coleman family is confirmed to be well before Chris left for the gym in the morning. Detectives called on the expertise of world-famous pathologist Michael Bawden, who starred in his own HBO series, Autopsy. Bawden placed the time of death likely close to 3 a.m. and, depending on factors, possibly even earlier than that. But he stated it was most certainly before Chris left the home. Upon examining Chris's bank statements from 3 months prior, police learned that Chris had purchased the exact brand of spray paint and color, candy apple red, that was used to write the messages on the walls. Chris would claim that the killer found the spray paint in their home and used it. The threatening letters and emails contained misspellings that Chris routinely made in past communications of his, including misspelling, opportunities, and several threatening messages. DNA found under Sherry's fingernails were consistent with Chris Coleman's DNA, but were not a definitive match. Based on the IP address where the threatening emails originated, the cybercrimes unit determined they were sent from Chris Coleman's laptop using his login information. Chris Coleman was arrested and charged with 3 counts of first-degree murder.
Am I gonna get my ass just fucking rinsed here?
After several lengthy delays, the trial finally began on April 25, 2011 in Waterloo, Illinois. Jurors were selected from a different county to avoid any claims of a tainted jury. The evidence was presented and multiple witnesses were called to testify, including Joyce Myers. She testified about the possibility of Chris losing his job had she known of the affair.
Now I have to ask you, if the defendant were having an affair, if you had known that at the time, and I understand you've testified that you didn't, what effect would that have had on his employment?
If he would have been having an adulterous affair while he was still married, then it could have definitely affected his job.
Okay. Were there persons over the years that were terminated in situations like that?
We had situations where they were, yes.
Now I have to ask you about the distinction here. What if it was a divorce as opposed to an adulterous affair?
Each situation is handled totally separately based on the circumstances. We have many people that work for us that have been divorced, and a person is not necessarily, do they lose their job because they get a divorce. It wouldn't have been the divorce so much as the immorality.
So for instance, if a person in your employment, if their spouse filed for divorce against them, and perhaps they had little control over that, you might leave them in your employment? That's a possibility?
Certainly.
Okay, and on the other end of the spectrum, if a person was having an adulterous affair and then filed for divorce from their spouse to be with that person, then their employment may have been terminated?
May have been, yes.
Okay. Do you think there was any situations of that in the past where someone was actually terminated under those kind of circumstances?
I believe so.
Okay.
The prosecution fought to get the text messages and conversations between Sherry and friends admitted as evidence to help prove Chris's motive. Chris's defense argued that the messages and conversations were hearsay and violated the Sixth Amendment right to cross-examine witnesses. The prosecution responded, if Coleman wanted to confront his wife in court, he shouldn't have killed her. Any right to cross-examine was forfeited when Coleman killed her. The defense's strategy, to assert that someone hacked Chris's computer to send the threatening messages and sneak into the family's home to commit the murders. Chris Coleman did not take the stand during the 9-day trial. On May 5, 2011, the 2-year anniversary of the murders, after 15 hours of deliberation over 2 days, the jury returned the verdicts. Guilty on all 3 counts of first-degree murder. After the case was over, a juror reported they thought the jury was going to be a hung jury until they inspected a photo of Chris and Tara, finding a printed date on the back of October 28th, 2008. At that point, they realized the couple had been having an affair before they admitted they had, which increased the likelihood of Chris plotting the murder and fabricating the threatening messages as a result of the affair. Days after the conviction, Chris waived his right to be sentenced by the jury and put his fate in the hands of the judge. The judge sentenced Chris to 3 life sentences, without the possibility of parole. Even if the judge had sentenced Chris to death, it wouldn't have mattered since the governor of Illinois had just signed legislation a few months prior to that outlawing the death penalty.
I still think, man, I think there should be a death penalty for sure, bro. 100%.
On May 4th, 2011,
some sick fucks just don't deserve to live, you know?
A wrongful death civil lawsuit was filed on behalf of Sherry Coleman and her 2 sons against Chris, Joyce, Joyce's ministry, and Joyce's son, who Sherry had reported the threatening messages to. The case was originally dismissed, with the Illinois judge claiming there was no way for the ministry to foresee that Coleman would have gone on to kill his family. On appeal, however, the court sided with Sherry's family, basically asserting that the threats were so extreme that it was reasonable to anticipate that harm may come to the family, and that the ministry was responsible for investigating the threats and protecting the family from them. In addition to the lawsuit, Sherry's family also wanted Sherry and the boys' bodies moved back to their hometown and out of the hometown of their murderer and his family. Chris and his family fought to try to keep their bodies in Chester, but a judge decided that a convicted murderer should not have control over where his victims were laid to rest. If they were to have remained in Chester, Chris's body would ultimately have been laid right next to the family he murdered whenever his time came. In December 2012, the bodies of Sherry, Gavin, and Garrett were exhumed from their graves at Evergreen Cemetery in Chester and relocated to Sherry's hometown just outside Chicago. The gravestone marking Sherry and her boys remained at Evergreen Cemetery because they had been paid for by Ron and Connie Coleman. Ron and Connie Coleman were convinced of their son's innocence throughout the ordeal. They even blamed Sherry for Chris's affair, claiming she never complimented him and was always criticizing him for not being affectionate. In an April 2018 interview with Crime Watch Daily, Chris maintained his innocence and claimed he was set up. On the same program, Chris's father, Ron Coleman, also proclaimed his son's innocence, adding that an affair would not have been a motive for the murders. He stated,
"What?
Tara was just meeting a need at the time that Sherry wasn't taken care of." Ron continued, "Well, I mean, every man has his desires and every man has to be respected. It's built into every man. If your wife doesn't respect you, then you're going to find respect someplace else." Connie Coleman passed away in June 2020. Chris Coleman was originally incarcerated at Pontiac Correctional Center near Chicago, then later that year transferred to Dodge Correctional Institution in Wisconsin for safety reasons, specifically because of an interstate agreement that allows prisoners in high-profile cases to transfer out of the state for safety reasons. In both 2014 and 2018, Chris's attorneys requested a new trial, claiming the dates on the back of those photos that led jurors to decide to convict were not in the allowed evidence. A judge granted an evidentiary hearing in 2019 but ultimately denied the appeal for a new trial. And in September 2020, a remote hearing was held during the COVID pandemic that should have exhausted Coleman's post-conviction appeal and relief options. So Chris Coleman is slated to remain in prison for life.
Peace, bud.
What are your thoughts on Chris Coleman and his ability to strangle not just children, but his own children? We pretty much have one thought about him, so we'll add him to that.
Say hi, Cece.
Where am I going here, actually? DJR. Um, This shit sounds crazy.
It was an overcast Easter morning in Wiltshire, England, when Victoria Cilliers was set to go out on a routine skydive. She and the group of divers she was jumping with were delayed several times due to inclement weather, which only contributed to Victoria's nervousness. Normally, such a jump for this seasoned skydiving instructor would not invoke any anxiety whatsoever. She had made thousands of jumps prior to that without incident. But having given birth to her youngest child just 5 weeks prior to that, she didn't feel ready. But the jump was a gift from her husband, and he would be disappointed if she didn't go through with it. So, she did. Once in the air, she reached to deploy her parachute, but the cords were tangled. She wasn't at all alarmed. She knew that she had a reserve parachute for just such incidents. So, she deployed it. But the life-saving reserve parachute did not properly deploy either. A 1 in a million occurrence. She tried diligently to rectify the situation as she hurtled toward the ground in an uncontrollable spin at over 60 miles per hour. Never certain how much time she had, just laser-focused on trying to remedy her
That'd be
dire
fucking
situation.
scary.
But sadly, she was not successful. Welcome back to Crime A to Z, where we detail cases and criminals from their very beginning till well after other reporting ends.
How did she know that she
With
wasn't
so many
scared, like
off-the-rail
nervous
twisted
though?
cases lately,
Yeah,
we
I
thought
mean
we
she's
might
probably
switch
shitting
things
bricks.
up with what we thought would be a pretty straightforward case, but we were wrong. So sit tight as Emile and Victoria Cilliers take us on a twisted murder plot ride that is nowhere near straightforward. And before we get started, if you like how we present this case, please help us out by hitting like and subscribe. Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go.
By all accounts, Victoria Cilliers was
Whoa. Looks like she could play a witch in like a fucking movie, bro.
impressive. Born in Edinburgh, the capital of
Or like an
Scotland,
evil queen for
as her
fucking
friends
Snow
and
White or
family
some
knew her,
shit.
attended the University of Glasgow and studied to become a physiotherapist. She went on to achieve the rank of captain in the British Royal Army. In addition to being a physiotherapist, Victoria was also an accelerated free-fall skydiving instructor who had completed over 2,600 jumps without a single incident. She was skilled not just at diving, but at training and rescuing novice jumpers. According to the chief instructor who ran the operation where she worked, she could chase them around the sky during free fall, catch them, and get them into the right position mid-air. He called it a real hardcore skill. Then, in 2010, when she was 34 years old, Vicky met 30-year-old Emile Cilliers. Emile had grown up just outside of Johannesburg, South Africa, but had relocated to the UK. Emile also served in the Royal Army and was connected with Vicky after a skiing injury. Emile was a thoughtful and loving partner, giving Vicky all of his attention and affection. Vicky was smitten, and the couple got married a year later in Cape Town, South Africa. Afterward, they returned to Wiltshire, England to live in the home that Vicky had purchased with her inheritance. They soon welcomed 2 children. First, a daughter named April in 2012. Then in 2015, a son named Ben. With Vicky being no stranger to skydiving, the Easter morning jump that her husband gifted her so that she could, quote, do something she enjoyed should not have triggered any nervousness at all. But Vicky hadn't jumped in nearly a year, given that she just completed her 9-month pregnancy and given birth to her son a mere 5 weeks prior. She felt that she needed to be at home with her newborn and daughter, far more than she needed to be jumping, and she just wasn't ready to return to the adrenaline-packed action of skydiving, now or possibly ever. But she'd agreed to it, because originally the jump was supposed to be something she and Emile did together, both of them, and given that she felt their marriage was crumbling, she was just pleased that he wanted to do something together with her. But that fell apart the day before the jump. That afternoon, they were supposed to jump together, but the weather forced them to cancel. So the following morning, Vicky would be jumping without Emile. Even though he wouldn't be joining her, she knew he would be disappointed if she didn't take the jump. So, on that fateful morning, she, along with a group of other jumpers, waited out the overcast weather. The extra delays were not helping her nerves. The weather finally cleared enough to venture out, And while the jump was originally planned to take place from the typical altitude of about 13,000 feet, the plane stayed low, nothing over 5,000 feet. That way the jumpers could perform what's called a hop and pop, a simple jump that could be completed quickly given the weather challenges. They approached
Hop
the broad
and
flat
pop.
area that was designated as the jump zone. Vicky began her dive and went to pull the release on her main parachute, but the cords were tangled. She briefly tried in vain to untangle them, but realized it was useless. So, she decided to deploy her reserve parachute, something typically needed about once every 750 jumps. Not a big deal at all, and no cause for panic. It's what the reserve parachute is there for. But then even that parachute also failed. It would only open and fill out halfway, which was as ineffective as it not opening at all. Falling 3,000 feet at over 60 miles
Oh, bro,
per
that's
hour,
her footage
Vicky
right there.
hit the ground.
Damn.
Miraculously, she survived. After the fall, she regained consciousness and was assisted by another jumper who happened to be a doctor. She recalls wondering what all the fuss was about and that she didn't feel any pain. The fall resulted in almost all her ribs on one side being fractured, a broken collarbone and pelvis, spinal fractures, and bleeding in her lung. Her light weight, the relatively low altitude from which she jumped, and the softness of the newly plowed field that she landed in, breaking her fall, all contributed to her surviving
That's
what would most
fucking
certainly have normally
crazy.
been a fatal fall. Mark Beata, the chief instructor who ran the skydiving facility, was immediately suspicious. Both a main parachute and the reserve parachute malfunctioning almost never happens. So, he immediately started investigating. He examined Vicky's parachutes looking for any potential cause of the malfunctions. He found that the main parachute's cords were, indeed, tangled. And the reserve parachute was, surprisingly, missing two important attachments, called slinks. He looked closely for any loose stitching in the harness or canopy, excessive pressure indicators on the straps, or anything else that might explain why the slinks were missing. But there was none. He could not find any evidence of a mechanical or equipment failure of any kind. And he also discovered that even though Vicky's reserve parachute had never been deployed, it had been inspected 16 times by 10 separate advanced packers over its lifetime, including just 2 months before Vicky's tragic jump. The slinks were present during each inspection. He called the police, and they launched an investigation. Meanwhile, the BPA, or British Parachute Association, which is the sport's national governing body, is called in to inspect the parachute. According to the BPA, there were approximately 2.3 million skydiving jumps in the 10 years prior to Victoria's 2015 Easter jump. And of those, 2,900 of them involved the reserve parachute being deployed. Of those 2,900, not one of them encountered a single problem deploying the reserve parachute. According to the BPA, the only known instance where both the main and reserve parachutes failed to operate was in the case of Stephen Hilder, a case which every serious skydiver knows about. Hilder was a 20-year-old officer cadet who fell 13,000 feet to his death in 2003 in Hebold Stow in Lincolnshire. Someone had cut the risers on his reserve parachute. The case is widely suspected throughout the skydiving community to have been murder. But still, the BPA didn't expect to find any foul play and proceeded to look for signs of some unfortunate mechanical failure. But they were wrong. Their findings were the same as Beata's. They couldn't find any evidence of mechanical failure. They reported their finding to the police. That finding, along with a close friend of Vicky's coming forward to say she'd witnessed a strange, toxic, mentally abusive relationship between the couple, was enough for police to arrest Emil. And on April 28th,
Emil,
2015,
my man.
they did. They interrogated him for 6 hours, during which time he was self-assured.
An Iron Axe.
You went to get Victoria a parachute?
Yes.
Tell me about the checks you did.
It's just standard checks as you should do as a parachutist.
Okay, well tell me what those standard checks are. I don't know, I don't parachute.
Okay, I'm sure you can investigate and answer the right questions to the right people in regards to checking a parachute.
Okay, I'm asking you,
I
Emil,
can't remember.
because you obviously did the checks.
Yes. I would just do the standard checks.
What are those standard checks?
He did, however, willingly volunteer that he wasn't happy in his relationship with Vicky.
Tell me about your relationship with Victoria.
It's not a marriage that I would want to be in anymore. I can't see myself being in a marriage in 10, 15 years' time.
Throughout the interrogation, he readily revealed that he was having an affair with an Austrian skydiving instructor named Stephanie Galler that he'd met on Tinder. He also admitted that he was in debt to payday loan companies. And he was also having an affair with his ex-wife. And to investigators' surprise,
He just sounds like a sex
he
addict.
also volunteered that on the afternoon before Vicky's tragic jump, he had disappeared into a bathroom at the skydiving center for some time with Vicky's parachute kit on his back. And then the floodgates opened. Emil started readily revealing details that no one expected. He had basically just shared with investigators both a motive for why he killed his wife and the means by which he could have done it, knowing full well that they would find out all such information on their own once they went through his phone, which they had already confiscated. Investigators noted he was very clever. He covered all the points he knew we were going to discover from looking at his phone. He assumed we were going to accept what he was saying and that he'd never see us again. While Emil was being interrogated, police went to the Cilliers' home to inform Vicky of Emil's arrest for attempting to murder her. She was shocked. She couldn't fathom that her husband could even think of doing such a thing to her. She told them that she and Emil's marriage was a good one, with the normal ups and downs of a relationship, although she did acknowledge suspicions that he was having an affair. She also told officers that Emil had only been in the bathroom with her parachute kit for about 2 to 3 minutes. Toward the end of the conversation, police asked Vicky a broad question. They asked whether she could think of anything out of the ordinary that occurred around the time of the accident. There was. She did not think anything of it at the time or even right then as she was telling them, but she recalled that about a week prior to the accident, there was a gas leak. The stovepipe in the kitchen had come loose, filling the home with gas overnight. When she woke up the next morning, she noticed the smell of gas. Emil was not home. He had stayed the night at the army barracks so that he could get an early start there the next day. That left Vicky and the children in the gas-filled home. Vicky assured the officers that it was an accident and that Emil was not responsible for it. But they thought otherwise. The situation was highly suspicious, and they wondered whether the parachute accident was not Emil's first attempt on his wife's life.
That's crazy, bro.
Vicky maintained her position that her husband
Damn.
had not tried to kill her.
Yeah,
Not
yeah.
from the fall, not from the
Okay,
gas
lady.
leak. So police tried a different approach. They shared Emil's interrogation interview with her so she could see firsthand what he had acknowledged, including his free-flowing admission about the affairs and his lack of interest in their marriage. Vicky was shocked and hurt. Although she suspected Emil was having an affair, she wasn't aware he was having multiple affairs, including with Stephanie, multiple escorts he'd called on, and the one that was the biggest blow to Vicky, Emil's ex-wife, Carly, with whom Emil had 2 children. Vicky had had a friendly and cooperative relationship with Carly, even allowing her at times to watch her children. The betrayal was heartbreaking. Vicky also learned that Emil had planned to leave her once Ben was 6 weeks old to go live with his girlfriend, Stephanie. Emil had also told Stephanie that Vicky had cheated on him and that Ben was not his son. Also, the debt that Emil had accumulated turned out to be far greater than what he had told her, in part due to spending it on a vacation with his girlfriend. It was all devastating. But the strategy worked. Vicky was
No
ready
shit.
to talk. She shared everything about Emil, starting with his pattern of destruction when it came to relationships. It started when Emil still lived in South Africa. When he was 17, he began dating his first girlfriend, Nicolene. 3 years later, Nicolene and Emil welcomed a daughter. Then a year after that, a son. Although not married, the couple lived together in a committed relationship with their young family until Emil decided to take a working vacation to the UK. The plan was for him to earn some extra cash to bring home to his family afterward. But he didn't. He relocated permanently to the UK, leaving his mother to break the devastating news to Nicolene, who was awaiting his return. He had joined the British Army and married his first wife, Carly. Vicky also shared with police details about the gas leak. She recalled how when she found that the gas valve was loose, she texted Emil about the smell. He replied, "That's odd. Is the oven working?" Knowing better, Vicky did not try to turn the oven on, and instead she jokingly replied to his text saying, "Are you trying to kill me?" She expected an equally jovial response, but instead, Emil was defensive, denying that he was trying to kill her. And then the bombshell. She revised the time frame that Emil was in the bathroom with her parachute kit from 2 to 3 minutes to 5 to 10 minutes. With that, investigators conducted an experiment in the tiny bathroom at the skydiving center. For starters, it just didn't make sense that someone would lug such a large kit into such a tiny stall, especially with the intent to actually use the bathroom. However, if someone did, they attempted to see if the parachutes could be tampered with in the manner that Vicky's were, in the amount of time that Emil had. They could. They estimated that the tampering could be completed within 5 minutes. In 2017, Emil faced 2 counts of attempted murder. The prosecution argued that Emil attempted to kill his wife on 2 separate occasions to get the money from a £120,000 life insurance policy, which would allow him to pay off his debts.
That's pretty
with money
crazy,
to
bro.
spare.
The chick's so lucky to be
There
alive.
was actually no direct evidence linking him to either of the suspected attempted murders. They presented racy texts that Emil had sent to his 2 lovers, some of which were sent while he was either by his wife's side in the hospital after the accident or while she was in the hospital giving birth to their son. And then, a final twist. With years having passed since the actual murder attempt, Vicky now took the stand during Emil's trial and hindered the prosecution's arguments. She pondered whether her main parachute was actually usable and whether she had cut it away erroneously to get to her reserve. She also, again, recanted the time frame that Emil was in the bathroom with her kit, now reverting the time frame to the original 2 to 3 minutes. She had explained her switch about a year prior to that to police.
She said, "I wanted to cast suspicion on him. I wanted
That
revenge.
dude's definitely
I
like
had been ridiculed." Now,
mind
she'd been
fucking that
ridiculed
chick.
because she found out that her husband was having an affair with a woman that he'd met. She said some of the evidence that she gave originally wasn't exact. It wasn't necessarily the exact truth. She now says that it was between 2 to 3 minutes. And so she has reversed what she originally said. And she says she did that because she wanted to get her own back on him.
The jury deliberated for
Her
8
own
days,
back
at which
on
point
him.
2 of the
Fucking
jurors
British
had to be
people, man.
released due to stress-related illnesses brought on by the trial. So,
Get
a
my own
mistrial
back on
was
him.
declared. Emil's retrial was held in the spring of 2018. It resulted in him being found guilty on all counts. He was sentenced to life in prison with a chance of parole after 18 years. Detective Inspector Paul Franklin stated, "From the outset, Emil Cilliers showed no remorse for what he had done. He lied all the way through 2 trials, but in the end, justice won out with the guilty verdicts and now a long prison sentence." Days after the verdict was handed down, Vicky appeared on talk shows stating that she had not come to terms with the verdict and that she didn't have any plans to divorce her husband.
I still can't quite get to grips with the whole.
Yo, this bitch is crazy.
Especially as
She just loves being in danger.
incidents, I was there, and I still can't remember or think of an opportunity when he actually did these things. So that's part of the reason that I'm struggling to process it all.
She also stated that, "I have to go, I suppose, with the verdict. It's almost like peer pressure to conform. My family, friends, everyone seems to think they know more than I do. They see different evidence to me. He'd been unfaithful, he'd had issues with money, but that is not attempted murder. Yes, I'm hurt and angry. But can I see him as capable of murder? No." Given Vicky's reluctance and often outright contradictions throughout the case and afterward, investigators concluded that this was a case where justice was served for a victim who didn't actually want it. They stated, "Wiltshire Police is dedicated in bringing offenders like Cilliers to justice, as well as giving help to those who find themselves in subtle, abusive, and coercive relationships, like the one highlighted here.
Yeah, that chick is definitely in an
verdict,
abusive
Vicky visited
relationship and
Emil
she
in
just
prison
didn't even
weekly
know it.
in an attempt to get him to answer the litany of questions swirling around in her head. It ultimately got to the point where they were talking on the phone daily. Emil continued to manipulate Vicky, telling her that she was all that he had. Although that part may have actually been true, as not a single other friend, family member, or coworker visited him in prison or even showed up at trial to support him.
No shit.
And just as it was seeming that Vicky was back under his control, she came around. She finally realized that Emil had been manipulating and controlling her their entire marriage. So she cut it off, filed for divorce amidst his protests that the marriage was still viable, and in 2019, she published a book titled, I Survived. I married a charming man, then he tried to kill me.
Why do you visit him in prison?
I had so many questions, the main one being why, and all the suspicions I'd had over the years. I had a whole page of questions I wanted to ask him. And I thought, I suppose, that I may get some answers.
Do you think there was an element of control there?
Yes, completely. And actually writing the book made it a lot more obvious, because you're in chronological order, you're going through the issues or the concerns or little niggles at the back of my mind, that actually it all starts making sense. That, yes, slowly and gradually I was being manipulated and abused mentally.
Vicky has
No shit, you don't say.
as a boyfriend and has been working to both repair her credit, her heart, and her trust.
Her credit?
All of which Emil ravaged.
What the fuck?
When asked if she
What's
believes
wrong with her
Emil is
credit?
capable of love, she replied, I don't know, but I like to think he loves his children. I hope he does. In 2022, Emil and Nicoline's son,
Whoa.
Trevor, now an adult, decided that he wanted to speak with his father in prison. He had questions, stating, I want to reach out because I never knew him properly, and I have so many questions for him about why he left my mom. And if he was to give the right answers, I wouldn't rule out building some sort of relationship with him in the future. His daughter didn't share that feeling.
She's
She
hot
wanted
as
nothing
fuck.
to do with him. And their grandmother, likewise, is happy that he's locked up and believes that her daughter, Nicoline, dodged a bullet. We're inclined to agree with that.
Dude, she is
What
hot as fuck, dude.
are your thoughts about this case, this man, and the pull he
That's
seemed to
my
have
thoughts on the
practically
case.
everyone? Please share what you think in the comments below. And as usual, if you like how we presented this case, we'd really appreciate your quick tap on like and definitely hit subscribe so you don't miss a single video.
Say hi, Cece. Say hi, Bells. Hi, Belle.
Hmm.
In 1983, 17-year-old Cindy Paulson is frantically running barefoot and handcuffed down 6th Avenue. A man in a truck passing by responds to her desperate, frantic flailing, stopping to let her in. He drops her safely at an inn nearby, then calls police who catch up with Paulson and learn of her harrowing tale. She describes how a man she had perceived as frail and geeky had solicited her for sex, kidnapped her, and chained her by her neck in his basement, where he tortured and raped her repeatedly. He then took her to the airport, where they were about to board his private plane to go to a place he told her he'd taken many other women to for fun. But she managed to escape, and it's a good thing she did, because the fun that he referred to may have been fun for him, but could not have been further from the truth for his victims. Welcome back to Crime A to Z, where we detail cases and criminals from their very beginning, until well after other reporting ends. Today, we'll be talking about the incomprehensible case that terrified a small Alaskan community, the case of the Butcher Baker. It's a case that reminds us that we should never make assumptions
Yo,
neither about
Trayvon.
people's credibility, nor someone's capacity to kill.
Yo, you're LeBron with the shield? You're LeBron with the shield? You that boy? You're that man right there.
Christian Hansen, known to his friends as
Yo.
Bob or Bobby.
What's up, big dog? Yo, hang on. We ripping a fat toke with LeBron here. Yo, hang on, boys. Hold up. Let's get this toke pack. You already know we got the fucking bag. Hang on, hang on. You already know we got that shit. Go on, zoom in, focus. Oof, look at that shit. Look at that butt, baby. That's what's up. You already know. Yeah, it's some gas. It's some gas. Let's fucking go. Here we go. Fat Tokes coming up. Nice fucking brimmer. Cheers, boys. Yeah, I got all the perks in the background and shit. This channel is like a zombies channel. I mainly do like COD zombies and shit.
Was born on February 15th, 1939 in Esterville, Iowa.
Whiteout.
To his American mother.
That ain't no whiteout.
And his Danish immigrant
Trust
father,
me.
Christian Hansen. His parents owned a bakery, and Robert would grow up working.
That's a whiteout.
Hansen's younger years were challenging. From a young age, he worked many hours in the family's bakery and had frequent conflicts with his domineering father. Although he was left-handed by nature, Hansen was forced, as many people were during that era, to use his right hand instead of his left, the stress of which made his already existent stuttering problem much worse. As a teenager, he was extremely skinny, shy, and had severe acne that left him permanently scarred.
Stay safe.
He was ridiculed by the boys at his school and faced rejection by the girls he liked. As a loner and social
Aren't we all?
outcast, he
Don't
sought
we all?
refuge in the time he spent alone. And over time, he developed a passion for both archery and hunting wild game. He would channel his anger and revenge fantasies into the sport of hunting animals.
Ammo.
In 1957, at age 18, Hansen joined the U.S. Army Reserve. He hoped to leave his troubled youth behind and make something better of himself. And for a while, he did. After serving for a year in the reserves, then being discharged, he landed a position as assistant drill instructor.
I look at an
in
ammo
Pocahontas, Iowa.
mold.
There he met a younger woman, fell in love, and in the summer of 1960, he married her. However, all of this wasn't enough to make him forget his troubled past. He
Shit,
still
I'm
felt
fucking
mistreated by the
cooked after
community
that,
and was
Tokes, boys.
constantly seeking retribution. So in 1960, at the age of 21, he convinced a young bakery clerk to help him burn down the school bus garage to retaliate against people he perceived had abused him. But unfortunately for Hansen, the boy turned himself in and also implicated Hansen. Hansen was sentenced to 3 years in prison. The conviction resulted in Hansen's wife divorcing him after just a few short months of marriage, leaving him alone and locked up. While incarcerated, he was evaluated by a psychiatrist who diagnosed him with manic depression and periodic schizophrenic episodes. He specifically noted that Hansen had an infantile personality and was obsessed with getting back at people that he
Teleport to
felt
Ice
had wronged
Mountain.
him.
How do we
Hansen was
teleport
released
to
after
Ice
a year and a
Mountain?
half, after which he'd be arrested several more times for petty theft. Despite all this, he somehow managed to attract and remarry another local woman named Darla in 1963. They
Combat
would go on to have
bracelet.
2 children together. Then, in 1967, Hansen decided that he had had enough of the contiguous United States. So he and his family moved to Anchorage, Alaska, as far removed from his life in Iowa as possible. It was a good move for him. He quickly
Okay, so
settled in
we're
and
gonna
established himself
need-
as a respected member of
we
the
need
community.
that. We're going
He also
to
began making a
need
name for himself as a
this.
skilled game hunter, getting his kills entered into the Pope and Young record book 3 years in a row from 1969 through 71.
Ammo.
It was that year, 1971, that he decided he needed more challenging and, in his mind, more rewarding prey.
We out here
To
busting
chase,
out
hunt
tasks
down,
and quests
and
and
kill.
all that bullshit shit.
Already intimately familiar with Anchorage's
Do a
nightlife,
quest.
particularly
we'll do
in
a
the
quest
Tenderloin
real quick.
district, given his previous deviant tendencies. In 1971,
We'll
Hansen
do a
began
quest real
frequenting the
quick.
district in search of
And
victims.
then we'll go back and do
There he
those
found a steady
diaries.
and willing supply of women who would accompany him anywhere for a small amount of cash.
This guy's
And what's
fucked.
more, since they were typically either prostitutes or exotic dancers, he was confident that any who went missing would be barely missed. And any statements from victims he assaulted would be less
Now it's the
likely to be
opposite. All like the whores are
his
super
squeaky
famous
clean
and shit. You
reputation.
know what I mean? They're on
Between
like
the money he
OnlyFans
offered
and shit
them
like
and the
that.
extremely harmless, frail appearance of
Everybody
this
would be
friendly
losing their
neighborhood
mind
boy.
if they went missing.
Potential victims saw no reason
Billion-dollar
whatsoever
company upside
to fear
down.
Hansen, but they should have. Once he had them captive in his car, Hansen changed. He revealed the true psychopath that he truly was. Either during or after they would perform the acts he purchased, Hansen would reveal his weapon, either a knife or typically a gun. Handcuff her, then share his intentions
Yo,
to
Rocky.
and torture her, which he would do once he
I got
abducted
you,
and
dude.
transported them to his remote cabin in the Anchorage Mountains.
Ammo mode, buy one. Boom.
Hansen's reign of assaults was almost cut short before it even took off. When in 1971, shortly after his assaults had just gotten underway,
I got you,
Hansen was
big
arrested
boy.
by police twice. His first arrest came for the kidnapping and attempted rape of a housewife, and the next one was for raping a prostitute. For his
You
attack on the
want some more,
housewife,
dude?
Hansen pleaded no contest to assault with a deadly weapon. Then the
come on.
charge for raping the
Oh,
prostitute was
boy.
dropped as part of a plea bargain.
It's my dude right
Hansen
here.
was sentenced to 5 years in prison. But after serving just 6 months of that, he was released to a halfway house and continued his attacks.
This is my dude right here.
Hansen's MO of targeting marginalized
relax.
exotic dancers and sex workers who would be
relax.
less likely to report his
Oh, you're
attacks
just out, eh?
and be less likely to be believed if they did.
I don't blame you, bro. Do your thing.
Most of his rapes went unreported or were not considered credible. As a result, Hansen was able to
DKS.
continue his attacks for several more years, escalating them from rape and torture to killing. In 1980, construction workers on Eklutna Road discovered a shallow grave containing the remains of a woman. They would dub the woman Eklutna Annie. She would never be
Whoa, that's a
identified.
creepy ass picture.
Then, in 1982, hunters found a second shallow grave on the banks of the Nick River bordering Anchorage. It contained the body of 23-year-old topless dancer, Sherry Morrow, who was reported missing a year prior to that. She had been shot 3 times in the back, but the clothes on her body didn't contain any bullet holes, indicating that she'd been shot naked, then redressed after she was dead.
DKS.
And then finally, in 1983, police would get their best break in the case. 17-year-old Cindy Paulson is brought to the police station to report that a man has raped and tortured her repeatedly before he was about to force her into a plane to take her away. Cindy, who miraculously managed to escape, details her attack and attacker to police in painstaking detail, right down to his acne
actually the
marks
one I mean.
and stutter. Based on the description she provides, Hansen is easy to identify and find. But despite his prior run-ins with the law, police are still reluctant to detain him, given his mild and seemingly meek demeanor, his popularity in the community, and a solid alibi provided by not one, but 2 of Hansen's friends. Given police's assumptions, Hansen's alibi, and the fact that Cindy refused to take a lie detector test, Hansen was ruled out as a serious suspect. There was one detective, however, Detective Greg Baker, who felt strongly that Cindy was telling the truth, but his hands were tied. So, once again, Hansen remained free to continue his reign of terror. In 1981, after having lived in Alaska for over a decade, Hansen decided to continue the family tradition and bought a bakery. Then in 1982, he also purchased a private airplane, a Piper Super Cub. That is when his twisted killings turned even darker. Now that he had the means, he could transport his victims to his favorite playground, the wilderness outside of Anchorage, in no time at all. Over the next 2 years, he would load many of his victims onto that plane, transport them to his cabin in the woods, rape them, then depending on their response, either return them home or send them out into the cold, dark wilderness, naked, to run for their lives, against him, the hunter. Victims would be given a small head start, then ultimately captured after the hunt, and either shot or slaughtered with a knife by their hunter. That would be the fate of numerous women, the last of whom would be Paula Golding. Paula was found in a shallow grave in the Anchorage wilderness just 3 months after the kidnap and rape of Cindy Paulson. She had been murdered in the same manner as Sherry Morrow, including having been redressed after she was shot. That is when police realized that they were dealing with a serial killer. And that was all it took for Greg Baker, who was still harboring suspicions about Hansen. He
Dude's
kicked
a
them into
legit
high
ass
gear and began
predator,
digging
yo.
deeper into Hansen's
That's
personal life
crazy.
and background. So apparently, after extensive searching, only then were they able to discover that Hansen had served time in 1971 for rape, kidnap, and assault with a deadly weapon. Why such readily available information about Hansen wasn't discovered when he was first called in is baffling. Baker outlined his suspicions and sent them to Sergeant Glenn Floth. Flood was heading up the Alaska State Troopers Topless Dancers Task Force. He began digging into Hansen's background as well. And by the time he was finished, he was convinced that Hansen was their man. So he reopened the Cindy Paulson case to try to gather more evidence. He started by interviewing Hansen's two alibis, threatening them with perjury if they were not being truthful. It worked. Both men quickly admitted that they lied to protect Hansen from what he told them were some embarrassing domestic indiscretions. The FBI was also involved, and they developed a psychological profile of the murderer based on the details of the case collected so far and the injuries inflicted on the recovered bodies. The profile pegged the killer as a skilled hunter with low self-esteem who had been rejected by women. It even suggested that he may stutter. Robert Hansen fit the profile perfectly.
Like the how how did they figure this guy might stutter? Like, they already got the guy in captivity, you know what I mean? They already got the guy and they're just like looking at him, like talk to him and shit, like, yeah, might wear glasses and stutter. You know, you know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck? Good job, boys. We got him.
Once Hansen no longer had an alibi for the Paulson attack, and the FBI profile pointed squarely at him, a warrant for his arrest was imminent. And so on October 27, 1983, Robert Hansen was arrested at his bakery and taken in for questioning at the Anchorage Trooper Station. And they weren't leaving anything to chance. Floth had consulted with the FBI and staged an elaborate setup in the interrogation room prior to Hansen arriving. On the walls were maps of the Nick River, where Hansen would take his victims, along with pictures of the grave sites and the victims strewn about the table. There were also folders and files with the names and photos of Hansen's family, friends, and acquaintances. They left Hansen in the room alone to ruminate over everything he was seeing, all while investigators observed him on the other side of the one-way glass. Hansen didn't seem concerned at all, only fascinated. Then investigators entered. They would interview Hansen for 5 hours.
Damn, I want to hear that
Meanwhile,
interview.
another
I want to hear that fucking interview, you know what I'm saying?
team of officers was searching Hansen's home, cars, and plane. Hidden throughout his home, they would find souvenirs from his victims, including jewelry. They'd also find a 14-inch hunting knife, which would later be identified as the murder weapon used to kill Sherry Morrow.
I'm doing well, Thug. How about yourself?
And the largest piece of evidence they uncovered would be an aviation map riddled with X's. 2 of those X's marked the spots where the 2 known bodies had been found. And a third X reflected the location of a third body they had not connected to the serial killer, Joanne Messina.
That's all I like to hear, brother.
Joanne was a 24-year-old prostitute.
Just watching
who,
some
they
true
would later
crime.
learn, had last been
Shit's
seen
pretty
with a
crazy.
thin, pockmarked
This
man.
guy would like kidnap women, bro. Take him to his like isolated little like land that he had bought out in the mountains or whatever, and he would go and like rape them and then like set them free out into the wilderness and then go hunt them. Pretty crazy.
Who stuttered.
Like, this is
There was
fucking
no
nuts.
doubt they had their man. Hansen initially denied any involvement in the murders. But once police divulged the mountain of evidence they had against him, he confessed. He began by describing how he would establish control over his victims, stating,
Yeah, some really fucked people
I pull
out
out
there.
the
you
gun.
know?
I think the standard speech was, look, you're a professional. You don't get excited. You know there's some risk to what you've been doing. If you do exactly what I tell you, you're not going to get hurt. You're just going to count this off as a bad experience and be a little more careful next time who you are going to proposition or go out with. I tried to act as tough as I could, to get them as scared as possible. Hansen acknowledged that the X's on the maps were, indeed, the locations of the women he had murdered. But he also divulged that he had not killed every girl that he'd taken to the wilderness. He shared that anyone who agreed to provide him oral sex, and that he felt liked him, was spared. So long as they agreed to not go to the authorities, he'd fly them back home. If a victim was not cooperative, he would force them to strip naked, sometimes going so far as blindfolding them, and then set them free in the woods to run for their lives. He would give them a brief head start, then hunt them down with a high-powered rifle or hunting knife. According to Hansen, it was like going after a trophy doll sheep or a grizzly bear. Like a cruel game of cat and mouse or hunter and animal, he'd sometimes let the victims think they'd escaped, track them down again, then make them start all over. He'd do this over and over again until the victims were either too cold or too exhausted. Track them down again, then make them start all over. He'd do this over and over again until the victims were either too cold or too exhausted to run any further. Then he'd shoot and kill them. He'd redress them afterward because he felt that it gave him control over them. Hansen pleaded guilty to the 4 homicides the police knew about and agreed to provide details about his other victims in return for serving his sentence in a federal prison, along with no publicity in the press. The prosecution agreed, and Hansen took investigators via helicopter to the wilderness. There, Hansen pinpointed the graves of 17 women he acknowledged murdering, 12 of whom the police did not know about. Since retrieval would not be possible for some time given the heavy snow on the ground, they marked trees at each gravesite with orange paint. 11 bodies would ultimately be exhumed and returned to their families, once weather permitted. On February 18, 1984, Robert Hansen pleaded guilty to 4 counts of first-degree murder for the murders of Eklutna Annie, Jonah Messina, Sherry Morrow, and Paula Golding. All charges were dismissed for the other 13 cases. He was sentenced to 461 years in prison, plus 1 life term, without the possibility of parole. Hansen's wife, Darla, and their 2 children attempted to stay in Alaska after Hansen was convicted. But after 2 years of the children being harassed at school, Darla filed for divorce, and the family left Alaska. Pope and Young, the publication that recorded Hansen's hunting achievements, removed his name from their record books.
No shit.
Hansen's case would go on to inspire the 1991 book, Butcher Baker, the true account of an Alaskan serial killer, which would later be adapted into a movie called The Frozen Ground in 2013. The case was also the inspiration for the 2007 film, Naked Fear. And the Discovery Channel TV series The FBI Files featured an episode entitled Hunter's Game, which depicted the Hansen case.
That's crazy.
Robert Hansen was first imprisoned at the maximum security U.S. penitentiary at Lewisburg, Pennsylvania. But in 1988, he was returned to Alaska. Hansen became one of the first prisoners sent to the New Spring Creek Correctional Center in Seward, a men's maximum security prison located south of Anchorage. And on August 21st, 2014, at the age of 75...
He looks like the Green River Killer, or whatever the fuck his name is.
Robert Hansen died in prison of natural causes. Robert Hansen is evil. We're about 15 videos into this channel and continue to be just as sickened as...
Bro, that was fucking wild. That was fucking crazy, bro. That was one of the craziest ones I've ever heard. That dude just fucking bonkers, dude. What the fuck? That shit's just fucking wild, bro.
A visibly nervous 73-year-old man arrived at the hospital with what medical staff originally assumed was his daughter. But as doctors examined the...
Yo, what the fuck is this?
Girl, they were silently and kidnapped was an
What the fuck? Where'd the guy's voice go? What the fuck? I want the guy.
You've been shot. Where are you at, baby? I'm 8 months pregnant.
How'd this happen?
I was following my baby's daddy, Ray Caruth, the football player.
Where's he
He was
at?
in the car in front of me, and he slowed down, and somebody pulled up beside me and did this.
And then where'd he go?
He just left. I think he did it. I don't know what to think.
That was the 911 call of
Damn,
Sharika
she's
Adams.
beautiful.
8 months pregnant, she'd been shot and left for dead. In excruciating pain and fighting to stay alive, she mustered up enough strength to drive to a nearby neighborhood. She then miraculously strategized well enough to get the attention of people inside, and she stayed on the phone with the 911 operator, outlining critical and damning information. That information would shed an unforgiving spotlight on the most shocking crime of an active NFL player to date. Welcome back to Crime A to Z, where we detail cases and criminals from their very beginning until well after other reporting ends. Today we'll be covering the case of the only active NFL player to ever be tried for murder, the case of Ray Caruth. It's a cold-blooded case that's disturbing for both its heinousness, as well as the sickening favor and admiration that we afford to celebrities. We'd heard about this case before, but had no idea about the jaw-dropping twists that took place both during and after the trial. So sit back for this one as we explore how
I've never
misplaced
heard of this
power
before. Have
and
you
entitlement
guys?
can look so incredibly ugly. And before we get started, if you like how we present this case, please help us out by hitting like and subscribe. Let's go.
I mean,
Sharika
yeah, bro.
Lavinia Adams was born in
Something
June
the
of
FBI, not the
1975
FBI, the
to parents
fucking,
Sandra
what's
Adams
it called?
and
That
Jeff Mooney. Parents
NFL
only
covers
dated
up,
casually,
obviously.
and not for long. As a result, Sharika was raised primarily by her mother, Sandra, and by her maternal grandparents in Kings Mountain, North Carolina. With Sharika's mother formulating her name from a combination of Cher, from the singing duo Sonny and Cher, and Eureka, the vacuum cleaner. Sharika was as unique and vibrant as her name.
Sharika.
Friends and family
Bro,
consistently described her as magnetic.
Imagine naming your kid after a fucking vacuum, bro. Yeah, you must hate your fucking kid if you're naming your daughter after a fucking vacuum, yo.
And extremely likable. She also happened to be
What
stunningly
the
beautiful.
fuck?
Once she
She
completed
was
high
beautiful.
school, Sharika went on to attend Winston-Salem State University in North Carolina. But in 1995, after having attended the school for 2 years, she decided that that path was not for her, dropped out, and ventured into a career in real estate. In order to make ends meet, Sharika also took on a side job as an exotic dancer.
Dude,
at a
I
strip
can't get
club.
over that now. I shouldn't
While
be
not originally
laughing.
what her
It's
mother
unfortunate
Sandra
what
had
happened.
hoped for her daughter, she recalled. It's not what you send your baby to college to be. But she was making so much money. And the good thing is, the men were not allowed to touch the girls. So it was not a hookup place for prostitution or anything like that. It was while she was working at the club that she met Ray Caruth. Ray came into this world as Ray Lamar Theodis Wiggins on January 20th, 1974. He, along with his brother, was raised primarily by his mother Theodore and
Can't
stepfather
click
Samuel
that,
Caruth.
motherfucker. What?
Early on, Ray would take on
Oh,
his
dude,
stepfather's
is this
surname,
just
and from then on
blast
be known
fairness?
as Ray
Yeah.
Theodis
Where's the
Caruth,
fairness?
retaining the name
Is it
even
down
well
low?
after his parents had divorced in 1988
Am I retarded?
when Ray was 14. Ray primarily grew up in the Oak Park area of Sacramento, California, an area notorious for its drug abuse and crime. Despite the exposure, Ray steered clear of the dangers and never got into any issues with the law. He opted instead to keep his nose clean, never smoking, drinking, or doing drugs.
He's missing out.
All so he could pursue his aspirations of someday becoming famous. His plan to achieve that status? Football. And he was on his way to doing so. In high school,
Stupid
Caruth's
doors.
skill, agility, and speed as a wide receiver on the football field were unarguable. A future fellow teammate marveled at Caruth's speed, stating,
That's
Fast?
funny.
Man, he was a track guy.
Hey, daddy.
I felt he was a track guy playing football. Carruth was also popular and well liked,
Hey, daddy.
enough so that he was named prom king twice. And so the recruiters came calling. And so did the women, lots of them, and Carruth indulged. Presented with numerous college offers, Carruth accepted a full football scholarship to the University of Colorado. There, he majored in English and aspired to be a screenwriter. But those aspirations would come second to his increasingly promising football career. He was thriving with the Colorado Buffaloes, making first-team All-American. And the NFL was waiting. In 1997, when Carruth graduated, he became an NFL first-round draft pick. He was chosen by the Carolina
Bro,
Panthers.
how have I never heard of
Signed
this
a
guy?
4-year, $3.7 million contract with them, receiving $1.3 million of that in a lump sum signing bonus. The remainder would be spread across each of his first 4 NFL seasons. And from there, things just kept getting brighter. He made the NFL's all-rookie team in 1997. He was, by all accounts, well on his way to achieving the status and stardom he knew he was destined for. He was earning more than most young men his age, but he didn't get to keep it all. While Carruth was a sophomore at the University of Colorado, he briefly reconnected with his high school sweetheart, Michelle Wright, on a visit home. The result was a son. Carruth was not there for the birth and rarely saw his son. Michelle Wright later took Carruth to court seeking child support. She began receiving $3,000 a month from him as a result. Toward the end of his time at Colorado, Carruth met a woman named Amber Turner. She would ultimately move with him to North Carolina after he was drafted and become pregnant by him the next year in 1998. He was able to convince her to have an abortion. Carruth began living lavishly and excessively. Between the child support he was ordered to pay, along with his excessive spending on homes, cars, relatives, and failed investments, Carruth's finances were problematic. And more problems were on the horizon, namely that he kept getting injured, starting with a broken foot in the season opener of his second season.
Damn.
He would remain injured for that entire season.
At least it's not like that one guy that pulled like tore his Achilles
Carruth's
or whatever.
longevity in the league.
Just sounded like a big
It was
deal.
around this
Don't even
time,
know who his
June
name
of
is or whatever.
1998, that Carruth met
As well.
Sharika Adams. Sharika was attending a pool party, as were several pro athletes, including Carruth. Sharika and Carruth had instant chemistry, so much so that just a few hours after they met, Sharika saw it fit to take Carruth to her father's home to meet him. The couple would see each other intermittently during that summer, not fully committing since each of them was seeing someone else. But a few months later, they both attended a birthday party at the strip club where Sharika worked, and the pair reconnected after that. Within a few months, Sharika would end up pregnant by Ray Carruth. Carruth was not at all pleased. Given the child support he was already paying for his first child, his financial challenges, and his near-chronic injured status, he had no interest in supporting another child. So according to reports, which Carruth disputes, he asked Sharika to get an abortion, but she adamantly refused. According to friends, it was clear to Sharika that the pro football player had no interest in being involved in their child's life, but she didn't care. She was determined to have the baby anyway. An abortion was out of the question. Carruth wanted out, no matter the means. And his opportunity came quickly when he was introduced to Van Brett Watkins. Watkins was a security guard at a Charlotte strip club and an established criminal. He had served time in prison for multiple hard crimes, and by his own admission, he had hired to killed 4 people up until that point and had successfully done so. With Carruth standing at a mere 5 feet, 11 inches, and 194 pounds, tiny by NFL standards, he originally hired Watkins to be his bodyguard. But within a few weeks, Carruth, aware of Watkins' reputation, had a more sinister proposition for the hitman. He wanted Watkins to beat his pregnant girlfriend and force her to lose the baby. He asked Watkins how much that would cost him. Watkins' response, "I don't beat up a girl. I kill people." Carruth was fine with that outcome as well. So they settled on a payment of $3,000 up front and $3,000 upon completion of the job. And they began planning.
Bro, that's a couple months
They
rent.
explored idea after
Dude, for me, that's like 2-3 months rent. Dude, that's 2 or 3 months rent for me, bro. The fuck?
After idea, including Watkins carrying out the deed, while Carruth was in South Carolina at training camp. But nothing was
What
finalized.
the fuck?
Then, with Sharika having progressed to being 8 months pregnant, they needed
That's
to
just
move quickly.
crazy.
The plan was for Carruth to take Sharika on a date to the movies. Then afterward, he'd tell her that he wanted to spend the night at her home. They would drive back to his place, pick up her car, and drive in their separate cars to her home. Carruth leading and Sharika following. And in a car behind her would be Watkins, a local drug dealer named Michael Kennedy, who supplied the gun and getaway car, and Kennedy's best friend
so far,
Stanley
yeah.
Abraham,
I mean-
also a drug dealer. They would orchestrate a stop in a remote area, and Watkins would ambush Sharika. And that's exactly how it unfolded.
People are
Sometime after midnight, on November 16th, 1999.
People are fucked, man.
As the three cars traveled along a twisting 2-lane road in Charlotte, Carruth stopped his car in front of Sharika's, so Sharika was forced to stop behind him. That's when Kennedy drove up beside Sharika's car, boxing her in. Watkins was sitting in the backseat on the passenger side and closest to Sharika on her driver's side, his window rolled down. He opened fire on Sharika at close range, shooting her 4 times. Once the shooting was over, Carruth drove away. And so did Kennedy, taking away Watkins' ability to check and make sure Sharika was dead. She wasn't. She was still alive.
911. I've been shot.
You've been shot? Where are you at, baby?
I'm 8 months pregnant.
How'd this happen?
I was following my baby's daddy, Ray Caruso, the football player.
Where's he
He was
at?
in the car in front of me, and he slowed down, and somebody pulled up beside me and did this.
And then where'd he go?
He just left. I think he did it. I don't know what to think.
Sharika was able to use a cell phone that Carruth had previously given to her as a gift to dial 911. She was even able to drive her car a couple hundred yards to a nearby neighborhood and then into the yard of Ruth's homes. And then she had the presence of mind to honk her horn. An act that may have saved precious minutes since the owner inside called 911 and helped the responders who were struggling to find her, pinpoint her exact location. The call started with the 911 operator, but once the operator learned that Sharika was shot, she patched in a medic. Together, the medic and the operator worked to gather as much information from Sharika as they could, including her location, exactly what happened, and which direction she thought Carruth was headed. Despite being shot 4 times, Sharika managed to share details about precisely where she was located, most of Carruth's home address and license plate number, and details of the events that just unfolded, all while remaining calm, courteous, and helpful. Remarkable, given the excruciating pain she was experiencing. That 12-minute call and all the damning information Sharika shared in it would turn out to be the single most important piece of evidence in the case against the person who orchestrated the hit, Ray Carruth. Paramedics arrived and administered aid to the profusely bleeding Sharika. She shared the same account of what happened with them. She was transported to Carolina's medical center, where her baby was delivered via emergency C-section at 1:42 a.m., about 80 minutes after she'd been shot.
That's
It was a boy,
crazy.
and he was named Chancellor Lee, a name that Sharika had already chosen if the baby were to be a boy. As soon as he was delivered, he was blue from lack of oxygen, a factor that likely contributed to him developing cerebral palsy afterward.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Doctors originally thought that Sharika would survive the shooting, but that the baby would not. Sharika was treated, including an endotracheal tube being inserted into her throat, leaving her unable to speak. But even with that, she still continued to implicate her on-again, off-again boyfriend. The attending nurse asked Sharika what happened, and Sharika gestured for a pen and paper. She then described in writing the night's events again in detail,
He's still alive?
including that
He'll
Carruth
tell.
had insisted that she followed him
Figured
to
it
her
out. The
house,
kid's still alive, yeah.
and that before they left,
And now getting cerebral
she overheard him
palsy,
say
so I
to
assume
someone
he's
on
still
the
alive.
phone that we're leaving now. Shortly after writing the notes, Sharika fell into a coma. Through phone records and some sleuthing, investigators were able to track down Kennedy, who implicated Watkins. They both implicated Carruth, And on November 25th, 1999, Thanksgiving Day, authorities located and arrested Ray Caruth.
Yep.
Still an active NFL player, he quickly posted bond and was released on bail.
Still
under the
an
condition
active
that he was
NFL
not to
player.
leave Mecklenburg County, and that he would surrender himself back to the sheriff's department should Sharika Adams or Chancellor Lee die. Back at the hospital, Chancellor Lee was defying the odds. He was improving, and despite the brain damage he incurred from lack of oxygen, he continued to survive and thrive. Sharika, however, did not recover. On December 14th, 1999, at the age of 24, after spending nearly a month in a coma, Sharika Adams was removed from life support and passed away. With Sharika's death, Caruth was now facing first-degree murder charges and was slated to surrender himself to the sheriff's department. But he didn't. So the state issued a warrant for his arrest for the murder of Sharika Adams. But Caruth had a plan. There was never any shortage of women who wanted to be around him. So in addition to the women he was dating, typically about 2 at a time, as would later be revealed in court, he also retained a number of female friends. So he called on one of them, Wendy Cole. She was an acquaintance who would watch Caruth's dog and gather his mail when he was out of town. She also knew some of his family members. She would just about head to California to attend cosmetology school, and Caruth convinced her to allow him to stow away in the trunk of her Nissan Maxima on her journey. They left at 10 p.m. on the day Sharika was declared dead, the trunk hurriedly packed with a cell phone, energy bars, 2 empty 20-ounce sports drink bottles for Caruth to urinate in, and Caruth. After driving through the night, an exhausted Cole checked into a Best Western hotel at 8:35 a.m. in Tennessee along the interstate, 500 miles from Charlotte. Unsure of how much longer she was willing to harbor a fugitive, she went inside the hotel room and called Caruth's mother, Theodore. Theodore's immediate concern was for her son's safety, worried he would be shot and killed if he were to lead authorities on a days-long manhunt. So, she did what she felt she had to do to protect her son. She contacted the bail bondsman, who was also frantically searching for her son, since he'd be out $3 million if the fugitive didn't surface. With the bail bondsman knowing he would not be able to traverse 500 miles in time to nab Caruth before they set off again, he contacted Charlotte police, who contacted an FBI agent in Tennessee, Mark Post. Post gathered 4 other agents and alerted them that they were about to apprehend a famous fugitive. Armed with hotel room number 149, the color and model of her car, and a photo of Caruth they printed off the internet, they quietly sped into the hotel parking lot that all the hotel's doors opened to. They worked with the front desk to lure Cole out of the room, not certain whether Caruth had any weapons or whether there would be trouble if they tried to enter with both Cole and Caruth in the room. Once they lured Cole out of the room, they asked her if Caruth was inside the room. She said no and allowed them to search it. When they came up empty, they told her they weren't going anywhere until they found him and asked her if she knew where he was. She did not respond, but she deliberately glanced at her keys. That was what they needed. Having previously looked inside the car at its floors before heading to the room, they were confident he must be in the trunk. Not sure whether Caruth had a weapon or not, they positioned an agent on each side of the trunk, guns fixed on its opening. And a third agent lay below the trunk on his side, positioned so he could reach up and unlock the trunk. Once everyone was ready, Post called out, alerting Caruth that they'd surrounded the car. Post instructed him that they were going to open the trunk, just enough for him to poke his hands through, and that he needed to cooperate. Caruth responded, "Yes, sir." So they popped the trunk, and as soon as the opening reached about 2 inches, Caruth's hands shot out, surprising the agents with how quickly he complied. They retrieved him from the trunk. Caruth initially had trouble standing since by now it was early evening and he'd been curled in the fetal position in the trunk for 21 hours. His pants were also around his knees. Agents helped him pull his pants up and handcuffed him. In the trunk, they found 2 bottles full of urine and several energy bar wrappers. His actual position was illustrated in court, demonstrating his confinement when he was captured.
That's a while.
He was extradited back to Charlotte and charged with first-degree murder.
I did not hear about this when
Up
you
until
talk
he
about the
became
NBA.
fugitive, Caruth had actually remained on the Carolina Panthers roster. But the moment he climbed into the trunk of the Nissan Maxima, turning himself into a fugitive, the team cut him.
No
and
shit.
the NFL suspended him indefinitely. Meanwhile, as Chancellor's condition continued to improve, he was finally released from the hospital. and Sharika's mother, Sandra Adams, was able to take her grandson home to begin the lifetime of caring she was grateful to be able to provide him. Carruth's trial began in October of 2000, with it being the first time in history that an active NFL player would be on trial for murder. The trial was nationally televised headline news. Even the recent unprecedented O.J. Simpson trial coverage, which had taken place just 4 years prior, did not involve an active NFL player. Once the trial was underway, Carruth's defense never wavered. They contended that Ray Carruth was not there when Sharika Adams was shot. They claimed that the couple had been at a movie together, but that they left in separate cars.
How do I
Carruth
get
had
over
nothing to do with the
there,
shooting.
bro?
They tried to convince the jury that Carruth had been caught up in a drug deal with Watkins that had gone wrong, claiming that Carruth was supposed to finance the deal, backed out of it, and the pair had a falling out as a result. But they had little to back it up. The prosecution presented a whole host of witnesses that implicated Carruth in the shooting, but the most damning piece of evidence was the 911 recording, which contained Sharika's powerful testimony about who was responsible for her death.
It's up top, so yeah.
Others were also called to outline in detail how Carruth was a womanizing philanderer who used and discarded women without regard. Amber Turner, the woman that Carruth forced to get an abortion shortly after he had his first child by another woman, also testified. She relayed Carruth's complete opposition to supporting another child. She stated how she'd once heard Carruth joking about killing the mother of his first child so that he wouldn't have to pay the mother any money. She also testified that Carruth claimed he had acquaintances in California that would do it for him, and that after she became pregnant with Carruth's child, he stated that he wasn't going to have any more kids with someone he wasn't going to be with. And, "Don't make me send somebody out there to kill you. You know I'll do it." She even presented a letter that Carruth wrote to her, which outlined what she should say to the police or media if asked about his son Chancellor. It included, number 1, upset I missed the baby being born. Number 2, upset I missed his first steps, first words. Amber's testimony was helpful to the prosecution.
Yeah, guy's a piece
However,
of
in a
shit.
bizarre and frankly disturbing twist, Amber's mother took the stand for the defense.
What?
She started by testifying that she knew about a first pregnancy.
Amber's mother's a white
in
as
which
fuck, eh? That's funny.
she miscarried, and she claimed that Carruth was happy about the prospect of having a baby, fully contradicting what her daughter claimed. She stated that hearing her daughter's testimony about the second pregnancy and Carruth's forced abortion was the first she had ever heard of it.
I was not
And then,
expecting that.
Once she had completed her testimony, she left the stand. And as she passed the defense table, she turned to Carruth, smiled, and mouthed the words, "I love you." The extent of Carruth's enchantment on women seemed to have no bounds, not even.
That's because, yo, all that mom was seeing from that man was dollar signs, bro. You know what I'm saying?
On the stand, Kennedy corroborated
All that
Carruth's
chick seen was
opposition
dollar
towards supporting
signs.
another child. He
She
also
was
testified
bought.
that Carruth called him at 12:19
Bro, I thought there was
a.m.
something on my
on the
screen
night of the
because of
murder
that guy's
to tell him
suit.
that he and Sharika
Look at that
were
guy's
getting ready
suit.
to
It
leave
looks
the
like there's
house,
something on my
exactly
screen.
as
What the
Sharika
fuck?
had reported just before she went into a coma. Everyone's combined testimony pointed to Carruth's involvement.
Oh, what?
The most compelling witness of them all was the hitman himself, Van Watkins. Across 2 days, he testified about the details surrounding Carruth hiring him to kill Sharika, including how Carruth blocked Sharika's path with his vehicle, watched the attack in his rear view mirror, and drove off. After 11 weeks of testimony from 70 witnesses, the trial came to a close. And on January 19th, 2001, 1 day shy of Carruth's 27th birthday, the jury found Ray Theodis Carruth guilty of discharging a firearm into occupied property, conspiracy to commit murder, and other charges. But he was found not guilty of first-degree murder, sparing him the death penalty. Jurors noted afterward that they were conflicted about charging Carruth with first-degree murder since he didn't actually pull the trigger, and since the assassin
I mean, he
actually
stayed in
did
front of
kill
the
Sharika,
car,
had
essentially
pleaded
pinning
down to
her in.
second-degree murder. They said
Like-
had they been given the option of second-degree murder, they would likely have found him guilty of that charge. Carruth was sentenced to no
Mine's
less
too.
than 18 years and no more than 24 years in prison. Carruth's co-conspirators faced their own trials. Watkins, the hitman, entered into a plea bargain and pleaded guilty to second-degree murder in exchange for his testimony. He was sentenced to 50 years. Kennedy also agreed to testify against Carruth, pleaded guilty to second-degree murder, and was sentenced to 11 years. Stanley Abraham, the least involved of the group, pleaded guilty to being an accessory after the fact to assault with a deadly weapon and shooting into an occupied vehicle. He was sentenced to 90 days. After Sharika's death, Sharika's mother, Sandra Adams, began raising Chancellor Lee Adams, who was 23 years old as of the making of this video. Chancellor suffered permanent brain damage due to a lack of oxygen after his mother was shot, and he lives.
You
with
can tell that
cerebral
man
palsy.
loves his
He
grandma,
has,
bro.
however, thrived, learning to both walk and talk. In school, he was a straight A student. Sandra Adams said she chose early on that she would forgive Caruth, stating that she couldn't offer unconditional love to Chancellor if she didn't forgive Caruth. During an interview, she stated, "I'm more loving and compassionate than I ever thought I could be. And for that, I really have Ray Caruth to thank." Wendy Cole, the woman whose trunk Caruth hid inside of, was originally charged with harboring a fugitive. But 6 months later, that charge was dropped. Stanley Abraham, the tag-along in the car, was released in June of 2001 after having served a year and a half in prison for his role in the shooting. Michael Kennedy, the driver, served just under 11 years in prison and was likewise released in 2011. Van Watkins, the hitman, is currently serving his sentence at Central Prison in Raleigh, a maximum security prison. For disciplinary reasons, he spends 23 hours a day in a cell by himself, isolated from other inmates. He's been described as a difficult inmate, having been cited over 15 times for fighting, gambling, disobeying orders, assaulting a correctional officer, and other infractions. He harbors a huge amount of resentment that Ray Caruth didn't get sentenced to as much time as he did. He blames Caruth for ruining his life, reflecting, "I won't forgive Ray Caruth. I want him dead." Watkins will be eligible for release in the year 2046. Ray Caruth appealed his conviction, but was denied a new trial. He tried to take his case to the state and U.S. Supreme Courts, but they refused to hear his case. So, the once first-round NFL draft pick making nearly $40,000 a week was reduced to making 40 cents per day as a janitor at Nash Correctional Institution, where he was first sent to serve out his sentence. His responsibilities included mopping floors and cleaning the bathrooms. He also worked at some point as a prison barber, earning $1 a day. During his time in prison, he got into 2 fights, was written up for making too many telephone calls, but was generally considered a model prisoner. Then, in keeping with the bizarro, hiving in a Trump types of twists this case became known for, Caruth and Sharika's mother, Sandra, engaged in a remote battle. Adams was making appearances in the media with Chancellor and making claims that Caruth took issue with. Caruth fired back in an open letter in an attempt to set the record straight. In essence, he accused Ms. Adams of exploiting Chancellor for monetary gain, twisting the friendly relationship she and Caruth had into a contentious one to the media, and misrepresenting Caruth's relationship with Sharika as a loving, committed relationship. In the letter, he contended that the relationship between Sharika and him was based on lust, not like or love. And that before Sharika became pregnant, they never dated, hung out, or even talked on the phone for any extended period of time. He stated that, aside from the nights that we hooked up, we spent 0 time together. Over the years, however, it appeared that the animosity between Caruth and Adams softened, and they became friendly.
Can be unfair.
Caruth also changed his story at some
Look
point
at
in
that.
prison.
Bro, hold up. Pause. Hold up. Wait a minute. Look at this shit, boy. You got that fucking guy. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this dude. Look at this fucking dude. Look at this fucking dude. Look at this fucking dude.
stating that he was indeed present at the scene of the shooting. He claimed he was in front of Sharika's car, saw Watkins pull up beside her, got scared due to the drug financing deal that went south, and sped away. Which, if true, would mean he left his pregnant girlfriend behind with a violent criminal who was furious with him over a failed drug deal. Then, on October 22nd, 2018, after having served his 18-year sentence, 44-year-old Ray Carruth was released from prison. Still on probation, he moved to Pennsylvania after his release, where he was reported to be employed by his family and working from home. Just before Carruth's release, Sandra Adams spoke with the Charlotte Observer and shared how she hopes to give Carruth information about his son upon his release, stating, "Maybe I can just talk to him and tell him some important things about what his son is doing and where he is in his life." She had already previously shared with them that she would leave the door open for a potential relationship with Carruth, stating, "That's his father. It's a part of him. Chancellor wouldn't be who he is without Ray." She believes that Chancellor may be the one person that would make Carruth take responsibility for his role in Sharika's death. Just over a year after Carruth was released, Sandra Adams reported that Carruth sent a very significant and generous gift to his son, Chancellor Lee Adams. The check was for several $1,000s and apparently represented the first partial payment that Carruth intended to send to fulfill the multi-million-dollar fine the court had awarded the 4 convicted men to pay Adams. The judgment seemed symbolic at the time, given that the 4 convicted men were unemployed and headed to prison. Sandra Adams stated, "I want to acknowledge that Ray did this. To me, it spoke volumes. I am truly grateful, and if he never sends another dime to his son, to me this still means that his heart is changing." We can't wait to hear what you think about this case. The deeper we got into researching, we find new facts and players that just kept taking the twists to new levels. What are your thoughts about this case and its players? Do you think Carruth's fame and the privilege it brought him drove him to do what he did? Or do you think he would have been just as ruthless without the privilege? Please share any thoughts in the comments below. And if you like how we presented
Probably would
this
have been
case,
just
we
as
really
ruthless. You
appreciate
sound
you
like a
hitting
fucking
like and
douchebag,
definitely hit
honestly.
subscribe so you never miss a single video.
That's pretty cold-blooded.
It was the middle of the evening in the Mission Hills area of Boston, Massachusetts, and Carol and Charles Stewart, expecting their first baby in a couple of months, were leaving their childbirthing class from nearby Brigham and Women's Hospital. But they wouldn't make it home that night. They would both be shot before they made it through the neighborhood. Charles Stewart was able to call for help from his car phone, but emergency responders had trouble locating the couple. Once they did, they, along with the television crew that was coincidentally accompanying them, experienced and captured unprecedented.
I gotta go back.
It was the middle.
Yo, look at that fucking dude. But where did he go? Come back. Come back. What? That was crazy.
Middle of the evening in the Mission Hills area of Boston, Massachusetts, and Carol and Charles Stewart, expecting their first baby in a couple of months, were leaving their childbirthing class from nearby Brigham and Women's Hospital. But they wouldn't make it home that night. They would both be shot before they made it through the neighborhood. Charles Stewart was able to call for help from his car phone, but emergency responders had trouble locating the couple. Once they did, they, along with the television crew that was coincidentally accompanying them, experienced and captured unprecedented dramatic footage of the aftermath. That footage and the circumstances surrounding the case would rock the city and the nation, giving them front row seats to the aftermath of one of the most vicious and controversial attacks in the city's history, one that continues to produce aftershocks to this day.
Gee.
Welcome back to Crime A to Z, where we detail cases and criminals from their very beginning till well after other reporting ends. Whenever we think we're going to run out of intriguing off-the-rails cases, real life always delivers. The Charles Stewart case made national headlines for months and created a devastating, rippling effect that has lasted until present day. Thank you to Angela for recommending this case. We were eager to cover it the moment you recommended it. And before we get started, one important note. We'd like to express a huge and sincere thank you to all of you for helping us grow our humble little channel to 100,000 subscribers.
Fuck yeah, chat. We
We
just
know
got
that that's
Fang
not
for
us.
16
It's you.
mil.
And we will never take
We
you
could
for
sell
granted.
that for fucking
We love delivering these cases to you and appreciate
900K
every subscriber who
profit,
comment, share, like,
honestly.
and view. So thank
Did
you
we?
from the bottom of our A to Z hearts. Also, as usual, if you like how we present this case, we always genuinely appreciate an extra moment of your time to please hit like and subscribe. Let's go.
Yo, we could definitely. I think I might have found a new hustle in RuneScape.
Carol DeMady was born on March 26, 1959 in Medford, Massachusetts.
17 mil.
Growing up, she was bright,
Make
kind,
over a
and
mil.
outgoing. She would go on to attend and graduate from Boston
That'd be
College
wild.
in
I wouldn't
1981,
do that though.
and then earn a law degree from Suffolk University Law School in 1986. Afterward, she began working as a tax lawyer at a publishing
This
company
shit's
in
too
a
good to
suburb
salary
of Boston.
now. I'll make my money back in no time now.
In 1980, while she was
On
still
God.
a student at Boston College, Carol was working as a waitress at a restaurant in Revere,
I gotta get
a city
Bandos
about
now.
5 miles outside of Boston. It was there that she met
Maybe I should start
Charles
killing
Stewart,
Bandos to get
who was also
passage and
working at the
shit.
restaurant as a chef. Charles, who went by Chuck,
Hmm.
was born on December 18, 1959, to parents Charles and Dorothy Stewart, an insurance salesman and hospital switchboard operator, respectively. According to a co-worker, Chuck was rugged, handsome, and very popular with the women. Carol and Chuck began dating and fell in love. Shortly after they met, Chuck left his chef position and got a job at Cakes and Sons Furs, a prestigious fur store on Ritzy Newbury Street in Boston. There, he would eventually rise to the position of general manager. The couple's relationship continued to flourish. They got married in 1985 and bought a house in Reading,
Fossil
which was an
Island
affluent
rival.
town about 16 miles from Boston. Neighbors of the couple recalled how they would seemingly spend all their spare time together, jogging together and gardening together in their front yard, and how Chuck would graciously coach Little League baseball and readily helped neighbors when needed. By 1989, Carol was pregnant and due in December of that year. They appeared to be the perfect couple, until it all came crashing down. On October 23, 1989, 30-year-old Carol and 29-year-old Chuck Stewart were driving home after attending a childbirth class at nearby Brigham and Women's Hospital. While they were passing through the Roxbury neighborhood, they were both shot. According to Chuck Stewart, they were at a stoplight when a black man with a raspy voice forced his way into the back seat of their car at gunpoint. He ordered them to drive to nearby
Sounds
Mission
legit.
Hill, robbed them, then shot Carol in the head.
Bet
Chuck
you
in
this
the
guy
abdomen.
did it himself.
Chuck managed to drive away and use his car phone to call 911.
Obviously.
All calls that are coming from a cell phone get routed to the
Oh.
Massachusetts State Police's special cellular emergency line.
State Police Boston recorded an emergency 510.
My wife's been shot. I've been shot.
Where is this, sir?
I have no idea. I'm off. I've been coming from Tremont, Brigham and Women's Hospital.
The sergeant
I'm
immediately picked up to
thinking,
listen in
why?
on the call. Recognizing the urgency, he immediately contacted the local Boston Police Department, but they needed the Stewart's location to give to the local police.
Where are you right now, sir? Can you indicate to me?
No, I don't know. He made us go to an abandoned area.
Okay, sir. Can you see out the windows? Can you tell me where you are, please?
No. I don't know. I don't see any signs. Oh, God.
Are you near Brigham and Women's Hospital?
No.
Are you in the city of Boston, though?
Yes.
Can you give me any indication where you might be? Any buildings?
No.
Okay, has your wife been shot as well?
Yes. In the head.
In the head?
Yeah, I ducked down.
But they still don't have a location to get emergency responders to him and his wife.
If you can drive, sir, without hurting yourself, yes, if you could. Just try to give me a cross street. If you can drive, give me any street indication and stay there. I'll get someone right to you, right away.
Stop the car. He took the keys, but I have a spare set. Oh, man.
Bear with me, Chuck. I'm going to get someone to you. Hang in with me now.
All right. I'm at a place. Oh, I can't read it.
Just try to read it, Chuck.
I'm coming up to a... Yeah.
Okay, Chuck, so try to give me a street sign. Okay, Chuck. Is your wife breathing?
I just feel gurgling. There's a busy street up ahead. Oh, man.
Um...
I'm turning onto a busy street. I recognize where I am now. Should I drive to the hospital?
Just tell me what the street is, Chuck.
I'm pulling over. Tremont Street.
Tremont Street?
They've got a street name, but the street is a long one, and they need more information.
Chuck.
Yeah.
Tremont Street where?
I don't know. I'm in front of K.
K what?
Oh, man.
Hang in, Chuck. Come on with me now. Chuck, I need you to help me a little bit, and I'll get assistance to you right away. We're on the way, Chuck.
We're banking everything.
Yeah. Man, I'm going to pass out.
Can you open the door? Can you open the window?
I'm blanking out.
You can't blank out on me. I need you, man.
Chucky boy. Chuck.
My wife has stopped gurgling. She stopped breathing.
Chuck, I'm going to get assistance to you, buddy. Open the door. Talk to someone on the street.
But they won't get a precise location.
Talk to me, Chuck.
Oh.
Where are you shot, Chucky? Chuck?
They hear body movement, but cannot get a response from Chuck for minutes. He has blacked out.
Chuck. Chuck.
I guess take some high out.
Chuck, are you there?
While they continue to try to solicit a response from Chuck, they hear sirens in the background of the call. They tell local police that they must be near the Stewarts because they can hear their sirens through the phone. Local police are not sure which of their cars is nearby. So, they have all patrol cars in the vicinity turn off their sirens, then turn them back on one by one until the sergeant and operator can hear them again.
That's so smart,
It works.
bro.
Boston police
Holy
locate the
shit,
couple's
that is
car,
so smart.
And, coincidentally, the crew
Wow.
of the television show Rescue 911 happened to be on a ride-along with the emergency medical crew that responded to the call, obtaining rare and dramatic footage
No
of the actual
fucking
aftermath.
shot. No fucking
The emergency
way.
medical crew, along with the ride-along TV crew, arrived nearly instantly.
That's crazy.
I got out of the ambulance, grabbed some equipment, made my way over to the driver's side of the car, which was closest to me. My partner Dan went around to the other side to attend to the woman. She had a substantial amount of injury to her head and was in cardiac arrest at that time.
No way, room pick right off the bat. Oh my good golly gosh.
Once Chuck is settled in the ambulance, police try to obtain information about the
I'm
perpetrator.
fucking retarded, dude.
He was very conversant and lucid and giving the Boston police officers quite a bit of information about what had transpired, and I was impressed with how much detail and how much recall he had, considering what he had been through.
Bro, I fucking I did the fucking dumbest shit in the world. I literally... I literally high-elked fucking...
He reports that their
bones.
attacker was a black man with a raspy voice, wearing a tracksuit. The couple gets whisked off to separate hospitals. Carol is
It's
in
obviously
critical condition.
him. Like, come on now. You
She's
can tell
rushed to
just by the
nearby
call.
Brigham and Women's Hospital, the hospital where they had taken birthing classes just moments before then. The baby is delivered by C-section, 2 months prematurely.
Not another one.
Chuck is taken to Boston City Hospital.
Okay. How about numbness or tingling in your legs? No?
Ooh.
Okay. 12, 18, 59, 29 years old.
He asks about his wife.
Okay, so he'll go up. She went to another hospital. We can't keep an update because we're taking care of you, okay? All right.
Chuck's injuries are life-threatening. He undergoes 6 hours of surgery, but survives and is expected to make a full recovery. But that was not the case for Carol. She died within hours of arriving at the hospital. And although her baby, who would be named Christopher, was successfully delivered via C-section, he would also die 17 days later, turning the tragedy into a double homicide. And while the events of the evening seemed to be coming toward a sad and tragic ending, it was most definitely only the beginning.
That's crazy.
4 days after her death, Carol's funeral was held.
Go get him.
Still in the hospital recovering from his wounds, Chuck wrote a letter to be read at his wife's funeral. It began, "Good night, sweet wife, my love. God has called you to his hands, not to take you away from me or the happiness and gladness you brought me, but to bring you away from the cruelty and the violence that fills this world." But before that even took place, there was a murder to be solved. On the heels of a surge in violence and crime that began the month prior, the city and its residents were fearful and outraged by the incident. Several public figures even called for the return of the death penalty in Massachusetts. The day after the shooting,
I'm a firm believer in the death penalty if it's for the right thing.
Manhunt to find the alleged killer.
Like, if
Ordering
you're
more
taking
than
someone's
100
life,
extra
man,
police
and you do
officers
some
to
gruesome
support the
shit to that
search.
person, I don't know.
The manhunt began.
Let's just
But not just
say
any
you
manhunt,
don't deserve to
given the
live in my
combination of a
fucking
described
opinion.
assailant being a black man and Boston's
Were it up to me,
not-so-secret
you'd be getting a
reputation of
bullet
bias
in
and
that
unfair
brain,
treatment of
brother.
people of color in the city, the manhunt resulted in what many, including Boston City Councilor Bruce Bowling, described as a war zone with every black man as the enemy. Police swarmed the Boston's Mission Hill neighborhood, stopping and
Damn, that's
aggressively
crazy.
frisking black men. A lot of them. Looking for the vague black man with a raspy voice. The manhunt of this nondescript black man
Vague
triggered a
black
massive
man with the
uptick in
raspy
city's
voice.
practice of
What?
stop and
Like,
frisk.
how are you gonna find
A
that?
practice of stopping and searching citizens for weapons or prohibited items when there is reasonable suspicion they committed a crime. The practice and the law allowing it already existed prior to the incident. But after the Stewart shooting, it skyrocketed to an unprecedented level. During the month following the incident, it is estimated that there were over 150 stop and frisk searches per day in the neighborhoods surrounding the shooting. The searches were harsh, invasive, and demeaning.
Usually they
As
are.
would later be documented, both in and out of court, the African-American community was under attack. Frederick Johnson, a businessman and community advocate, likened it to a police riot, noting how in those first days he saw dozens of young African-American men lined up on street corners with their pants pulled down as officers searched their pants and underwear for drugs, guns, or any other excuse to arrest them. The week following the attack, he and a colleague who were dressed in suits were pulled over and told they fit the description of the suspect. 2 weeks after the shooting, he witnessed 30 young African-American,
The
young
fuck?
to middle-aged men stripped naked, lying on the ground, hands cuffed behind their backs. Groups of women protested, but the police just gathered more and more of the men and hauled them away like animals. He said that he wanted to report the offense to the police department until
crazy.
he learned that what they were doing was legal due to the stop and frisk law. Meanwhile, 4 days after the manhunt began, police had arrested a potential suspect, a homeless man named Alan Swanson. He had been squatting in an apartment near where the shooting had taken place. Police found a black tracksuit where he was living matching Chuck's description of the assailant. A few weeks later, on November 20th, Swanson was replaced by a new suspect, William or Willie Bennett. Willie was a resident of the same apartments where Swanson was squatting. He was initially arrested for a video store robbery. But with Willie having served time for shooting a police officer, police moved to suspecting him of the Stewart shooting. Then, shortly after Christmas, Chuck reportedly had a strong physical reaction.
What do I
He
do
was
with these
shown Willie Bennett
fossils?
in a lineup. As the investigation proceeded, Chuck was in the hospital recovering. He underwent 2 major surgeries and spent 6 weeks in the hospital before being released. Within 2 weeks of being released, he began shopping. He purchased a $1,000 pair of diamond earrings and a $250 brooch reportedly
Interesting.
paid for from the proceeds of at least one of his wife's life insurance payouts. More on that in a bit. Because what happened next
Interesting.
turned the case upside down.
Let's see if he's
On January 3rd, 2 months after the shooting, police received a visit from Chuck's 23-year-old younger brother, Matthew Stewart. He was there to drop a bombshell. He told police that he had conspired with Chuck to pick up the .38 caliber revolver used in the shooting, along with Carol's purse and jewelry just after the shooting. Matthew's lawyer asserted that Matthew thought he was only participating in an insurance scam with his brother, and that he did not know that his sister-in-law had been shot when he obtained the items, then dumped them into a river in Revere. Police were uncertain whether that was true or not. But what Matthew made clear was that his brother, Chuck Stewart, was the person responsible for shooting and killing his wife, and shooting and injuring himself, and that it was not the fictitious black
shocking.
man that Chuck had made up. Based on Matthew's statements and other evidence,
I
Charles
could
Chuck
tell
Stewart
that
became
from the
the prime
fucking phone
suspect in
call,
Carol's
bro.
death.
Just the way he was talking about
Police
it.
set
He
out
was
to
in no
arrest him the
hurry
same
to
day,
like tell them
but
anything.
were
Like,
not able to locate
yeah,
him
it's just pretty obvious.
until the following morning, in the Mystic River. Chuck Stewart was dead. To learn more about that, be sure to check out the restricted chapter linked in the description once you finish this video.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, it
Suck
turned
my
out that
cock,
Matthew was
how's that
not the
sound?
only Stewart family member who knew that Chuck killed Carol. Chuck's other siblings were also aware of their brother's involvement. They agonized over what to tell their ailing parents. The day before Matthew revealed the truth to police, a phone call between 2 of Chuck's other siblings, Michael and Shelley, was automatically recorded by the Revere Fire Department where Michael worked. It went as follows. Shelley stated, "We're all meeting here right now. We're going to Mom's." Michael replied, "What are you going to tell them?" Shelley said, "We're going to tell them we know that Chuck was involved. We're not going to say that he killed her." Michael stated, "Yeah, right." Shelley stated, "Okay." And Michael, "Wow, Shelley, I know Mike. Get ready." And then Michael just sighed. Michael's lawyer claimed his client knew the call was being recorded and claimed the basis of the discussion was to decide how to alert their parents, given that Chuck's involvement was about to be made public. But that didn't align with the contents of the conversation. But Matthew coming forward was the main break in the case. It's what finally set investigators and prosecutors on the course of discovering the shocking and devastating truth. Starting with Chuck and Carol. All was not well in the lives of the picture-perfect couple. A neighbor
You know what I'm
reported
saying?
how Carol shared with her that once she got pregnant, Chuck began staying out late on Friday nights. Chuck had become unhappy in his marriage and approached a friend and his brother Michael about killing his wife. Both refused. But then in October, according to Matthew's defense, Chuck recruited him to help pull off an insurance scam by fake stealing Carol's jewelry. They went through a dry run a few days before. Then on October 23rd, as they planned after Chuck and Carol left their childbirth class, Matthew pulled up, Chuck tossed him Carol's Gucci bag, and Matthew drove away, unaware that Carol lay in the passenger seat, dying. Once Matthew arrived home and learned about the shooting, he went to the house of a friend named John McMahon. There the two opened the bag and found both the jewelry and, unexpectedly, a gun. They quickly realized what Chuck had done, killed his wife, then shot himself to make it look like they were attacked. They dumped everything except for Carol's diamond ring into the river. The possibility of Chuck's wounds being self-inflicted did come up during the investigation. However, investigators were told by doctors that it was highly unlikely given the severity of his wounds. Matthew claimed that once he learned that Chuck was pinning the blame on Bennett, he decided to come forward. But the prosecutor contended that Matthew had to have realized that Chuck shot Carol and only contacted authorities after their girlfriends and other members of the Stewart family had threatened to do so. Both Michael and Matthew Stewart were pallbearers at Carol's funeral. Carol's brother, Carl DeMady, reflected on the Stewart brothers' actions, stating, "Can you believe that they came over to our house to comfort my parents? It is just mind-boggling that they could sit with us or allow us to visit Chuck, to cry over him and pray for his recovery, knowing that Chuck was responsible for what happened to Carol. The investigation also uncovered Chuck's potential motives, including a love interest. Although there have been conflicting reports about whether there was a romantic relationship or not, Chuck is said to have been interested in a 22-year-old graduate student he worked with at the first store. Before the shooting, they would dine together.
Damn.
And her birthday fell just after the purchase of one of Chuck's expensive jewelry purchases that we mentioned previously. After the shooting, she called him regularly in the hospital, but is reported to have broken things off once he tried to take their relationship in a romantic direction. A financial incentive. According to a friend, Chuck was upset that his wife refused to get an abortion and was worried that she would not return to work after the baby was born, reducing their income. He had taken out multiple life insurance policies on his wife,
Definitely
reportedly
reducing
totaling
income.
around $182,000.
Oh yeah, this guy definitely
Carol
guilty
had even
as hell.
commented to friends that she couldn't understand why Chuck had taken out so much life insurance on her. And he wanted to open a restaurant. It's reported that he intended to use the life insurance payouts to finance opening his own restaurant. The investigation also revealed that Chuck lied about having a college education. He had claimed that he went to Brown University on a football scholarship and said he dropped out due to a knee injury. He also claimed that he eventually graduated from Salem State College instead, but in reality, he never even applied to Brown. And he dropped out of Salem after just 2 months. With Chuck Stewart now dead, the investigation resulted in charges against his brother Matthew Stewart and Matthew's friend John McMahon. No charges were ever brought against any of Stewart's other family members. 2 years after the shooting, Matthew Stewart accepted a plea deal and pleaded guilty to conspiracy, insurance fraud,
Bro, this sounded like don't
possession
get
of a
hit at
firearm,
all.
and other
Like,
charges
fuck,
in
suck
exchange
me
for a
off,
3 to
man.
5
Suck me
year
off and call me
prison sentence.
Sally.
John McMahon also accepted a plea deal and pleaded guilty to being an accessory to murder after the fact, conspiracy, and 2 counts of illegally carrying a firearm in exchange for a 1-year prison sentence. Both Carol and baby Christopher, who survived 17 days after his mother was shot, are buried under Carol's maiden name, DeMady. After having served 3 years in prison, Matthew Stewart was released and placed on probation. 2 years later, he was arrested on drug charges and parole violation, but his attorney was able to get them overturned, and he was released. Chuck's other brother, Michael, would later note how once he learned of the shooting and Matthew's involvement, he urged Matthew to protect himself by secretly taping himself and Chuck before he went to the police. Matthew did not do that and turned himself in without any incriminating tape by the advice of his lawyer. Michael reflected, "If I could save one brother, that was the plan. I knew we were going to lose Chuck, regardless, either to death or jail. I didn't want to lose Matthew." Michael went on to note that after that, Matthew never could shake his battle with the bottle. "We spent years trying to create opportunities for him. It always seemed like 1 step forward, 2 steps back. Just with the notoriety of the name Matthew Stewart, getting a job was a difficult thing." He fought for 22 years to save his tortured younger brother from the demons of that night. But in 2011, Matthew Stewart was found dead in a homeless shelter in Cambridge of a drug overdose. While Willie Bennett was serving his 12 to 25-year sentence for holding up the video store, a crime he states he also did not commit, he filed a civil rights lawsuit against 3 detectives of the Boston Police Department, claiming they coerced a witness into giving false statements against him. A federal jury rejected the case. Carol DeMady's family established the Carol DeMady Stewart Foundation to provide scholarships to Malden High School graduates and Mission Hill residents. The foundation seeks to help students who show leadership potential but cannot afford to go to college. One of the beneficiaries of the scholarship was William Bennett's daughter. The DeMadys feel that Carol would not want to be remembered as the victim of a sensational murder, but rather as a woman who left behind a legacy of healing and compassion. Carol's brother, Carl DeMady, stated, "We always felt that we were victims, and so was the black community. What better way to reach across and acknowledge their pain?" Since Chuck died before he could be prosecuted, there are obviously no updates related to him. But remember to check out his Restricted Chapters video by clicking the on-screen link here or the link in the description. The Stewart case continues to have a ripple effect on race relations in the city of Boston. The misuse of stop and frisk on such a mass scale initially outraged the African American community. But it was heightened even further when the practice continued after they had a suspect in custody. And then it still continued even after it was clear that Chuck Stewart was the assailant. After the truth about the shooting came to light, the city's African American leaders protested police actions and media reports that criminalized the black community. A commission was formed to investigate police coercing witness statements and illegally stopping and strip searching black men. A year later, Attorney General James Shannon announced the findings, that the police coerced witnesses and other findings.
We have found a broad pattern of infringement of individual civil rights, which violates the policies articulated by the police department. The most disturbing findings are those of public strip searches.
Shocking.
There is no excuse for forcing young men to lower their trousers or for a police officer to search inside their underwear on public streets and hallways. That practice must be condemned in the strongest possible terms.
He recommended a formation of a police-civilian review board to monitor police policies and tactics in the future. Despite the findings, the police did not do away with stop and frisk. In 2015, over 2 decades later,
They just said, nah,
Massachusetts
fuck your
ACLU
warning,
reported
dude.
that the practice was still being used to discriminate against African American and Latino men in Boston. The case of Charles and Carol Stewart received widespread national coverage. Over the past 30 years, it has been reported, reproduced, or referenced in news specials, television shows, movies, and more. Far too many to name here.
That's
This case was a lot.
wild.
What are your thoughts? This case had so many details we hadn't expected to find, so we can't.
That shit was wild. Yo, what? What
A young
the
boy's body is
fuck?
found face down in the bay, underneath the Lint Slaw Bridge.
The title to this
Police are
video
baffled
chat
and surmise that he may
killed
be the
his
victim
family
of an
because they were eating ramen.
They searched the waters and realized that this was no accident once they discovered the tiny body of his 2-year-old sister nearby, with a pillowcase full of rocks tied around her ankles to weigh her down. Divers find a similarly weighted pillowcase in the waters along with a sleeping bag full of rocks. The pillowcase had been tied around the boy's ankle, but had fallen off. A sketch is produced of the 4-year-old boy and shown to the public. His babysitter identifies him immediately as Zachary Longo, along with his sister, Sadie. Police clamor to find out where the
Babysitter.
family
That's a good
lives and
babysitter.
ascend on their home, only to find 2 more bodies: Mother, Mary Jane, and baby, Madison. Christian, the father, is nowhere to be found. He will eventually surface in Cancun, Mexico.
What?
But only
Cancun.
after being placed on the FBI's most wanted list and triggering the largest investigation in the county's history.
Damn, homie out in Cancun.
Welcome
What
back
a
to
fucking
Crime A to
scumbag.
Z, where we detail cases and criminals from their very beginning until well after other reporting ends. Today, we'll be talking about yet another bad Chris, Christian Longo. New Chris, same evil. But with a
Chris
few
Coleman,
genuinely
Christian Longo,
Hollywood-worthy
Chris
twists.
Watts.
Be
Holy
sure to
shit,
stick around
boys.
to
Let's
see
just
why
hope
this
your
case
name's not Chris.
twists
You could have
really
the chance of being a
guaranteed
fucking
a
psychopath.
spot on the big screen. And definitely don't miss the Z part of today's case. What happened after this killer was sent to prison shocked everyone. Hey, before we get started, if you like how we
Bro,
present
this guy's
case,
videos are
please help us
like
out by
different
hitting
but
like and
good.
subscribe. Let's go.
They just break down the facts. They're going to the interrogation and shit. It just breaks down the hardcore facts. Brief, well put together. I'm hooked.
Christian Michael Longo was born on January 23, 1974, to strict Jehovah's Witness parents. According to Longo's own accounts, his childhood was a good one. It included being active in his church and being trained to practice door-to-door ministry. His teenage years proceeded as normal, but he didn't date until his very late teens. And when he finally did, he met Mary Jane Irene Baker.
Mary Jane Watts.
Mary Jane was a fellow member of the Jehovah's Witness congregation in Ypsilanti, where Longo attended. He was 18 and she was 25, 7 years older than him.
What?
Mary Jane was born and raised in
Wait.
Michigan as a Jehovah's Witness like
Damn.
Longo.
Don't hear that
She
too
worked as
often.
a secretary for the University of Michigan School of Dentistry. They met in the church parking lot. Longo, just 18 and still living with his parents, wanted to date Mary Jane. But his parents wouldn't have it. He would later recall.
They gave me an ultimatum at that point. They said I was still fairly adamant that I wanted to date Mary Jane, and they essentially said you can either live under our roof or you can date Mary Jane, and I chose to move out that next week.
The couple dated, but their brief courtship would be the last time they'd experience problem-free living.
That's crazy.
They would get married within a year, but before they even got to the altar, Longo triggered money issues by buying Mary Jane a 3.5-carat diamond engagement ring that he couldn't afford.
Attaboy.
So he put it on a payment plan.
Nothing says I love you
And
like
when he
immediately
inevitably
getting
couldn't
into
come up with
debt.
a payment amount one month, he stole $108 from the camera store he worked at. Management caught wind of the missing money and questioned the employees. Longo did not come clean. However, the next morning, he claimed that his conscience got to him. So he left the money on the counter of the store, along with a letter of resignation. When Longo's roommates, also Jehovah's Witnesses, got wind of the incident, they reported it to the congregation elders. And Longo was sanctioned and stripped of some of his church responsibilities. Mary Jane supported him.
Damn.
But ultimately, the sanctions resulted in the couple not being allowed to be married in their church's Kingdom Hall. Longo said that he learned his lesson from that incident and was repentant, stating, "I was determined that I would never do anything along those lines again.
I'm just gonna
Anything
kill
that
my
was not
children
only
and
illegal,
wife."
but immoral, unsavory." But that didn't seem to be the case. Longo had an addiction to cars, nice clothes, and traveling to exotic places. So it didn't take long for him to max out the
I don't
couple's
understand how
credit
people
cards.
get addicted to that kind of lifestyle,
And
man.
once they began
Maybe I'm
having
just a
children,
simple,
and Mary
like,
Jane
plain
quit her
Jane
job to stay at
motherfucker.
home and take
But that
care
shit
of
doesn't even interest
their
me.
financial-
You know, traveling, that's probably the only thing that would interest me. I don't need to be staying in the most fanciest of places and shit, though.
struggles became insurmountable. The couple welcomed 3 children into their family. Zachary, born
I don't
in
need to be
1997.
bougie. 1997, yo,
born
that's
14
me.
months later. And Madison, born in October 1999. Having also quit his own job, he told Mary Jane and his friends and family that he got a new job working at a distribution company for the New York Times.
Time is the one for
It's
them.
unclear whether he actually worked there or not. But regardless, while he was there, he started reading
Oh, what the
articles by
fuck?
Michael Finkel, an investigative journalist
Ray
for the Times.
Finkel.
He became fascinated with the author. He would read all of his articles. He wanted to be rich and famous like him, traveling the world and enjoying the status that he did. Then, after his last 2 children were born, Longo quit his job at the distribution company and decided to start a construction cleaning business. But with no money coming in, he had to get resourceful. So, he created a fake driver's license, used it to test drive a van from the Pontiac dealership, and never returned. He changed the plates on the stolen van and used it for his business, cleaning up construction sites. The business was initially successful, but it didn't last. So soon he was back in the same financially desperate situation, and lying to family and friends about it, leading them to believe the business was successful as he continued to bury himself and his family deeper into debt. He told friends that he had won a boat and 2 jet skis in a contest. He bought 2 cars, but one of them was repossessed, and the other one broke down. Then, along with the money problems, came problems in the marriage. In May of 2000, Mary Jane confided in her sister that she had found emails that her husband had sent to another woman. Mary Jane ultimately confronted her husband about the messages, and his response to her was that she wasn't any fun anymore since she had the children.
Damn.
And that he didn't love her anymore.
Damn, homeboy's like, you
Mary
ain't
Jane
putting
was
out.
devastated,
It's over,
but she was
girl.
also determined to stay with her husband and make it work. She told the elders of the congregation about the emails
You
and her
popped out
situation.
3 kids the size of footballs.
church
You don't want to
sanctioned
have sex
Longo
no more.
again.
We done.
Even without any proof of a physical relationship with the other woman. The couple remained together, and in late 2000, Longo turned to check fraud to come up with the cash he needed. That landed him in court for the first time. He pleaded guilty, and instead of receiving the standard sentence of over a decade in prison for his offenses, he got off with a slap on the wrist.
What?
He was merely given 3 years of probation,
What?
community service,
That's crazy.
and ordered to pay restitutions far greater than what he could afford based on the exaggerated income that he reported in order to keep up appearances. The conviction was a wake-up call for Longo, who promised to both be truthful to his wife going forward and also straighten out their finances. Mary Jane stuck by his side, but his apologies did not go over as well with the church. The church got wind of this transgression and finally disfellowshipped him from the church entirely.
Damn.
With the
Peace, bud.
disfellowshipping, Chris lost all his church co-workers, friends, and even his family. Mary Jane likewise lost her friends and church community and only had her husband and family to cling to. Even more desperate now, Longo opened a credit card in his father's name and ran up nearly $100,000 in debt.
How?
With creditors breathing down his neck and Mary Jane's friends starting to become concerned about Mary Jane, Longo decided that they needed to make a move. They dropped everything and moved from Michigan to Toledo, Ohio, a violation
I don't think
of
moving's
Longo's
the
probation.
like the key there.
They
Like,
moved into a warehouse. It didn't have a kitchen, running water, or sufficient plumbing.
oh, that's why.
Longo told Mary Jane that the warehouse was paid for 6 months. But it wasn't. He was still forging checks.
What?
But the move was partially successful.
What
He
a dumb
disconnected Mary
fuck.
Jane from her family. They tried to communicate with her, but her phone had been turned off. They filed a missing persons report. But then in November, they received a letter from her from South Dakota. It stated, "Sorry, we moved. Can't call now, but we'll be in touch."
That's
The family would
crazy
move
as
again
fuck.
whenever the police got too close to figuring out any of Longo's illegal schemes. They'd stay at motels, campsites, and anywhere that was cheap. The family finally
How the
settled in
fuck do you
Oregon,
live like that?
still swindling, pawning,
It's
and
not
stealing
living.
their way into places to stay. Once they swindled their way into yet another rental home, a nice bayfront condo, Longo landed a part-time job at the Starbucks inside the local Fred Meyer store. He was embarrassed that he had to take a minimum wage job. So he told anyone who would listen that he was a wealthy internet entrepreneur and that he only took the Starbucks job because he loved the coffee. They continued to struggle financially, with the Starbucks checks getting spent as quickly as they came in. The jig was about to be up on the swindled condo they were staying in. Food was scarce. Gas was pumped without paying. And on a December
Gas
evening,
was pumped without
2001,
paying, bro.
as he looked out
That's
from the
wild.
balcony of the condo as his family slept inside, Longo realized that this was the beginning of the end.
That's wild.
A man discovers the body of a small boy. He's floating face down in Elisa Bay near the man's RV lot. Police are called to the scene, and a digitally enhanced photo of the young boy is soon broadcast on the news, requesting anyone who may know him to come forward. A woman who occasionally babysat the Longo children and worked with Longo at Starbucks reports that the young boy looks like 4-year-old Zachary Longo. The water is searched, and 3 days after Zachary is found, they find the body of a young girl wrapped in a comforter and with rocks tied in a pillowcase around her ankle to weigh her to the bottom of the water. It is Zachary's 2-year-old sister, Sadie. They will later find that Zachary was actually killed and wrapped in the same manner, but his weights and covering had come off. Knowing that Zachary and Sadie were related, police wondered where the rest of the family was. And on December 27th, they were able to locate the family's home in Yaquina Bay, some 15 miles or 24 kilometers away from where the children's bodies were found. Police arrived, but the home was empty. So, they searched the docks nearby. It didn't take long to discover 2 suitcases, one of which had Mary Jane's hair spilling out from the zipper.
Damn.
One suitcase contained a naked Mary Jane, complete with some bruises to her face, while the other contained baby Madison. Both suitcases were weighted down with weights. Mary Jane experienced blunt force trauma to her head, but the autopsy's official cause of death for all 4 victims was asphyxiation. Although court arguments and other sources claim that Zachary and Sadie died from drowning, indicating that they were discarded in the water with their weights while they were still alive. At this point, the only family member not accounted for was Christian Longo. So he became the prime suspect. Since over a week had passed since the murders, Longo had a significant head start evading capture. So he was placed on the FBI's top 10 most wanted list.
That's fucking crazy.
After Longo had heard on the news that the
That was
body
a
of a
sick
little
fuck.
boy had been found, he went to Starbucks to pick up his final paycheck, then drove to San Francisco. He applied for a position at a Starbucks there.
What?
But then decided to head to Cancun, Mexico instead. Longo had stolen the credit card info of a Starbucks customer while he was still working there, and was using that to fund his evasion from the authorities. By tracking that credit card's activities, they were able to determine that he was headed toward the Mexican border. Once in Mexico, Longo began living the carefree life. He hung out with some young British tourists, drank beer, went snorkeling and dancing, and shared a cabana with his attractive new girlfriend, a German photographer. And he also impersonated a journalist. While evading capture, Longo had assumed the identity of Michael Finkel, the writer that he had admired while he was working at the distribution center for the New York Times. Finkel had since become discredited and fired from the New York Times for writing a piece about a person that he had based on facts from multiple people, a violation of basic journalism principles. At the end of December, a tourist recognized Longo in Cancun. By the time police arrived, Longo had relocated to a beach camp in Tulum, Mexico. An FBI agent, along with Mexican authorities, approached him on January 13, 2002, and asked him if he was Christian Michael Longo. Without so much as glancing at his horrified girlfriend, he confirmed that he was indeed Christian Longo and was arrested.
Yo, let's go, chat. We
Normally,
just
the
hit
US has to negotiate or
89
trade to
strike.
extradite a fugitive from Mexico back to the US if they may face the death penalty once returned. But since Longo agreed to return to the US voluntarily, Mexican officials allowed him to leave without incident. With Longo apprehended, the theatrics would begin. To start, at the beginning of 2003, Michael Finkel, the writer whom Longo had impersonated, was contacted by a reporter at the Oregonian. He asked Finkel for his opinion about the man who impersonated him while in Mexico after killing his entire family. Having never heard of the case up until that point, Finkel became intrigued and reached out to Longo in prison. Longo shared how he had followed Finkel's entire career and admired his writing. Longo agrees to tell Finkel his side of the story, but only if Finkel will give him writing lessons and promises not to share their discussions until after the trial is over. Finkel agrees, and after a short period of time he becomes consumed with Longo. Longo is likable and forthcoming with mistakes he has made, but always evades the topic of his guilt. The pair talk
Obviously,
weekly
sounds
over
like
the phone
Ted
and
Bundy.
exchange thousands of pages of correspondence that include various versions of who killed whom and when, including one version where Longo outlines himself throwing the two children over the bridge into the water, still alive. Despite this, Finkel starts to see similarities between himself and Longo, starts to doubt Longo's guilt, and, by most accounts, befriends him.
What?
Then, just before the trial is set to begin, Longo tells Finkel that he's going to change his pleas from guilty to not guilty. Sort of. In March 2003, the trial begins, and Longo shocks everyone by pleading guilty to the murders of Mary Jane and Madison, surprisingly, without a plea deal. For the murders of Zachary and Sadie, he refuses to enter a plea, so the court entered a not guilty plea on his behalf. Finkel asks Longo, "What's up?" Longo claims that he can't share all the details because he has to protect certain unnamed people. Hearing of Finkel and Longo's relationship, the FBI agent who arrested Longo warns Finkel that Longo is manipulative and extremely dangerous. He encourages Finkel to turn over what he has learned from Longo, but Finkel refuses.
That's wild.
Once
This
the
guy's
trial was
getting
underway, one of the
used.
jurors noted that he thought there must be some mistake. He felt that the boyish, clean-cut young man sitting in the defendant's chair could not have done the things they were claiming. But he was wrong. The prosecution would argue that Christian Longo was a cold-blooded killer whose family had become a burden for him, and that his solution was to get rid of them. They claimed that there was evidence that he'd been planning the murders for months, including information found on Longo's computer that showed he repeatedly visited the online version of a book titled Hitman that gives advice about murder methods. That book includes, in part, that the corpse should be weighted down with the standard concrete blocks, but it must be wrapped from head to toe. Also, Longo had cut out obituaries and written the deceased's personal information in the margins, which the prosecution contended illustrated his plans to assume a new identity once he disposed of his family.
Yeah.
And then there was his attempt to isolate Mary Jane from her family and friends. And, they pointed out, he even got rid of all the family heirlooms, both during the family's relocations and right after they were murdered, including the children's clothes, books, and even family photos.
That's
But
crazy.
prosecutors actually lacked direct evidence linking Longo to the murders. The most they had was an eyewitness who said he saw and spoke to Longo on the bridge that Zachary and Sadie were dumped from. and condo neighbors who said they heard dragging noises coming from a nearby room. The prosecution also cited Longo's own acknowledgement to the FBI agent that arrested him. The agent claimed that Longo said, "I sent them to a better place." And Longo's on-the-record statements were presented as well.
Let me ask you this, Chris. Is there anyone else we need to be looking for the deaths of your family? And here's his reply. Not that I'm aware of.
Overall, they painted the picture of how Longo, heavily in debt and desperate, finally found himself at the end. He and his family were jumping from
Better drive you insane.
$22 motel
Yeah, it's not
rooms
even that
and living off
bad.
of
You just gotta
noodles
get good.
and bread.
I was
Instead of the
literally
previous
fragging
lifestyle
out earlier. I
where
had
they
like
could
a
have
12
anything
or
they
13
wanted.
kill game
Longo
with
himself
like 8
would later
assists.
state that he hated that his family had to live in Rochi motels.
Just gotta
and
get
noodles
good,
for
girl.
dinner. He said, "And now, we are pulling pennies out of the ashtray." To where that was almost empty. So it never got any better.
Low-key Lifeline,
I mean,
so
we could get
Lifeline
bread
and Conduit
ramen
are so good
noodles,
on that map
which killed me.
because they allow for
I mean, we were
instant
used to eating
resets, you know?
whatever. Going to the grocery store, spending $200.
You know what,
and
yo,
thinking
Alex,
about
you know
it.
what I'm saying? You gotta have
Now,
like at least one other
we're
friend
trying
you
to
play
figure
with
out how
and
we
just
can
play
do
as
it for
Lifeline
$5.
Conduit. And like I'm telling you,
Longo
it's
would come home every
just
day to 5 mouths to feed, and no food.
containment.
So he devised a
I
plan
go
to
like
send his
I
family
go
to,
to like
quote,
where
a
like
better place.
I
One
think it's
where
like
the pressure
Spotted
would
Lake
be
or
off of his
whatever.
shoulders.
Up in the top, like
Then he discarded
northwest of
all
the
of his
map.
family's personal belongings in a
It's
dumpster.
my go-to spot every
and told
time.
coworkers
It's got the
that
most
Mary Jane
loot.
was having an affair, and that
Contain,
she
and then
and
it, like we
children would
rotate
move
into
home to
containment, and then
Michigan.
just kill everybody that's fighting there.
Then it was the defense's turn, and they delivered some doozies. They first, of course, argued about the lack of direct evidence, discredited the eyewitness testimony, and even the timeline, claiming that his
If you
family
know,
visited
you
him
know.
at work after the eyewitness said he saw Longo at the crime scene. They stated that based on Longo's religious upbringing, he'd never say that he sent them to a better place. They also heavily focused on the difference between how Mary Jane and Madison's bodies were disposed of compared to Zachary and Sadie's. That difference between those bodies would factor heavily into what came next. Christian Longo was to serve as his own key witness. Longo claimed that he wanted to, quote, be on the stand for as long as possible to be able to air what needed to be aired. Longo was in charge the whole time. His attorneys could only helplessly sit and watch him hang himself.
Huh.
He took the stand and first laid the groundwork, explaining his religious upbringing and speaking to his integrity.
The Bible says that you should not lie. The Bible actually says that there's resurrection of both righteous and unrighteous.
He tried to charm the jury, coming off as very relaxed, smiling, engaging, and speaking longingly when talking about his life growing up and the birth of his children. Then, 2 days into his testimony, for the first time, Longo reveals his version of events to a very stunned court.
Play Valorant and RSX. What a
He
bunch
claimed
of
that he and
losers.
Mary Jane went on a date on December 15th, during which Mary Jane confronted him about the lies she suspected
A
he
bunch
was
of
telling.
losers.
The date concluded, but the next day after work, as he was enjoying some wine and cheese, he pondered whether it was time to fess
You should
up,
get a PC.
particularly since their time in the
It's
condo
the wave,
was about to be
yo.
coming to an end. Unsure, he finally went to bed, but couldn't sleep. Mary Jane detected something was wrong and asked him. And so, he confessed everything. The lies, the fraud, the infidelity. Right down to the fact that their family van, and even the gas within it, was stolen. He said that after that hours-long conversation that went from the night well into the next early morning, Mary Jane became emotional in a way that he had never seen before.
No shit, because
She
you
was
lied
mad.
to her about her whole
She
life, you
slapped and
fucking
berated
idiot.
him and told him that she'd never trust him again. By the time they finished, there were only a few hours left before he'd have to go to work, so he slept on the couch. He was awakened a few hours later on December 17th by Zachary playing with him. Once awake, he claimed that he begged Mary Jane to let him stay home from work to watch the kids and give her some time off. He said that she yelled at him that he had to go to work, even the situation that he had put them in. So
Yeah,
he
no
kissed
shit.
the kids goodbye with Madison
fuck?
positioning her Scooby-Doo toy to give him a kiss as well. Then, Mary Jane drove him to work. When he was done working, Mary Jane was waiting for him in the parking lot to pick him up. That was standard. But what was not standard, Longo testified, was that she came barefoot only wearing a bathrobe, and none of the children were with her. She didn't speak to him the entire way home. Once they were home, Longo claimed that Mary Jane wouldn't go inside. He said that he entered the home and found Madison, lifeless on the bed. He said he had no idea what was going on. So he tried to shake Mary Jane to snap out of her hysterics and give him some answers. He said she yelled, "You did this. You killed us." And that the other two children were in the water.
Oh, yeah?
He said that she explained that due to their poor financial
So
situation,
he's just obviously
she
lying.
killed both Zachary and Sadie. He claimed that Mary Jane killing the first two children explained the difference between the killing methods. Longo said that he lost control. He said that he wrapped his hands around Mary Jane's neck, picked her up, and strangled her. Once he killed Mary Jane, he said that he decided to place her and Madison in suitcases. But when he went to retrieve Madison, he found that she was still alive. He watched her for a few minutes as she would draw a breath periodically, but generally remained unresponsive. On the stand, he stated, "I didn't know what to do. Even though she was breathing, I thought of her as dead at that point." So, he put his hand on her throat to cut off her air supply, and then squeezed until, he said, "I knew she couldn't breathe anymore." Then, realizing the large suitcase was too big for her tiny body, he stuffed it with clothes to, quote, "make it more comfortable." Then he discarded the suitcases in the water behind the condominium. The courtroom was in shock. The prosecution attempted to debunk Longo's accounts, including stating that there was no way that 110-pound Mary Jane would have been able to lift her children's bodies with the heavy rocks attached. Then, they began to present a different version of events than what Longo outlined. One where, while Longo was sipping his wine and eating his cheese, he casually did the unthinkable.
He placed his hand on her throat and he began to squeeze. And in a violent struggle, she fought for her life. But she wasn't able to overcome the defendant. In a matter of 3 or 4 minutes, she was dead.
After both sides made their case, the jury was sent to deliberate. And on April 7th, 2003, after just 4 hours of deliberation, in addition to him already having pleaded guilty to the murders of Mary Jane and Madison, the jury also found Christian Longo guilty of the aggravated murders of 2 of his children, 4-year-old Zachary and 3-year-old
Rightfully
Sadie.
so, rightfully so.
One of the jurors would later comment that the circumstantial evidence alone did not convince him, but that Longo's own testimony did him in. After the
What?
verdict, the same jury would decide Longo's penalty.
Damn.
They would
That
now
guy
use
is dumb as
testimony
fuck
to determine
then.
if Longo deserved the death penalty for
Yes.
the 4 murders.
Yes.
The prosecution argued that Christian Longo was a professional con man who was a master at manipulating everyone he encountered, and that if he were to receive any sentence other than death, he would pose a clear danger to anyone he encountered, including the prison community. Then, on April 16th, 2003, less than 2 weeks after they delivered the guilty verdict, the same jury, including the one who originally felt Longo could not have done the evil things he was being accused of, all agreed to look Longo squarely in the eye while they read his sentence, to let Longo know that he did not fool them. They sentenced Christian Longo to death by lethal injection.
Good.
Several of the jurors would later comment that they felt that Longo's intelligence and people skills would be an ongoing threat in any situation he'd ever be in the future. So, they had no choice but to sentence him to death. Upon hearing the verdict, Longo turned to Michael Finkel, who was present in the courtroom, and winked at him. It was at that moment that Finkel realized that Longo had been lying to him the entire time, and was using Finkel to make his testimony more believable.
Yeah.
Finkel was shocked and furious.
Played like a fiddle.
Christian Longo appealed, but he lost the appeal, and his guilty verdict and death sentence were upheld. In 2011, after Longo had lost his appeal, he penned an op-ed piece in the New York Times, where he admitted that he killed his wife and 3 children, stating, "8 years ago, I was sentenced to death for the murders of my wife and 3 children. I am guilty. I once thought that I could fool others into believing this was not true. Failing that, I tried to convince myself that it didn't matter. But gradually, the enormity of what I did seeped in. That was followed by remorse, and then a wish to make amends.
He's just scared of
He
dying.
went on to share how he spends
That's how, you know, that's him just trying to manipulate his
22
way
hours
out of a
day,
death
locked in a
penalty.
6-foot by 8-foot box on Oregon's
For
death
anybody
row.
that would listen.
But that some good could potentially come from his circumstance if he could donate his organs after he is put to death. Then he outlines the debate and controversies surrounding inmate organ donation. Michael Finkel would go on to chronicle his experiences with Longo in his memoir titled True Story. The book was later adapted into a 2015 film of the same title. Longo was sent to death row at Oregon State Penitentiary. However, on December 13, 2022, Governor Kate Brown commuted Longo's death sentence, along with the other 17 inmates on Oregon's death row, to life, without the possibility of parole.
I know that not
You
everyone will
dumb
agree with my
skank.
decision, but I hope it is a further step towards
Yeah, towards fattening my own pocket, you know what I'm saying?
Finality
You're a
in this
dumb cunt.
That decision
That
did
bitch
not bring finality.
Oh my
the
god.
Before this happened, I did not have an opinion on the death penalty. I did not feel that that was my decision to make about anyone.
Nah,
this
for
happened,
sure, man. It's definitely.
I have an opinion
on
the death penalty.
Nah, definitely,
Chris
bro.
deserves
Someone's
to
out there
be dead
taking
for what he
2
did.
little kids'
My
lives
family
and
will
their
never
wife.
feel safe
Just because he's a
until Chris is
scumbag
no
piece of
longer
shit
part
that
of
fucked
this
up his
world.
own life.
We had
Like,
several
that motherfucker
commenters
needs
mention
to
this
die.
case, especially in comparison to the Chris Coleman and Chris Watts family murders.
A man needs
There are
to
numerous
die.
similarities between the cases, including how both Watts and Longo tried to accuse the wives they murdered of killing the kids. Drop a comment if you spotted more similarities. We're calling it a 3-way tie for who is the worst of the 3, and a 2-way tie between Longo and Coleman for how bungling they were with the cover-up. How about you? Who was the worst for you?
That was pretty wild. That motherfucker got his wish. That lady read that fucking article and her heart broke for that man. That's fucking crazy. This is my last one that I gotta kill here. Might as well use all of the spec. What to watch?
Hi there, Zibir. So we finally have Raven speaking out on why he left TSM and what he's planning for the future, and I will just let you guys hear what Raven has to say, and after that I'm gonna say my opinion on what he's doing and if I think it's the right choice or the wrong choice. But yeah, I will let you with Raven and see you after that.
I knew this day would come. Imperial helped push you to your limit. No? What? What? No? Can't believe you retired from coaching in order to be the new IGL DZ. Yeah, man, listen. They really needed me. After they couldn't close out land the way they did, I was up next. No, chat, I'm being serious. Y'all are... Woo! Strap in! It's gonna get rocky! Am I leaving TSM? Yes, I'm a free agent. Excited to see your future opportunities of major marketing effects and the best is yet to come. That's what I'm saying. Imagine Raven I mean, okay, I can say this much. I'm not joining Darkseid. Okay. I'm not doing that. Is there a chance you resign? There's a chance. Where do you guys think I'm gonna go? I want to hear. I want to hear. Give me your theories. I don't think anyone's gonna get it. Why are you guys saying LG as if Sweet and I don't have like a millennial long beef with each other?
I was thinking LG
we hate
as well.
each other's guts. You got. Wow, all you guys is. It's actually so funny to hear all the theories. If you learn Spanish, would it be crazy for you to coach them? I'm not fucking learning Spanish to coach in Apex. Do you already know yourself where you're gonna go? Maybe, maybe not. You could make Fury a champ team. I'm good. I'm not gonna lie. No one's guessed it yet. Not a single, like literally not a single one. So I'm just gonna leave it at that. No.
PSG.
I'm staying in NA. Yeah. Fuck. I'm not going to some other dog region. Think I'm gonna go coach in EU? Funny joke. Why am I leaving TSM? Because my contract is over, so I want to explore other options. There was the possibility of re-signing with TSM. Like, don't get me wrong, Chad. There was the possibility. I think that possibility is looking less and less likely. I myself want to explore other options, bro. Some people, okay, it's mostly been positive, but some people are like, oh, the players got fed up with Raven. They're trying to get rid of him. No, that's not what happened at all. You think that the players kicked me literally 2 hours after LAN ended? They are probably drunk as fuck, bro. Why would I want to leave TSM? There's plenty of reasons why people would want to explore other options. Like, think about it objectively. Why not look for other options to see if someone can pay me better, or there's a more interesting project, maybe another interesting project, or maybe a new challenge. Like, there's so many reasons. But people want to get parasocial and be like,
CCE maybe.
The players don't like they don't.
CCE maybe. That would be interesting. Hmm. Under 92 Hellhounds. We'll kill the 192 Hellhounds and then we call that shit a night, boy. We go like this. Boom. All right. What do we want? Throw another crime A to Z, cause why not?
A reclusive family of 9 is living out their lives as disconnected from the outside world as they can manage. And as far as outsiders can tell, there's not a cause for concern. They are quiet, don't bother anyone, and other than being distant appear otherwise normal. But all of that would change in July of 2015.
Broken Arrow 911.
12-year-old Daniel Bever called 911 to report the unthinkable. His family was under attack. He was barely able to make it to the phone to place the call. How was this family caught so off guard? Or were they? The heartlessness and brutality of this case is certainly gruesome enough. But how these attackers went about gaining access to their innocent victims will most certainly make your blood boil. Welcome back to Crime A to Z, where we detail cases and criminals from their very beginning until well after other reporting ends. Today, we'll be talking about the case of the Broken Arrow murders, a tragedy that involved 5 family members being brutally murdered in their home in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. We are well aware of how disturbed and disturbing so many killers can be. We see it too often. But when we cover cases that contain footage that reveal how completely callous these killers are, it's chilling. It's like one of our commenters said on another video. Today, I'm not
No
very
ranked
proud to be
Olympus.
part of
Or,
the
yeah,
same
no,
species
it's
as
ranked
these people.
Kings Canyon,
So
the
let's
new
get to the
ship
case.
map,
And before
and
we get started, if you
then
like
World's
how we
Edge.
present
Bro,
this
they need to
case,
update World's
please help
Edge
us out by hitting like
to
and
the 3
subscribe,
maps. The same.
and hopefully share. We
I don't like
appreciate it.
World's Edge or
Let's go.
fucking what's the other one? Broken Moon sucks.
April and David Bever lived with their 7 children and pet dog, Sally, in what most outside observers considered a life that didn't warrant much attention. Not much is known about the couple's early life other than the fact that they married when April was 15, according to her. In 2007, April and David moved their young and growing family of 4 children to a large home in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, the 4th largest city in the state, nestled just outside of Tulsa. At 5 bedrooms, 4.5 baths, it was one of the largest and most expensive homes on the block, and they would eventually need it. David worked in IT for an oil and natural gas company in Tulsa, while April stayed home to reportedly homeschool the children, even though there was no evidence that she did. None of the local homeschool groups had any interactions with the family. The main objective of homeschooling appeared to be to prevent the children from interacting with the outside world, including even other children.
It's crazy.
Their outside play was generally restricted to the backyard, and outside activities were not allowed. Neighbors rarely saw the children and seldom saw the parents either. In general, neighbors regarded them
You
as a
kind of
quiet,
threw that in there
reclusive
after the
family.
fact there.
Co-workers at David's job
Either.
described him as a quiet, nice person who kept to himself and didn't get involved in office politics. By 2015, David and April had 3 more children since moving into the home. 7 children in all.
Holy
Ranging in
shit.
age from 2 to 18 years old.
It's a lot of kids,
The
man.
oldest, Robert, was 18. Michael was 16. Crystal, 13. Daniel, 12. Christopher, 7. 5-year-old Victoria, and 2-year-old Autumn.
Obviously, one of the
The 2
brothers
oldest
just lost their
siblings, Michael
shit.
and Robert, were inseparable. The younger brother looked up to his older brother, and they spent all their time together, bonding over similar interests like online gaming.
Hey.
And while the family was living in relative obscurity, all of that would change on the late night of July 22nd, 2015.
Broken Arrow 911. Hello?
Hello.
Hi, where are you at?
Broken Arrow, Oklahoma 7411.
What address?
709 Magnolia Court.
Okay. Are you the only one there?
No, my brother's attacking my family.
Your dad is attacking your family?
No, my brother.
While the audio quality is low, yelling can be heard in the background as an attack ensues.
He has an ID stealing me. Oh, millions of people now.
there?
Hello?
Hi, what's going on there? What's going on there? Hello? Hello?
My kid's like crazy, bro. For being able to go and phone the police like that, that kid's like, you know, deserves a
The
gold
dispatcher
star.
tries calling back, but there is no answer. Officers are dispatched to the scene. When police arrive,
Or
they
Medal of
immediately
Honor,
notice
whatever the fuck they
blood on
call
the
it.
front porch.
That's crazy.
They knock on the front door and hear a voice calling for help. They force their way into the house to find 13-year-old Crystal just inside the doorway with multiple stab wounds and laying in a pool of blood. They quickly drag her out of the house and call for backup. They re-enter the home, not certain whether there are other victims or if the attacker is still inside the home. There's blood everywhere. Next, they find the mother, April, and 12-year-old Daniel. Not sure whether they are still alive, they carry them out to the front yard in case they are. Returning, they next find Dad, David. It is clear that he is deceased, so they leave him and continue searching the home. Next,
With
they
the kid that
encounter
was
a locked
attacking
bathroom door.
everybody.
Not sure whether the attackers have barricaded themselves inside, they kick it down. But there are no attackers inside. Instead, they find the lifeless bodies of 7-year-old Christopher and 5-year-old Victoria. The detective who found them said it was the worst thing that he's ever seen. They proceed upstairs to find 2-year-old Autumn laying in her crib, alive and asleep. She has slept through the entire massacre. By that point, all hands were on deck.
I guess Apex fucking comp scene's gonna be in just disarray right now. Raven just left TSM, Verholst might be leaving TSM, Reps might be leaving TSM.
K-9 unit, the entire detective force, firefighters, and paramedics.
It's crazy.
So, while officers
End of
continued
an era.
searching and investigating the home, other officers
End
noticed
of an
the back
era.
door was open and saw fresh footprints. The K-9 unit was put on the job to track the fleeing attackers. And it didn't take long to find them. Just 4 minutes. It was the 2 oldest brothers, Robert and Michael. They were hiding in the wooded area behind the home, hunkered down in the dirt. Officers instructed the pair to come out with their hands up. Robert complied, but Michael did not. So, a K-9 escorted him out of his spot, leaving bite marks on his right shoulder. The boys, covered in dirt and blood, were apprehended. And, as they were being placed in the patrol cars, Robert said to his younger brother, "It's been a pleasure. I'm proud of what I've done." Photos of the murderous duo were captured at the time of their arrest. They reflected both the horrors that had taken place just moments before, and, disturbingly, the satisfaction. The grotesque satisfaction that was obvious on the older brother's face. Police secured the boys in patrol cars while they continued processing the scene. From the car, they could see the aftermath of what they'd caused, including officers carrying off their 2-year-old sister alive. They prepared to take the boys back to the station for interrogation. At some point prior to the interrogations, Robert and Michael were allowed to talk privately and freely amongst themselves.
What? That's not smart.
Once the interrogations began, the boys were questioned separately. While the older Robert's interrogation footage remains sealed from public access,
Why?
younger Michael's is not. We can only imagine what must have been contained in Robert's testimony as compared to Michael's that got his conversation sealed and unobtainable. Those interrogations, later trial testimony, and statements from the surviving sister began painting a picture that authorities and the community were nowhere near prepared for. Statements from the brothers as well as the surviving sister from that point through the trial outlined a scenario that continues to haunt authorities and the community to this day. Once the interrogations were underway, detectives quickly learned that this was not a spur-of-the-moment attack. The brothers had hatched their murder plan over a year before it happened. The pair were already as close as brothers could be. Having been isolated from other children and people in general, Robert and Michael relied on each other. They shared all their thoughts with each other and often talked late into the night in the room they shared together. According to Robert, they almost never left the house. typically going months without leaving. The parents also rarely left the home, only leaving to go to the grocery store every once in a while. And when they were home, the parents would typically lock themselves in their respective offices. There were even cameras in the hallways and in the kids' rooms, which their father used to monitor what the family was doing. And while the children were said to be homeschooled, Robert claimed otherwise. He described he and his siblings as being self-educated, learning from websites their mother would point them to. Robert said he himself taught Michael from 3rd through 5th grade, and based on how Michael wrote, it appeared to Robert that he had dyslexia. That was never determined, but what was clear was that Michael had a speech impediment, the result of which was their father yelling at him to stop and don't talk until you can speak clearly, and also shaking Michael because he was stuttering. So Michael trusted his older brother wholeheartedly and looked up to him. Once the late-night talks between the brothers revealed that they were both fascinated by killing, murders and murderers consumed their conversations. And their online activity. Because while April and David were busy insulating their children from the evils of the outside world, they let that outside world into their home, free and unfettered, via the internet. The children had access to multiple devices, with both Michael and Robert owning 2 laptops each amongst other devices. And they were free to access anything they wanted, no restrictions whatsoever. And that included access to the most heinous murders the pair could find, particularly those that involved multiple murders. They began to idolize serial killers like Ted Bundy and Richard Ramirez, and movie theater and school shootings like the one at Columbine, specifically noting the notoriety the killers drew. And with Robert's disdain for society in general, it was a deadly mix.
Why did he want to do it?
Kill people?
Yeah.
Well, mainly 2 reasons, I think. It's, because he just, says he hates everyone. He thinks society is pointless, and so he wanted to kill people. And also he wanted to, beat the kill, amount of other famous people like Columbine and James Egan Holmes.
Okay. Did you kind of feel that way too? Like when you guys were talking earlier,
Yeah.
Do you have a problem with society too, you think?
No, I just...
Or you were just more like the number of people getting killed was kind of interesting and exciting?
Yeah.
Okay. So, because you mentioned a couple names are those like serial killers or something?
Well, like Columbine?
Yeah.
Columbine and James Egan Holmes. James Egan Holmes is a guy that shot up the theater.
In Colorado?
Yeah, he killed 12 and...
Wow. How many were killed in Columbine?
Columbine, I don't know, 15.
Okay.
I think.
Robert also felt that if he killed enough people, he would eventually kill someone who was not contributing to society, which would be a good thing. And that killing just a single person
yeah,
would not
buddy,
have an
that's a
impact on
great
society.
idea.
But killing multiple people made him almost godlike. And their open and regular talk about mass murderers and killing their family wasn't just talk. Robert got a job at a Christian call center to earn money to buy the equipment they needed, including knives, guns, body armor, helmets, and ammunition. Their sister Crystal, who survived the attack, heard several of their conversations. At one point, over a year prior to the attack, they even asked her whether she would help them kill the entire family. Rightfully concerned, Crystal shared the highly troubling conversations about killing the family with their mother, including that they'd not just talked, but purchased knives, bulletproof vests, and more. But April was not concerned. Her response was that that's just what boys do, and that they're looking for attention. Their father was only upset that the boys were wasting their money. As the
What
boys'
the
obsession grew, they
fuck?
compared the killings of other mass shootings and vowed that theirs would be bigger than others. In their minds,
That's dumb
outdoing
as
previous
fuck.
mass murders would bring them the most fame.
Did you guys talk about
Nearing 1,000 hours?
being on
Jesus
news
Christ,
and
you
getting to
fucking
see each other
nerd.
on TV and stuff? What kind of things
I love
did you
it.
say and talk about?
Keep up the good work.
We were saying how we were planning on killing more people.
Yeah.
Keep up the good work.
And we become famous, we get on Wikipedia lists.
Oh, okay.
Famous people.
That'd be a big deal, yeah. I mean, do you think they might even make a movie or something, or a TV show?
I don't know about a movie or TV show, but...
Did you guys talk about that?
Yeah, definitely documentaries and stuff. He just wanted to be famous.
What did you want?
Me?
You keep talking about what he wanted. What did you want?
Michael's face lights up when asked what he wanted to do.
No, I just want to get my Windows program, get a job.
Regarding the brothers hoping for a Wikipedia page, as Michael mentioned, a Wikipedia page does indeed exist related to the Broken Arrow murders. But it's not a page about them. On the page titled The Broken Arrow Murders, the two killers are not the central subjects of the page. It focuses more on the victims and the event itself. The killers are almost an afterthought, we assume by design. While trying to nail down the details of their plans, the detective asked about why they decided to use knives for the killings.
So was the plan to use the knives at first on the family?
Use the knives.
Because the guns weren't going to be here till later on?
Yeah, and the guns would be too loud.
Oh, I see.
So, going to use the knives on the family, which obviously did not go as planned.
Yeah.
Thank God.
Yeah.
I just saw the red swords right now. Like, we didn't put more people. I didn't.
Yeah. Did,
The guns would be too loud. And, despite his conflicting facial expressions when he said it, Michael was right. Nothing went as planned. Or at least, not like they saw it in the movies.
Yeah.
Detectives tried to draw out Michael's feelings about his parents.
The movies. Jesus.
do you guys not like your mom and dad? I mean, are they, I mean, most teenagers don't like their parents, so I can understand that.
Yeah, I mean, mom was okay, but dad was a little bit,
Just a little bit too much.
But, while Michael's feelings about his parents didn't seem to reflect his actions, Robert's did. Robert hated his parents and had been fantasizing about killing them since he was 13 after he claims. They beat him. And so the plan was devised. The original time frame for the attack was slated to be September. But as all the pieces started falling in place, they realized they were prepared to start killing earlier. They had been collecting knives for months. And once Robert turned 18, he found out that he could legally purchase guns. That's when he announced his final plan to Michael. Michael would later write about how, when Robert told him about that final plan to kill everyone in the house, then go on a killing spree across the country. He said that his response was that he thought it was a great idea. They started by ordering the guns online and having them delivered to a local gun store where they could pick them up. Once the gun store called and told them the guns had arrived and were ready for pickup, they began coordinating their timing. They ordered over 2,000 rounds of ammunition to be delivered to their home. Once they knew the day the ammo would arrive, they planned to murder their family the day before to prevent them from seeing it. Then, once their family was out of the way, they could freely receive the delivery, then pick up the weapons without question.
Okay, so as the planning goes, tell me what plans you started making and coming up with.
Well, originally, I think kind of stayed steady throughout the month. We wanted to kill everyone at the house first.
Okay.
And then wait for all the packages to show up over the weekend. And then we take the Yukon and we get our state with the guns and start rampaging.
Did you know where you were going to drive to?
Towards Washington.
Washington State or DC?
Washington State. Washington State.
Why would you go to Washington State?
Just kind of it's kind of the direction we planned on.
And you said Yukon. Do your parents have like a Yukon? Is that what it is?
Yeah, okay. It's a large Yukon XL.
The plan was to slaughter their family with knives, dismember them, then store them in tubs in the attic. They would then clean up the mess and wait
Store 'em in
until they
tubs
had
in
their
the
hands
attic.
on the ammunition and weapons the next day. Then steal the family's vehicle to begin their killing spree, journeying to the randomly chosen Washington State, killing batches of 5 or so people at a time at restaurants and gas stations along the route, hoping to reach a kill count of over 100. Although even that plan was flawed.
So,
does Robert have a driver's license?
He has a learner's permit.
Okay. So he would be able to drive it. Can you drive if you had to?
No, I couldn't.
Well, you can play video games. Surely you can drive a car. Just not very well. I mean, you could get it from point A to B. You might hit some things on the way, but okay.
As the detectives continued establishing a rapport with Michael to get him to share as much about the night's events as possible, a cut he sustained during the attack began bleeding again.
Everything started falling in place.
Kleenex right there for your mom. Yeah, Kleenex right there.
There we go.
Oh.
Or maybe it's from your finger. I don't know. Yeah.
But,
His bleeding finger was a subtle reminder that this interrogation was taking place just a handful of hours after the massacre, at approximately 7 a.m. the morning following the midnight attacks, to be precise. The fact that Michael is able to relay the accounts of the evening in such a calm, detached manner is unsettling, but apparently less disturbing than his brother's sealed interrogation. Detectives reported that during Robert's interrogation, he regularly laughed and chuckled while describing the attacks, at times becoming mildly excited. The brothers also planned to document their rampage so they'd have something to boast about. They intended to create two versions of their family's killings, one that included the bodies of their family, and one without the bodies that could be released online to the public. Michael's interrogation continued, and while he was forthcoming with all their detailed plans, when it came to detailing the actual murders, Michael downplayed his involvement. One by one, he described how Robert did all of the killing, while he just stood by and watched.
That's hilarious. Wait. Immediately, triple cart. Wait. What's triple cart?
Robert got him down and, I think he killed him.
Did he cut his throat?
Nah, you want to know a game with bad load times? Escape from Tarkov. It's just so ass. You sit there for like 20 minutes sometimes leading into a game and just to die immediately. Like not even trolling you. Like just run out of your spawn and just get sniped.
He would eventually fess up to stabbing his 7-year-old brother, Christopher, one time in the neck. But police still don't buy it.
Because here's what I'm seeing happen. You know, you guys had all these detailed plans. You had all the cool stuff to make it happen.
You
And
threw
it kinda
that
started
pretty
falling
quick.
apart, and you said like it didn't go as planned.
Oh, okay.
Did you kind of just freak out a little bit, like what's really happening?
Okay. That makes sense.
I didn't know it was going to be like.
Yeah, you don't. But here's what's getting me is like, it's crazy because you guys worked together and made all these plans, and you know had it all figured out. And then when it happens, you're just kind of standing there not doing anything. And did you decide like Robert's gonna kill everybody and I'm gonna stand here and do nothing, so I better? I mean, did you?
I think that was my plan. I didn't want to kill anyone or anyone. I couldn't do it, so I was going to let him like kill everyone.
Yeah, you stabbed somebody in the neck.
No,
I mean,
I just kind of.
Well, what I'm saying is it's not Robert's the one that should get all the credit here.
Yeah.
Because it's a big deal. I mean, you're gonna be on the news. You know what I mean?
I know.
People are going to want to interview you.
I don't want to be interviewed when I'm doing this.
Well, but I'm just thinking.
He does.
For the monster college in this game. Yeah. I know lots of people that are like just monster hunter nerds.
Were you supposed to kill Christopher? Was he?
I don't know fuck all about the game though.
It just worked out that way.
Christopher and Daniel was supposed to be his responsibility. I was only supposed to kill Dad and Victor, help with Victor.
But he had already basically done that.
Yeah.
So now you're left standing there. So were you trying to kill Christopher when you stabbed him in the neck? Were you just gonna?
I purposely missed the middle of the neck. I think I might have even hit him in the shoulder. I certainly didn't do it hard, but I don't know.
They ask him how he feels about it all.
It's hard or whatever. Word, I don't know any of the monsters to be honest with you. Other than that big dragon that one chick tried killing with blindfolded or whatever, and she was like looking through her blindfold.
I didn't want to do that.
Yeah.
Straight on that.
There's one reason to be pissed off
Police
because
give
he
him an
cannot fucking
opportunity
die.
to tell the truth about his involvement, but he sticks with his story that he only stabbed Christopher, and only once.
So here's a problem that we might have, and I don't want it to be an issue for you because you've been really cooperative.
Waiting 29 of these fuckers to go.
Robert too. So he's going to give us his version of the story, and you know sometimes they're going to be different. So, is there anything that you kind of didn't quite tell me right, or you changed a little bit, and now that you understand that Robert's going to tell me everything?
He'll probably tell you that he'll forgive them because that's what I told him, you know, when we were sitting out in the woods, you know, to make conversation. But, you know, forensics will show you how they stabbed Christopher.
What 3?
What do you mean you told him? So you told him you killed 3 people?
Yeah, I told him, because he asked me how many did you get. I said 3.
Did you tell him who you got?
No, I just said 3.
So do you, I guess this is my question for you. Do you think it's a lesser sentence if you killed one or if you killed three?
No.
What, I mean, I don't know, I think.
It's like, let's run it back.
There's gonna be a lot of differences, that's
Let's
what I'm
run it
concerned
back.
about. And we don't want you to come off as a liar. I mean, cause you've been real cooperative, you seem like a really good kid. You know, you graduated high school early, you're designing games. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff you got going on. And so I don't want
Ain't nothing this kid got going on no more.
and think that you're the type of guy that lies to police when he's kind of caught. You know what I mean?
He spent like a week trying to beat the boss.
Tell me,
Sounds like me trying to play fucking Dark Souls or some shit.
I mean, because it's like she said, you know, this isn't like you stole a bicycle. You know, this is the most you can do. You know, so it's a big deal. But a lot of people, when they talk and think about this thing, your honesty is a big deal, and how you handle yourself from here on out. And if you come off, because to me you don't seem like a bad guy. You know, like you don't scare me. I mean, I never thought you would have done this. So you just seem like a normal kid to me, and you seem like an honest kid. But see, I talk to people all the time, and I mean, I know when people are lying, or when I'm not quite getting the whole story. And so I just want to catch you before you get in that bad spot where people start saying you're a bad guy, you're evil, you're
So I'll get an HP level
just
before
tell
I
me
get
what
my
I'm
next
missing.
strength levels.
He doesn't waver.
supposedly.
He claims that the worst he's responsible
Might not
for is
necessarily,
deceiving the
actually.
victims. More on that in a moment. About a minute later, both interrogating detectives leave the room. After a couple more minutes away, they return.
So I get 90 strength, and then I go for 90 archery,
To the guys that are interviewing Robert,
and
gave
mage.
me a quick version of what he's saying that you did. And you haven't told me everything, okay? So I know you're not being completely honest, and I gave you one shot already.
I'm sorry, I don't know what you might said. I mean,
Well, you stabbed more than one person. So who else did you stab? Or you stabbed more than just one time?
Oh, I stabbed Christopher more than one time.
How many times did you stab him?
I think twice.
Because you don't think we're gonna know that?
Stop thinking and go with what you know.
You mentioned forensics a minute ago.
I know.
I mean, I'm just one of like hundreds of people that are gonna look at this thing, okay?
I know.
I mean, we got the state police coming in. There's, I don't know, 20 different forensic detectives at your house right now.
They're going to be there a long time because of the scene that it is.
So everybody that you killed and every single stab wound that you inflicted, we're gonna know about. And this is your last chance to just kind of let us know, to be honest, to man up and tell us exactly what you did and start making it right.
I hit Christopher. I did not stab Victoria or Daniel.
You did not stab Victoria.
I tried to stab Mom.
You stabbed them all.
When she was walking away, I tried to go for her neck, but, you know.
Is that when you cut yourself then?
Yeah, I think after that.
Where did you stab her?
I tried to go from behind and cut her back.
Did you cut her?
I think so, yeah.
This doesn't seem like something you have to think about. I know you're still kind of dealing with it.
Homie says it's not something you'd have to think about, but like a traumatic experience like that is definitely something you gotta think about.
You know what you did. So you cut her neck. You stabbed.
Some people just block that shit the fuck out, you know?
2 or 3, I think.
And who else did you stab?
Besides Mom.
But this kid seems like a sick fuck that'd actually enjoy it.
Because here's the thing.
And remember.
Everybody's been stabbed, and you both had knives, and we know you both stabbed everybody. So you guys are kind of at the same level, and so now it's who's going to be honest and make this right.
Bro, this guy's head is so fucking bright, it's shining.
Okay, so you're a man of your word? Yes. Okay. And do you want to make this right and do the right thing at this point in time?
Yes.
Okay. What else are you missing?
He has added his mother, but won't fess up to stabbing anyone beyond her and Christopher. He claims he only participated in the killings because Robert said that he'd kill him if he didn't. The second investigator switches gears and asks for clarification on why they decided to kill their family.
And so, you only stabbed your family because they were in the way? Towards the bigger plan?
Well, the reason we was trying to kill family is, they were in the way and, higher count.
Just to start off with a big count.
So, is this all a game? This higher count, I'm confused. Is this a game?
It's, more like trying to become famous and get, set a record.
How do you feel about what you've done now?
I didn't like it the minute it started.
I mean, how do you feel about your mother? You watched her get stabbed, you cut her throat yourself, and you watched her bleed all over the place and scream. How does that make you feel?
No, I don't think about it.
You don't want to think about it? And Christopher, your little brother, you stabbed him in the neck. What has he ever done to you? So he's just a number.
Yes.
And how do you feel about that now?
It's pointless.
It's what?
Pointless.
Pointless.
Detectives had heard enough. No more questions after that. Despite Michael's claim of limited involvement,
Bro, that kid looks like a
evidence,
fucking
along with
Nazi,
statements
bro.
and testimony from the brothers and surviving sister told a different story.
Straight
They
skinhead,
revealed
man.
the full gruesome events that unfolded that night. The brothers planned for their family's massacre to begin at midnight after everyone had gone to bed. They would then kill each family member one by one, even the baby, as Michael refers to her in his handwritten statement. First, Michael would kill their father with a crossbow. Then Robert would slit their mother's throat. At about 11:30 p.m., everyone in the home was asleep except the two older brothers, the mother April and Crystal. April asked Crystal to remind her older brothers that they needed to do the dishes. Crystal went to their room and found that they had put on body armor. She also noticed several knives that they had laid out on the bed. She had seen them wear body armor before and also knew about their extensive collection of knives. So she began to leave the room when Michael asked Robert, "Should we do it right now?" Robert replied yes and called her back in, telling her to look at something on Michael's computer. As she looked over Michael's shoulder at his computer, Robert stood behind her, put his hand over her mouth, and slashed her throat.
Damn.
The boys expected her to die instantly and quietly, after which they would drag her body to the closet. But she didn't.
No
Instead,
shit.
she screamed and fought and she ran, and there was blood everywhere. Hearing all the screaming, April came running into the room. So, Robert began stabbing her as well. She started running and screaming for someone in the house to call 911. This is the point where Robert claimed to police that he realized that killing people was a lot harder than he thought it would be. As Robert shifted to attacking his mother, Crystal frantically looked for a cell phone and yelled at her younger sister Victoria to lock herself in the bathroom. Unable to find his cell phone, Crystal headed to the front door to sound the alarm. She made it to the front yard where she passed out. As Robert headed to the front yard to retrieve Crystal, he left his mother behind for Michael to finish off, which he did. April fought aggressively but could not survive her 48 stab wounds. She'd had more wounds than I've ever seen in any body, ever, according to one investigator. In the yard, Robert reached Crystal, and seeing that she was still alive, tried to strangle her. She started playing dead at that point, so he dragged her from the front yard to the front porch, then told Michael to bring her the rest of the way into the house, so they could go and find the rest of the children.
It's crazy this chick
presumably dead
survived.
Crystal just inside the entryway, so they could later dismember her along with the rest of the family. Then, he rejoined Robert to continue their plan. Meanwhile, 7-year-old Christopher had locked himself in one of the bathrooms with his 5-year-old sister, Victoria. And back to that deception we mentioned earlier. When Robert asked younger Michael where everyone was, Michael told him they were hiding. Then Michael went to the bathroom where Christopher and Victoria were hiding, knocked on the door and said, "Let me in. He's gonna kill me." When they unlocked the door to rescue their brother from Robert, Michael stabbed both of them to death. Christopher was stabbed 21 times, and Victoria, 23.
So, I guess where I'm kind of confused is if you didn't want this anymore and you didn't want this to go down this way, why con them into opening the doors and letting this continue?
I was trying to help Robert. Because,
Michael would eventually own up to being the person who stabbed both Christopher and Victoria prior to his trial. 12-year-old Daniel was also hiding, having locked himself in his father's office, which was right next to the bathroom where Christopher and Victoria were just stabbed. He had Michael's cell phone and called 911. Michael used the same trick to get Daniel to open the door, claiming that Robert was attacking him. The young boy let him in. Michael took the phone from Daniel and smashed it, after which he told Robert, "He's all yours." Robert began stabbing Daniel, who managed to run away, but he only made it to the living room near his mother, where he collapsed and died. His call to 911 likely saved his surviving sister's lives. He was stabbed 21 times. The
Damn.
father, David, had been sleeping upstairs during the ordeal. Once he was awakened by the commotion, he came downstairs. As soon as he saw what was happening, he charged at Robert. But Robert was able to stab his father in the chest, sending him to the floor, where Robert continued stabbing him until he too was dead. He was stabbed over 28 times. Robert would later comment on how he was glad he was wearing Kevlar sleeves during the attacks because several of his family members tried to bite him, and he was glad to be protected by the sleeves. Nearly all 6 victims had defensive wounds in their attempts to fight off their attackers, even young Victoria. Most were stabbed in some combination of their head, face, neck, chest, back, abdomen, and arms. Shortly after killing Daniel, they heard a knock on the door. They knew it wasn't the police because with Crystal now screaming just inside the doorway, police would certainly have made their way in. So, figuring it was a neighbor, they panicked, quickly put their vests and helmets on, made an unsuccessful attempt to find their mother's keys to the car, then abandoned the rest of their plan to dismember the bodies, obtain the ammo and weapons, and flee in the family vehicle, which was out front and inaccessible since someone was at the front door. Instead, they ran out the back door, over the fence, and into the wooded area behind their house. Also, since they were rushed by the knock at the door, they forgot about their last intended victim, the baby. They had planned to decapitate her with an axe. The moment
Jesus
they got to the
Christ.
familiar wooded area,
That's
the boys
wild.
collapsed in exhaustion from all the stabbing. They knew exactly when the police arrived because they could hear the sirens approaching. Then the dogs, but they didn't move. With Michael not surrendering voluntarily, the K-9 dragged him out. An event which apparently did not have a traumatic effect on him.
all my vests and my helmets, it was laying in the woods. The dog pulled it off of me.
Oh,
I was wearing it.
Oh, you were wearing it?
Yeah, I was wearing this vest and the plate carrier and the helmet. So I took that, and the rest of my body all was still in the closet.
Okay. So you guys collapsed, or were you just kind of hiding out?
Yeah, we were just laying in a little ditch thing in the woods, and then we saw the light and we laid down, and the dog came over.
Did you hear the dog coming?
Mm-hmm. I heard them coming, I saw them coming, and then they started yelling, "Put your hands up."
Mm-hmm.
And I stepped on my head and handcuffed me.
Okay.
While law enforcement and emergency responders continued clearing the home, 2-year-old Autumn was moved to safety, and Crystal, who immediately named her 2 older brothers as the attackers, was whisked to a hospital to be treated for her life-threatening wounds, including being slashed across her stomach so severely that her
Damn.
internal organs protruded and needed to be surgically placed back inside of her.
That's
Paramedics
foul.
were shocked that she was still alive given her condition. Once police searched the home, they recovered a thumb drive that had some live footage from the rampage, but specifics about what was contained have not been made public. Each brother was charged with 5 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of assault and battery with a deadly weapon. Both initially pleaded not guilty.
What?
Robert would eventually change his plea to guilty in a plea deal that involved prosecutors not seeking the death penalty against him. Crystal Bever asked the district attorney to make sure that Robert never gets out of prison. Robert Bever received the maximum penalty short of death, which was 5 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole for the 5 first-degree murder charges, plus an additional life sentence for the assault with the intent to kill charge. He was also ordered to pay a $1,000 fine and $6,000 in victims' compensation. Michael's trial began on April 20th, 2018. His defense attorney fought against him being tried as an adult, but in Oklahoma,
What?
15 to 17-year-olds charged with first-degree murder must be tried as adults. At the
Good.
beginning of the trial, the judge ruled
I've been
both
wild.
Michael's confession and the extensive journal of photos that he had drawn in jail could be used in court, including his crayon depictions of the killings and the people involved. Both Crystal and Robert were called to testify. Now 21, Robert testified that he was the one who killed all of his family members and insisted that all Michael did was persuade their siblings to open their locked doors. However, his testimony frequently contradicted both the evidence and Crystal's testimony. The prosecution called him on it. His response was that he lied during most of his police interview, telling police what he wanted to happen, not what actually happened. He also claimed that he lied to police about Michael killing so that Michael could get some credit in case they became famous. A lot of Robert's testimony also revolved around their upbringing, and specifically that he and his siblings were commonly physically and mentally abused by their father. He recalled 2 instances where their dad had punched and kicked Michael. He called that common behavior for their dad. Robert also described how his father once dragged him up the stairs for leaving the light on, and his mother once slapped him so hard that it left a mark on his face, to which she joked that he looked like the Joker. She thought it was hilarious. He was furious. Robert believed that his parents hated all of their kids and that they only kept having them for the tax benefit. He also described in graphic detail every move he made while performing the killings, right down to how the blood felt in his hands and how his mother prayed out loud for him while he was stabbing her. Crystal confirmed the abuse allegations. Her victim impact statement, read for her by her adoptive mother, expressed fear that Michael would be released and kill her to finish what he started. The jury found Michael guilty on all counts. He was sentenced to 5 life sentences with the possibility of parole for the first-degree murder charges, plus 28 years for the assault, all to be served consecutively. At least half of the jurors openly wept as the verdict was being read, prompting the bailiff to pass out tissues. After the verdict was handed down, Michael attempted to sit down, but fell on the floor and had to be helped back into his seat by an officer. Robert is currently serving his sentence in the Joseph Hart Correctional Center, while Michael resides at the Lexington Correctional Center. Both are medium security prisons located in Lexington, Oklahoma. Since being imprisoned, Robert has inked 2 sets of tattoos on his hands. On one hand, it says LWOP X5, which stands for Life Without Parole times 5. His other hand says Life. In July
Jesus
2019,
Christ.
at age 24, Robert attacked prison staff with an 8-inch long sharpened instrument. He tried to attack them from behind, but guards overpowered him. Robert pleaded guilty to assault and battery and received an additional 3 life sentences, tacked onto his existing 6. Michael's defense attempted to appeal his sentence, claiming that the state
Good luck.
rules prohibiting life sentences for juveniles was violated. Each individual life sentence with possibility of parole was allowed, but with the multiple life sentences strung back to back, it amounted to a life sentence without possibility of parole. The appeal made it to the Supreme Court, which ruled that child murderers should not get a volume discount when they kill multiple people, and that the decision to make the sentences consecutive was within their discretion. The former Bever home where the murders took place was listed for sale, but there were no takers. In February of 2017, the Tulsa Community Foundation began a fundraising campaign to turn the home into a memorial garden. A month later, the home was mysteriously burned down. Authorities suspected arson, but a culprit was never identified. Shortly after that, the foundation reached its $50,000 fundraising goal, bought the house, and turned the deed over to the city of Tulsa to turn the home into one of the city's parks. The home was demolished, and the resulting park was dedicated the following year. Sally, the family dog, who remained quiet in a crate in an upstairs closet during the massacre, went unnoticed until about 16 hours after the massacre.
Oh.
A neighbor decided to take Sally in just in case either of the survivors ever wanted to come get her back. While the surviving children, Crystal and Autumn, were placed in state custody, their whereabouts and lives after that are unknown, with authorities sealing all information from the public for their protection. We hope this video did justice to all the victims of this senseless massacre. This case was a constant head shaker. Tulsa County DA Steve Kunzweiler summed it up best for calling the scene on that tragic night. It is seared into my memory. I will not presume to know how or why people choose to do the things they do, which bring harm to innocent lives. We will never understand either. We look forward to hearing your thoughts about this case in the comments.
Say hi, Cece.
That shit was riveting.
Michalina Lewandowska was in the bathroom putting on makeup, getting ready to go shopping with her boyfriend. She was excited because their relationship was rocky, and he hadn't asked her to do anything with him in a long time. When she emerged from the bathroom ready to go, instead of an eager boyfriend, she found a peculiar one. He smiled strangely and said he had something to show her. But it was not a gift. It was a stun gun. She thought that her boyfriend and his best friend who was tagging along were playing a joke on her. But they were not. As she would soon find out, they had plans. But so did she.
What?
Welcome back to Crime A to Z.
Imagine that. It's like, yo, come check this out. Well, nice joke, nice joke. Yeah, really? And you just stab, like, fucking... No, stab him, but you just shock him right in the neck.
It's a case where the victim completely flipped the script
That'd be wild.
and turned her attacker into the sufferer. It's the ultimate case of karma manifesting itself in the most beautiful way. And before we get started, if you like how we present this case, we'd really appreciate it if you can take a quick sec to hit like and subscribe. Let's go. Michalina Lewandowska was born in Poland to parents Jan and Miroslava.
She looks
Lewandowska.
Polish as fuck, too.
The couple
Wow.
had 2 other daughters, in addition to Michalina. In 2005, when Michalina was 21, she met 19-year-old Marcin Kasprek. They met in a shop near her parents' home in Lasocin, a village in southwest Poland. The couple began dating, and within a year, Marcin proposed to Michalina. The couple moved from Poland to the UK in 2006 to find work and begin their new life together. In the UK, they moved into Marcin's parents' home in Fenade Bridge. The relationship had its ups and downs, but toward the end of 2007, Michalina was pregnant, and the couple welcomed his son in April of 2008. They named him Jakob. As the relationship continued to deteriorate,
Or
the couple
Jacob.
called off the engagement. They still continued to
Jacob.
live together, however,
Jesus.
and Michalina held out hope that they'd work through their problems, particularly since they had a child. She continued to wear her engagement ring, never losing hope. But by 2011, it was clear to both Michalina and Marcin that there was no future for their relationship. Marcin didn't spend any time with Michalina, preferring to instead spend every day at the gym bodybuilding. Until one day.
2011.
Marcin invited Michalina to take in some shopping with him and his friend, 18-year-old Patrick Boris. Given that Marcin had not wanted to spend any time with Michalina whatsoever recently, she was surprised, but pleased. She wondered whether this might be a turning point, suspecting that Marcin's feelings may be softening toward her. With their 3-year-old son, Jakob, staying with Marcin's mother that day, Michalina eagerly went to put her makeup on in the bathroom. She could faintly hear the men outside of the bathroom talking. When she emerged from the bathroom, she immediately encountered Marcin and Patrick, with what she called a chilling smile on their faces. Without time to process what was happening, Marcin told Michalina that he wanted to show her something. That something was a 300,000-volt stun gun. He pulled it out of his pocket and
Bro,
told her
that'd
he
make
was
you
going
like
to
piss
show her
your...
how it worked.
That'd make you like piss your pants when you got volted, bro.
He
Like
shoved it
shock,
against
bro.
her neck.
Oh god.
The electric shock the taser sent through her body was massive and agonizing. Marcin threw her to the floor and continued tasing her. She screamed for him to stop, but he was too strong. As she was convulsing in pain, the 220-pound or 100-kilogram bodybuilder put his knee and entire body weight on her chest to keep her down. At some point, he paused long enough for her to ask him if he planned to kill her. He told her that he was just taking her somewhere and to not be scared. Marcin and Patrick then used packing tape to cover Michelina's mouth and bind her wrists and ankles. Once fully bound, they tased her again, then left her lying in the hallway for 6 hours. Michelina's mind raced. When the attack first began, she surmised that it may be some sort of cruel joke.
What?
But as she lay there barely conscious, it became clear what the two men's intentions were. She was determined to stay conscious, unsure of whether she'd ever wake up again if she did not. After nightfall arrived, the two men dragged a terrified Michelina into the kitchen. There they discussed using a plastic bag, and Michelina was certain they were going to use one to suffocate her. But they didn't. Instead, they stuffed the fully bound young woman into a cardboard box, then began tightly securing it with packing tape. Michelina was not going down without a fight, though. She tried to scream through the tape covering her mouth, but Marcin just laughed and told her as calmly as someone exchanging a pleasantry. "I've hated you for 4 years. You'll never see your son again." Michelina would later recall, "I will never forget the look on his face. He was incredibly calm, which was even more worrying." The attackers finished sealing the box, carried it to Patrick's trunk, and placed it inside. They then drove quite a distance from what Michelina could tell. It was a remote wooded area. The men removed the box from the trunk and dragged their heavy cargo along the ground, Michelina feeling every painful rock they passed over on her back. The pair had pre-dug a shallow grave. They placed the box inside, then used a shovel to dump soil on top of her. And for good measure, they also placed an 88-pound or 40-kilogram tree trunk on top of the box to ensure Michelina would never get out alive. From within her cardboard prison, Michelina could hear a shovel digging the dirt, then the dirt hitting the box. She strained to hear what they were saying. She thought to herself, "This is it. I'm going to die."
No shit, that's what I'd be thinking too. I'd be thinking, goddamn, hurry up and drive away so I can get the fuck out of here as well.
Making it even worse, Michelina began to worry about suffocating. So, she tried to calm herself and begin breathing as shallowly as possible. She laid still, listening for the sound of her attacker's car driving off.
Yep.
She didn't dare attempt to escape if they were still there, knowing they would kill her if she were somehow able to emerge. She thought of her son and knew she had to escape, for him. She refused to die and leave him motherless, and the thought of never seeing him again was too much to bear. So she waited and listened, but she didn't hear any sounds of a car leaving. So after it had been so long, she had to risk it. She thought surely they had to have left by now. It was time to strategize. She was helpless, in pain, contorted, bound, and buried alive in a cardboard box. Then she suddenly realized that she actually had something that could help her. Ironically, it was the very thing that Marcin had given her to symbolize their love. Her diamond engagement ring.
Damn.
She took it off and used the sharp edges of the diamond to first cut the tape around her wrists.
Smart.
And then her ankles. Then she put it back on and went for the cardboard. She just kept cutting and slashing at it with her ring until she could get her hand through a hole. Then she began frantically pulling and tearing where she made the hole. But the dirt just fell through it. It was all over her clothes, her hair, her face. Having also removed the tape on her mouth, she began screaming in hopes that someone would hear her and come save her. Receiving no response, she started kicking and clawing at the cardboard again. She was incredibly weak, but just kept trying. Then she somehow managed a hole large enough in the box to fit her head through. And she pushed up as hard as she could through the earth until her head emerged through the top. It was still dark, but she could see trees, leaves, and the sky. She was desperate for the fresh air and took in as much as she could. She was covered in dirt and exhausted, but there was still much to be done. As far as she could tell, she was in the middle of nowhere, and getting her head out was not going to be enough to save her in the darkness of night, with a variety of wildlife in the area.
Fuck, that's the least of her
She was able to
worries,
force
honestly.
her arms above the surface. That was the turning point for her. Once she achieved that, she knew she would make it. After having been buried alive for nearly an hour, Michelina freed the rest of her body. Then, fully exhausted, she staggered from the woods onto the road. She saw a car approaching and flagged it down.
Bro.
Thankfully, the driver stopped and was helpful.
Dude, that would be the scariest shit in your life right there. You just got buried alive and you're flagging down a car. What happens if it's them?
Minutes. She shared her harrowing story with them, then took them back to where she'd emerged from her cardboard coffin. Police promptly located and arrested Marcin. They brought him in on suspicion of kidnapping and attempted murder. Marcin did not deny the attack, but claimed that he was not trying to kill Michalina. He told them he merely intended to scare her and was going to return to retrieve her. But they didn't buy it, particularly since they quickly discovered that after burying Michalina, Marcin and Patrick used her ATM card to withdraw 500 pounds, then returned home to play video games. By the time the investigation and subsequent trial were complete, they learned the true story. 25-year-old Marcin was an avid bodybuilder and had developed an addiction to anabolic steroids. That addiction often caused him to experience fits of rage. And once he learned that Michalina decided to leave him and return to Poland with their son, he decided to dispose of Michalina and raise Jakub, along with the help of his own mother. He concluded that the two of them could do a better job than Michalina. They learned that Marcin told Michalina that she was not as attractive as the women he saw at the gym, and that he had changed his Facebook status to single, hoping to start a relationship with another woman. Then, when he put his murder plan into action, he was disappointed because the stun gun didn't perform as advertised. He expected it to paralyze Michalina. In court, Michalina, who spoke Polish, described her experience through an interpreter. He was putting the soil on top of me. I wanted to reply. I wanted to put my 2 fingers through the hole, but I was afraid if he could see it, he may break my fingers with the shovel. She continued, I thought about my ring, that I could take it off my finger and try to cut through the tape with it. She described how she could hear music from a nearby pub, so she knew she couldn't be too far from civilization. Marcin's defense then tried to argue the same thing Marcin told police, that he did not intend to kill her, but was only trying to scare her. He noted how the box...
How's that any different? He still kidnapped her.
2 handholes through which she could breathe. To that, Michalina replied, I can tell you now that they, referring to the handholes, were not left specially or intentionally for me to live. The prosecution showed photos of the box in which Michalina was imprisoned and the trail of clothing leading from a hole at one end of the box. They described how police had to remove dirt to reveal parts of the box below. In January of 2020, Marcin Kasperzak was convicted of attempted murder and
what about his
kidnapping
friend?
and sentenced to 20 years in prison. Patrick Boris was found not guilty of attempted murder, but was found guilty of kidnapping and sentenced to 4.5 years. Both men were required to serve at least half of their sentences before they would be eligible for parole. But that half-sentence requirement won't matter for Marcin. Once he was arrested, investigators searched the home of his parents where he, Michalina, and their son were living. There they found equipment and supplies for making explosives. Marcin pleaded guilty to 8 counts of illegal possession of explosive substances and was sentenced to 4 years in prison for each count.
Kind of blowing her up or something after the fact?
To his 20-year sentence for attempted murder. Michalina was relocated to a secret location far away from where the attempted murder took place. However, she still lives in fear of him.
No shit.
After the verdict, she issued statements, including, he buried me alive and walked away thinking I would die there cold and alone in that terrible box. He wished for my death and planned to kill me in the most horrifying way imaginable. But I didn't allow him to succeed. Using the last shreds of my strength, I fought my way out of that grave. Now it is he who is imprisoned.
So that's pretty poetic.
Michalina's father shared his feelings about the verdict and Marcin. He said that he knew Marcin was trouble from the moment he met him. He added, I always knew something wasn't right about Marcin, right from the start. We didn't make eye contact. He was spoiled and overprotected, maybe because he's an only child and a mummy's boy. His mother kept him cooped up in a cage like a chicken all his life, so when he went out into the world, he didn't really know what to do. Michalina's mother, Miroslava, also shared, I am so happy by the verdict because for me, it means peace at last. I was waking up at night, having nightmares in which I saw Marcin's face. He was haunting me like a ghost. We loved the poetic justice of this case.
Yeah,
Marcin
no shit.
felt he had the right to take away someone else's freedom and life because he wanted to. And in the end...
I've got to kill 48 more.
It's July 1984, and a mad gunman has been in the McDonald's in San Ysidro for more than 30 minutes,
San Ysidro, California.
In sight. He'd revisit his victims to make sure they were dead and shoot them again if they were not, or even if they were. By this point, nearly everyone who was in the restaurant has been killed. But there's a small group of employees crouched between two of the aisles. They managed to stay quiet to avoid detection for over half an hour. But the man on a rampage finally discovered them. He comes over, and like he'd done for everyone else he encountered, he immediately began shooting them. As he's shooting at the final person, he runs out of ammunition and goes back to the front of the restaurant to reload so he can return and finish the job. The 17-year-old young man has been shot 5 times, but is still alive. And despite being shot in the leg and unable to walk, he crawls and drags himself down a flight of 25 stairs and hides in a basement closet, joining one of the few groups of survivors of the deadliest mass shooting, up until that point. Welcome back to Crime A to Z, where we detail cases and criminals from their very beginning until well after other reporting ends. For today's case, we're not gonna sugarcoat it. It's a real gut puncher. If incredibly sad and senseless cases are tough for you, we definitely recommend you skip this one. Thank you.
No, aren't they all kind of senseless?
In the comments. We weren't sure we could get through it, but we've taken it in chunks, and here it is. If you find it too much for you, we absolutely understand, and we'll see you on the next one. For those of you staying, grab your tissues as we cover this brutal case of evil, sadness, and some of the bravest souls.
This channel's had some shit I've never heard about before. On God. Like, I've never heard about this fucking McDonald's mass shooting before. Maybe because I'm not American.
San Ysidro is a community within the city of San Diego, California, bordering Tijuana, Mexico. It is the most southern community in California, sitting just north of the border between the United States and Mexico. Being the busiest international border crossing in the entire world, San Ysidro is known as the gateway to the Americas, supporting tourists from many countries. In 1984, San Ysidro had a population of about 25,000, 93% of whom were Hispanic, and approximately 3% of whom were white. That was the year that James Huberty and his wife Etna moved to the community. James Oliver Huberty was born in Canton, Ohio on October 1st, 1942. In the early 1950s, Huberty's father purchased a farm in the Pennsylvania Amish country. But Huberty's mother refused to live in the Amish country and left the family to become a religious missionary. From then on, Huberty became a loner with an explosive personality. After Huberty's parents split, his father remarried a young schoolteacher, but they didn't get along. When Huberty's father, who was explosive himself, would arrive home each day, he'd fire off 10 to 12 shots to warn the family that he was almost home. In 1962, Huberty enrolled at a community college, earning a degree in sociology.
Oh shit, honey. Better get dinner ready. Your dad's coming home. I can hear him 10 miles away shooting a shotgun.
It was there that he met Etna Markland. The two married in 1965 and had 2 daughters.
Wait, what the fuck?
The family of 4 would soon move from Canton to Massillon, Ohio, where Huberty found work as a welder. There, the couple would establish their reputation for violent behavior, with James Huberty once shooting his German Shepherd in the head when a neighbor complained about it damaging his car. And another neighbor noted how he noticed Huberty's front door ajar, with Huberty sitting just inside it, holding a shotgun. Threats and altercations toward neighbors were frequent, and Etna was volatile as well, once threatening another mom with a 9mm handgun after an altercation which Etna herself aggressively initiated. Domestic violence was also a regular occurrence.
This is America.
As were complaints from neighbors about the Hubertys, and from the Hubertys about neighbors. When calls would come into the local police station about minor incidents, officers would joke that it was the Hubertys again. Then, in 1982, after 10 years of working as a welder in Massillon, Huberty was laid off. As a result, he became concerned about making his house payments. He worried constantly, and he blamed the country, the government, and Ronald Reagan for his misfortune. He was so disenchanted with his country that he applied for residency in Mexico, an odd fact since he was known to harbor extreme hatred toward immigrants especially Mexican immigrants. He also stockpiled food and weapons, a lot of them, including an Israeli-made, military-style Uzi machine gun. The following year, 1983, the family moved briefly to Tijuana, Mexico. Then, finally, to San Isidro in January of 1984. There, Huberty landed a job as a security guard, but he was fired on July 10th, 8 days before the shooting, due to poor work performance and general physical instability. On the day before the shooting, 41-year-old James Huberty called the San Diego Mental Health Clinic requesting an appointment. He had shared with Etna a couple days prior to that he felt like he was having a mental health problem. The clinic receptionist told Huberty that someone would call him back within hours. According to Etna, Huberty sat quietly by the phone waiting for the return call for several hours. At the clinic, since Huberty's polite demeanor didn't convey any urgency, and since he'd never been hospitalized for any mental health issues in the past, she logged the call as non-crisis, which slated it to be handled within 48 hours. After waiting, Huberty left for a while, returned, had dinner with his family, and appeared normal. The next morning, Huberty attended a minor traffic court hearing, then took his family to lunch at a nearby McDonald's, different from the one of the incident, and then to visit the San Diego Zoo. While strolling the zoo, he told Etna that his life is effectively over and that society had their chance, referring to the clinic's failure to return his call the previous day. The family returned home after the zoo. It was right after that, at around 3:45 p.m., that Huberty walked into their bedroom where Etna was relaxing and kissed her goodbye, something he'd normally not do. She asked him where he was going, and he calmly replied that he was going hunting for humans. Etna would later state that she didn't take him seriously, as he'd made similarly bizarre statements throughout their marriage. The couple's 12-year-old daughter, Zelia, who noticed that her father was strapped with all of his weaponry as he was leaving, assumed he was going out to target practice at a rural location, like he often did to alleviate anger. But he was not. James Huberty got into his black Mercury Marquis and drove. He first drove toward a Big Bear supermarket, then toward a U.S. post office, before finally entering the parking lot of the McDonald's at approximately 3:56
Why McDonald's, though?
Just a short block from his Averill Road apartment. He was carrying a Browning 9mm semi-automatic pistol, modified to make it automatic, a 12-gauge pump-action shotgun, and a 9mm Uzi semi-automatic rifle, the weapon he would primarily use during the massacre. He also had a box and a cloth bag filled with hundreds of rounds of ammunition.
Holy
for each
fuck.
weapon. 45 customers were inside the restaurant. Sadly, mass shootings in the U.S. are all too commonplace today. But in 1984, they were an almost non-existent occurrence. So as the massacre began to unfold, the understandably unassuming victims in the restaurant thought the whole thing was a joke. And they, along with law enforcement, were placed in unfamiliar territory, without effective strategies for survival or for stopping the massacre. Huberty entered the restaurant and, armed with the Uzi, he first aimed it at 16-year-old employee John Arnold. Huberty pulled the trigger, but nothing happened. As he checked to see what was wrong with his gun,
Safety.
22-year-old Neva Kane, the restaurant's manager who had just returned from her honeymoon, began walking toward John, who was already walking away, figuring the whole thing was a distasteful joke. By then, Huberty had corrected the problem with his gun, fired a test shot into the ceiling, then aimed the weapon at Neva, shooting her in the head.
Damn.
She would die.
Instantly. Like, instantly.
He then immediately shot Arnold, wounding him in the chest and arm, just before shouting, "Everybody on the ground." Then he called everyone in the primarily Latino-populated restaurant dirty swine and Vietnam assholes, before stating that he had killed thousands in Vietnam, and that he intended to kill 1,000 more, even though he had never served in the military, nor killed anyone. Hearing Huberty's ranting and seeing the two people shot, 25-year-old customer, Victor Rivera,
That's 25-year-old?
persuaded Huberty to match
Homeboy, that's 25. Bro, I'm 27, turning 27 this year, and I look nothing like that. That man looks like he's 40-something years old.
shoot anyone else. Huberty responded by shooting Victor 14 times, shouting at him to shut up the entire time. Customers and employees scrambled to hide behind booths, tables, and counters. Next, he shot 11-year-old Aurora Pina, wounding her in the leg. She was being shielded by her incredibly brave 18-year-old pregnant aunt, Jackie Reyes, whom Huberty shot with his Uzi 48 times.
Damn.
Sadly, rendering her poor body in a condition that would later prevent her family from laying her to rest in the lovely pink dress they got for her, because there wasn't enough of her intact.
Yeah, no shit.
Jackie's 8-month-old baby, Carlos Reyes, who had just been baptized 1 month prior to that,
Yeah,
sat up and
obviously.
began crying. Huberty shouted at the baby, then shot him in the back, killing him.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Then Huberty
Have all the babies survived? I'd be
62-year-old
surprised. Like, what the fuck?
Lawrence vs. Louise, a truck driver who was retiring that day after 40 years of driving.
No
His family
way.
panicked when they saw his truck in the parking lot on television. They learned of his death hours later.
No way. Oh no, that one hit me harder than any of them.
Of the restaurant
So
where a couple
sad.
was shielding their son and his friend underneath the tables with their bodies. The mother, Blythe Reagan Herrera, had barricaded her son, Mateo, under one booth, while her husband, Ronald Herrera, guarded his son's friend, Keith Thomas, under another. Ronald instructed Keith not to move, and when Huberty approached them, he shot Ronald 6 times in the stomach, chest, arm, hip, shoulder, and head. Ronald miraculously survived.
What?
Keith was also shot in the arm, wrist, and left elbow, but he was blocked from most of the bullets by Ronald. Keith also survived and would later recall how Ronald saved his life and how he couldn't feel any pain from the bullets. Ronald's caring and loving wife, Blythe, and his artistic, musical son, Mateo, were both killed, having been shot numerous times in the head. Near the Herreras, 3 women were also hiding beneath a booth. 24-year-old Guadalupe Del Rio was wedged against a wall.
Dude, that chick is not 24, yo. What the fuck?
Shielded by her friends, 25-year-old
crazy.
Gloria Ramirez and 31-year-old Aristelci Vilves Vargas.
She looks younger than the other chick.
Guadalupe was shot several times, but not seriously wounded. Gloria, miraculously, was not hit. And Aristelci, tragically, received a single shot to the back of her head.
Oof.
She died the next day. She would
Surprised
be
she
the
survived
only
that
person
long.
fatally wounded who lived long enough to reach a hospital. Huberty next killed 45-year-old banker Hugo Velasquez Vasquez.
Man, looks like he's 60 something.
Shooting him once in the chest, killing him. The first call to police to report the shooting was made at 4 p.m. The call notified police that a child had been shot and taken to the U.S. Post Office on San Isidro Boulevard. The dispatcher mistakenly sent responding officers to the wrong McDonald's 2 miles or 3 kilometers from the San Isidro location, costing several precious minutes of the area not being locked
That's
down.
crazy,
During which
dude.
time
That
several
person
other
should be
victims,
fired. Should have
unaware
been
of what was
fired.
happening inside,
For
approached
sure.
the restaurant. Starting with Lydia Flores. At just after 4 p.m., Lydia drove into the parking lot and headed to the drive-through window. She noticed shattered glass and heard gunshots. She immediately looked up and saw Huberty through the window, shooting. She reversed her car and crashed into a fence. She then hid in bushes with her 2-year-old daughter until the shooting ended. Then, at approximately 4:05 p.m., married couple Astolfo and Maricela Felix drove into the parking lot and immediately noticed the shattered glass. Astolfo assumed that the restaurant was being renovated or repaired, and that Huberty, who was making his way toward their car, was one of the construction crew. Huberty fired both his shotgun and his Uzi. The couple and their 4-month-old baby, Carla, called Carlita. He shot Maricela in the face, arms, and chest, blinding her in one eye and rendering one of her hands permanently unusable. Baby Carlita was wounded in the chest, abdomen, and neck. Astolfo was wounded in the chest and head. The couple managed to stagger away from Huberty's line of fire, and Maricela handed her crying baby to her husband, who in turn handed her to a stranger named Lucia Velasco just as Maricela collapsed. Lucia handed the baby to a police officer, and the two rushed the baby to the hospital, Lucia holding her hand over one of the baby's wounds to try to contain the bleeding, and the officer using the hand he wasn't driving with to contain another wound. Maricela Astolfo and baby Carlita all survived.
What?
Then there were 3 11-year-old boys. They'd just gone to get donuts. One of the friends wanted ice cream as well. So they rode their BMX bikes to the McDonald's. As they pedaled into the parking lot, they heard someone from across the street yelling at them. But they couldn't make out what they were saying. So they hesitated. It was right then that Huberty shot all 3 boys. David Flores Delgado received several gunshot wounds to his head and died
Dead.
instantly.
For sure.
Omar Alonso Hernandez received several gunshots to his back and died a few minutes later.
Damn.
And Joshua Coleman, critically wounded in the back, arm, and leg, collapsed, but was still alive. He just watched his friend David get killed. And then he watched Omar, his happy, humble best friend, with whom he conversed back and forth over their backyard fences as they helped each other learn the other's native language, struggle until he too died. So Joshua, having previously pondered what he might do were he in a similarly dire situation, laid still, playing dead, until the SWAT team would later come to rescue him. Over an hour.
No fucking way. An hour later, bro. Dude, the 80s was so different than nowadays, bro. Like, an hour later. If that were today, bro, that motherfucker is just getting bull rushed by a whole SWAT team. The 80s is wild, man.
74-year-old Miguel Victoria Ulloa and 69-year-old Ada Velasquez Victoria. Huberty shot Ada in the face, which also wounded Miguel. Miguel instinctively began cradling his wife and wiping blood from her face while cursing at Huberty. Huberty swore back at Miguel, then shot him in the head, killing him.
Oh, that's so sad.
About 10 minutes after the first call to police had been placed, police arrived at the correct McDonald's. As soon as the first patrol car arrived, Huberty began firing at it, shattering its windshield and emergency lights. Police locked down the area spanning 6 blocks from the restaurant and established a command post 2 blocks away. 175 officers were deployed at strategic positions, soon joined by SWAT, a special weapons and tactics team. But still, they were unsure of how to approach such a dangerous situation.
Oh, fucking kill him.
Turned to the inside of the restaurant and continued his killing spree. At one point, he went to the cashier counter to adjust the radio. Victims assumed to listen for news of the incident.
He's listening to a
He
song.
turned it to a music station and began dancing. A few minutes later, he searched the kitchen area and found a group of employees hiding. Huberty exclaimed, "Oh, there's more. You're trying to hide from me, you bastards," and opened fire. 2 of the employees, 18-year-old Margarita Padilla and 17-year-old Wendy Flanagan, grabbed each other's hands and tried to run for it, but Huberty fatally shot Margarita. Wendy was able to make it to a basement utility room. Of the remaining group of hiders, Huberty shot and killed 21-year-old Paulina Lopez and 19-year-old Elsa Borbo Fierro. He then shot 17-year-old Albert Leos, critically wounding him. Running out of ammunition, Huberty heads to the front of the restaurant to reload, giving Albert an opportunity to escape by dragging himself down the stairs to join a group of survivors hiding in the basement utility room. 2 other employees from the group were able to successfully flee down a stairway and through to an emergency exit, escaping. Earlier that morning, Albert had actually contemplated not coming into work that day and joining his friends who invited him to hang out.
Should have taken that
young
up.
man that he was. He came into work.
Bet he never does that again. Always takes that day off.
In the utility room, Albert would join 2 male and 3 female co-workers, one of whom was Wendy, who had taken refuge there, along with a woman and a baby. Once Albert arrived, he removed the shoelaces from his shoes and used them to make a tourniquet for his left arm, which was losing blood quickly. And he bit down on a cloth to stifle his cries of pain, to avoid putting the entire group at risk of being discovered. At one point, 11-year-old Aurora Pina, the young girl who was shielded by her 18-year-old pregnant aunt, and was laying next to her slain aunt, cousin, and friends, heard a lull in the shooting and opened her eyes. Huberty happened to be staring in her direction and noticed her open her eyes. He cursed, threw some French fries at her, then shot her in the arm, neck, and jaw. She miraculously survived, but would spend longer in the hospital than any other survivor. Huberty would similarly return to shoot and kill other injured but still alive victims. Like injured Jose Perez, who lay moaning in pain next to his friend 22-year-old Gloria Gonzalez and a young lady named Michelle Carncross, both of whom Huberty had already killed. After minutes passed, then an hour, everyone inside the restaurant wondered, where are the police?
Yeah, no shit.
At
Like, what
5:05
the
p.m.,
fuck?
over an hour after the first call to police was made, all responding law enforcement personnel were authorized to kill the assailant should they obtain a clear shot. At one point, the official green light to shoot was withdrawn, but was reinstated at 5:13. It was around that time that SWAT sharpshooter Charles Foster positioned himself along with a spotter onto the roof of the post office just south of the McDonald's. He could see the bodies on the floor of the restaurant, but he could also see that Huberty was at an advantage. Huberty had a clear view of the parking lot and the surrounding area, so anyone who tried to approach, even just to give aid to the people shot outside the restaurant, were driven away by more gunfire. The windows of the restaurant were both tinted and coated with a laminate. So not only was it hard to see into the restaurant due to the tinting, but once the windows were shot at and shattered, the laminate held much of them in place, spidering the windows and creating an even more obstructed view. And at 5 p.m., the sun also wreaked havoc on their ability to see into the restaurant. So, Foster's job was a challenge. He didn't actually see Huberty until just before shooting him, which happened when Foster finally got a glimpse of Huberty through the restaurant's double doors. The only doors whose safety glass was fully shattered out by Huberty's gunfire. Foster could see Huberty's legs dangling as he sat on top of the cashier counter, reloading one of his magazines with ammunition. Then Huberty hopped off the counter and began walking toward the shattered double doors. From Foster's vantage point, Huberty's head and neck were blocked by the door frame, but his chest and torso were not. At 5:17, Foster shot a single shot through Huberty's heart, killing him instantly. It was one of just 5 bullets fired by police throughout the duration of the massacre. The other 4 were fired at the same time as Foster's, but they missed the assailant.
PRT leader, we took him out with a shot. Sniper 2. Okay, I'm watching the suspect. I got his body in his hand. It doesn't appear to be any chest rising at all through binoculars. Like I said, there's been no movement since the shot.
The ordeal lasted 77 minutes. The assailant expended 257 rounds of ammunition, mostly
That's crazy.
the Uzi. 21 people were killed and 19 were injured. 17 of the victims were killed inside the restaurant and 4 were killed just outside the restaurant. There were only 10 uninjured survivors from the inside of the restaurant, 6 of whom were hidden inside the basement utility room. The youngest person killed was just 8 months old, and the oldest was 74. While everyone was relieved the ordeal was over, no one had any idea of the devastation they'd find inside. Police entered, but were not prepared for what they saw. The carnage was unimaginable. Employees, customers, men, women, children, babies. They were laying everywhere. As SWAT Commander Jerry Sanders reflected, "I went through nightmares. So did a lot of the other guys. You can never put that vision out of your mind." Survivors were removed from the restaurant and treated. Guadalupe Del Rio, who had been shielded by her 2 friends, but was also shot herself, didn't realize that she'd been shot. An officer asked her afterward if she was okay. She kept saying yes. So rather than alarm her, the officer took her to an ambulance where they treated her for the gunshot. Once the ordeal was
That's
over
crazy.
and the dust began to settle,
She even
the
know.
focus was on the police response time. Given that there were multiple types of firearms being shot, as well as conflicting descriptions of the perpetrator, police contended that it was unclear how many assailants were inside the restaurant. They also reported that they were unsure whether any hostages were being held. Several law enforcement officers stated they thought it was a robbery.
54 steel
And that the
dragons.
perpetrator was likely inside standing off with police and shooting out to police, but not shooting anyone inside. with a nearly constant, near-deafening sounds of 257 rounds fired throughout the ordeal, including into stainless steel equipment, and with victims clearly being murdered just outside of the restaurant. The claim that police didn't know that people were being shot inside was incomprehensible to survivors. Victims and their families additionally contend that individuals who escaped had informed police that there was just a single gunman holding no hostages and shooting everyone he encountered. Another point of contention between law enforcement and the victims and their families was the San Diego Police Department's initial report following the massacre. It indicated that most everyone injured or killed within the restaurant had been shot by Huberty in the first 10 minutes after he had entered the restaurant. This claim was hotly disputed by survivors, who stated Huberty had shot both unwounded and wounded people over 40 minutes after he first opened fire, and that many who were shot in the beginning didn't die right away and could have been saved had they received aid. They cited multiple instances where people were shot or reshot late into the rampage, including Jose Perez and Aurora Pina, mentioned previously. Ronald Herrera, who was shot by the gunman early on, then again 45 minutes later.
Sup, Squirt?
Employees Huberty found and massacred over 30 minutes after the rampage began. To this day, victims and their families strongly contend that waiting 77 minutes for help to intervene was a failure beyond measure that cost both injured and not yet shot victims their lives, while police contend that they responded appropriately given the information or lack of information they had at any given point, and also that they were tasked with weighing the safety of any hostages that might be inside, all amidst an unfamiliar, unprecedented, and unfathomably brutal scenario. In 1984, the San Isidro Massacre at McDonald's was the worst massacre by a gunman in U.S. history at the time. As of 2023, it now stands as the 8th worst. In the wake of the tragedy, McDonald's Corporation suspended all its advertising for the week following the massacre.
Holy shit, they really did
Burger
that?
King followed suit, suspending all its advertising as well.
That's wild.
Baby Carlita, now Carla, was a miracle baby. After the massacre, where she was handed over to a stranger, Maricela and Astolfo, who underwent surgery at different hospitals, would be separated from her for 2 full weeks, all the while not knowing whether baby Carlita had survived, and unable to get connected with her. When they were reunited, doctors informed them that they had to remove part of Carlita's intestines and 30 pieces of shard. They said it was a miracle that she survived. Tragically, Astolfo would later be murdered in 1990.
What?
Leos, the young man who crawled
Oh,
out
my boy got murdered after that? Dude, that guy just had the devil over his shoulder, man.
went on to become a police officer. He now proudly serves as a captain at the San Diego Police Department. In 1986, Edna Huberty filed lawsuits against McDonald's, as well as Huberty's former employer, Babcock & Wilcox. She claimed that the fumes from Babcock & Wilcox and the food from McDonald's, specifically MSG, caused Huberty delusions and uncontrollable rage. Her lawsuits were dismissed. Edna Huberty died in 2003 of breast cancer. Several family members of those killed, along with survivors of the massacre, filed lawsuits against McDonald's and the San Diego Police Department for negligence. The suits were dismissed, and on appeal, the courts ruled in favor of the defendants. They ruled that McDonald's or any other business has no duty of care.
Nah, fuck, why are they suing McDonald's? They should be suing the police.
Patrons from an unforeseeable assault by a murderous madman, and the implemented security measures typically used by restaurants to deter criminals, such as guards and closed-circuit television cameras, could not possibly have deterred the perpetrator, as he did not care about his own survival. The courts also released the San Diego Police Department of any culpability or negligence. They stated, "In view of the sheer horror of the ordeal, it is difficult to imagine anything the police could have done or failed to do, which would
Nah, see, that's corruption right there.
risk any greater than that to
That's
which
straight
victims were
corruption.
exposed before the police arrived." In 2014, 30 years after the tragedy, Huberty's oldest daughter, Zelia, gave an interview for the first time. Having been just 12 years old at the time, she recalls how she watched the bloody tragedy from her window. She said, "I had a perfect view of it. I saw the car there. I saw everything. I saw people I knew, who I went to school with. I wasn't thinking anything that time, except better them than me. I know that's a horrible thing to say, but as a 12-year-old, that's the sort of thing you think," she said.
She ain't wrong.
She said that if she could turn back the clock, probably would have killed my father before any of this would have occurred. Her life was not easy after the shooting. She shared how she was treated poorly by people whenever they found out who her dad was. She moved twice within a year after the shootings and went to school under an assumed name, although she now uses her real name and still gets comments. She was taken to city-mandated therapy after the massacre, but considered the sessions a nuisance. Once they ended after 12 weeks, she never returned. She did have a fear for a while that she might turn into her father, seeing a lot of similarities between him and herself. But she recognized that she's educated, different, and that the acts he performed were a conscious decision. And the survivors, they were impacted too. Whether from the ongoing pain of their injuries or the trauma of having lived through what no one should have to, they continue to suffer the aftermath through this day. Many couldn't function, being affected by loud noises, crowds, and just normal daily occurrences. And being in restaurants was particularly frightening. One victim shared how her first thought when she enters a restaurant is, "Where are the exits?" And she's on high alert the entire time. As a result of the massacre, police developed special tactical teams to deal with mass
Oh, dude,
shootings.
I'm dead.
It also implemented active
Dog,
shooter
come on. Why is he not? He's not climbing over the fucking stepping stones, bro.
SWAT
That's
also
like
now
the
has
dumbest shit in
its
the
own
world.
fleet of helicopters. SWAT officers dedicated to hostage rescue and special responses, increased training,
That's just the
more
fucking
resources,
gayest shit I've ever seen in my life.
and more expertise in such scenarios all around. After the massacre, McDonald's moved swiftly to make repairs. And within 48 hours, they repaired the McDonald's and were ready to reopen its doors. But the community outcry was swift. They wouldn't hear of it. And McDonald's Corporation reversed the decision. The building was demolished on September 26, 1984, and the McDonald's Corporation donated $1 million to a San Ysidro Survivors Fund. Amidst protests from San Ysidro residents and donors, the first payout from this fund was issued to Etna Huri. McDonald's Corporation also donated the property to the city. And in 1988, Southwestern College built a satellite campus in its place. Then,
You know what? I
in
don't even care. I'm
1990,
just gonna leave
a
my
monument
shit
was
there. I'll
built
go
to honor
buy.
the victims of
I
the
can't even
massacre.
do that. Fuck.
The memorial is constructed of 21 hexagon-shaped granite pillars, ranging in height from 1 to 6 feet, each representing each victim, and a plaque lists their names along the heartfelt statement. In 2016, a documentary called 77 Minutes was released detailing the massacre. Ironically and tragically, the San Ysidro massacre has something in common with another, more recent mass shooting in the U.S., the Uvalde, Texas shooting. Despite the decades of time that passed between the two deadly massacres,
How much
the
time it
response
took for the
time before
cops?
The perpetrator was
Yeah.
brought down in both cases was exactly 77 minutes. No closing comments for today, but we appreciate a like and subscribe if you like how we covered the case, and we'll look forward to reading your comments.
Damn. Never heard that one before. That's pretty wild. Pretty fucking wild. Well, I'm gonna go grab my fucking shit out of my death box here. Grand Castle. Oh, excuse me. Loot. Turn off. Motherfucker. Boom. Alright, chat. I'm gonna go to sleep. It's 3:50 in the morning. Holy fuck, I didn't realize it was that late. Sleep gang? Shit. I hope y'all have a good night. Yeah, I'll talk to you guys later. Peace. Have a good night, Squirt. Appreciate you, bro. Actually, before I go, I'm taking a toke. Before I go, we gotta take a toke. You know, it's only proper. Alright, now peace out. Have a good night, everybody.